Thank you guys so much for coming through today. I really, really appreciate all of you guys. Salute to you all. Positivity is coming your way. Guys, get the likes up. There's a lot of people in here already today. A lot of people in here. I believe that we might be on the cusp, a cusp of witnessing history within the next 24 to 48 hours. Is it fixed? Okay. The Wagner group, a group of Russian mercenaries, are, according to many media news outlets, are encroaching upon Moscow as we speak. There are news reports of Vladimir Putin leaving Moscow right now, leaving the Kremlin. The Wagner Group has already seized, I believe, 2 cities, and these aren't some small cities either. I can't pronounce their names. I'm going to try to. But according to many sources, they are a few hundred miles outside of or away from Moscow. I'm going to read a multiplicity of articles, a multiplicity of Twitter accounts covering this today. I'm going to drop the link. If anybody from Russia or the Ukraine or any other part of Eastern Europe can, I really would appreciate if any of you guys called in and give us dumb old Americans the scoop of what's going on. I wish Coach Red Pill would go live because I know that he lives in Ukraine. He's been living there for years, right now, and he covers a lot of the Ukrainian or Russian-Ukrainian war. I'm going to give my thoughts and opinions on this situation. I think this topic is a very good topic considering the nature of the possible gravity of what can possibly take place. Interesting, fascinating times, I'll tell you. Fascinating times that they are, or are, A-R-E. Let me see who is in the chat real quick. Let me give out my positivity to you people real quick. Dolomite is in the building. Mr. Showtime is in the building. Fernandad is in the building. Conservative Supreme is in the building. Salute to you. Buffalo Mine, EAE. Let me see who else. Richard is in the building. Who is this? Thought Tiana is in the building. Salute to you. Mayo Monkey is in the building. Salute to you, Mayo. We got Jeff in the building. We got Seven Steel. We got Abdullah. We got Passion in the building. Salute to you, Passion, for being a member of the Chaotic Truth, man. We got Cliff in the building, man. Who else? We got Corin in the building. Salute to you, Corin. Positivity is coming your way. Guys, positivity is coming you guys' way. Trigger Mike says Russia might fall. Uh-oh. Guys, I want to point out something that is not this is not the Russian anthem. That is the Soviet Union's anthem. But, I will admit, as a dumb old American, I actually like the Soviet anthem for some reason. Maybe it's because I watched Rocky IV and that anthem is stuck in my head. During that time period, the government was the Soviet government. Who else do we have in the building? We have John Small in the building. We have Ginger in the building. We got T-Spells in the building. I'm going to drop the mic too, by the way, guys. We got Daryl in the building all the way from Birmingham, Alabama. Salute to you. Guys, I'm going to get right into the story. I'm going to get right into the topic. Let me see. Who do I want to pick first? Let me pick the New York Times real quick. Let's get into this topic real quick. The New York Times. I just saw it. Wait a minute, where is it at? I just literally saw it. Wait a minute. Give me a second, guys. My apologies. I thought I had it on the screen already. Wait a minute. Hold tight. Oh, I don't have it on screen. That's why. Let's get into the New York Times real quick. Here we go. This is from the New York Times. Russia-Ukraine war. Putin mobilizes forces against Russian paramilitary chief. Now, here goes the thing that I have about this. Us in America, a lot of our intel more than likely comes from CIA operatives in these countries. I don't think a lot of what we get is entirely accurate. This right here, this title says Russia-Ukraine war, which we can read. Putin mobilizes forces against Russian paramilitary chief. I don't know about that, because how is the Wagner group, or how have they been able to go north so quick without any opposition? I mean, they already have taken over two large cities, mind you. Each city is over 1 million in population. And this whole thing about mobilizing forces real quick. Wait a minute. Hold up. See, this is why it's good to use a lot of critical thinking as Americans. How can you mobilize forces when your forces are in the Ukraine? Let's be honest. Well, hold on. Whoa, stop it. Think about it for a minute. According to the, U.S. military intelligence, there's over 200,000 Russian soldiers in the Ukraine. 200,000. Not to mention how many soldiers have been lost, how many soldiers are wounded. I don't think that he's mobilizing forces, to be completely honest with you. I don't know. I've never been to Russia. I don't know anything about this country other than what my little bit of research. I don't know. But that doesn't make any sense to me as an American listening to this. Let's see. Let's see what the article says. Give me a second. Okay. The article says President Vladimir Putin vowed to quell what he called an armed rebellion by Prigozhin, leader of the Wagner mercenary group, who claimed control of the southern Russian city of Rostov. Oh my God, Rostov-on-Don. I can't pronounce this damn name. Sorry. Now, Rostov-on-Don, I looked it up, has over 1 million people in population. No opposition there. None whatsoever. I have some videos, and it seems to be bloodless so far. There doesn't seem to be any fighting so far. Well, let me take that back. Let me recant that. I did get a report that a few Russian military helicopters had dropped some bombs on an envoy or a convoy, but I don't know if that's necessarily true or not. But let's keep on reading, though. This is very damn interesting. Very interesting times we live in. I'll see you in the back, Mel. Give me a second, okay, bro? Let me see. Now, this appears to be the city of Rostov-on-Don. I can't pronounce this damn name. I apologize, guys. I'm just a dumb old American. Let me see. What is going on here? This looks like a convoy. Is it a convoy? Yeah, this is a convoy. They are transporting tanks. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Wagner group has 50,000 soldiers. 50,000. Just put that into perspective real quick. 50,000 soldiers. These soldiers have wartime experience, and they're not messing around. Here's the latest on the standoff between Prigozhin and the Russian military. Guys, remember, Prigozhin is the head of the not paramilitary, but the mercenary group, the Wagner group. These are all Russian soldiers. And I have a theory as to why they, at least are attempting to what appears to be some sort of coup. I believe that NATO has paid these people off, or paid the higher ups, but that's neither here nor there. I don't really know. It's just speculation on my part. President Vladimir Putin mobilized Russian troops on Saturday to put down what he called an armed rebellion by the mercenary leader Prigozhin, whose forces have claimed control of the southern Russian city of Rostov-on-Don, and we're seen moving north along a highway toward Moscow. Wow. You know what? They're not taking any. They're not taking their time with that. They may hit Moscow by tonight. Well, it's tonight for us. I think it's in the morning for them over there, or the early morning. Let's keep on reading real quick. As security forces were scrambled in southwestern Russia and Moscow, military convoys believed to belong to Mr. Prigozhin's Wagner forces were seen in the town of Elitz. Wow, another town. Well, this is a town. Okay, so obviously a town is much smaller than a city. About 250 miles from the capital. Wow. 250 miles. That's nothing. especially if you're driving. That is absolutely nothing right there. According to video posted to the social media on Saturday and verified by the New York Times, the armored convoys had traveled from Rostov, and the governors of regions along Russia's major M4 highway to Moscow urged residents to stay away from the corridor. Videos show signs of active fighting along the highway. Tracking the military convoys approaching Moscow. Check this out. Military convoys believed to belong to Prigozhin's Wagner forces have been seen at various points along Russia's major M4 highway, which leads to Moscow. Could you imagine this? Whatever city you live in, if you live in a big city, could you imagine a mercenary military or a mercenary group of militants taking over the city? That is insane when you sit back and really think about it. Imagine you're in New York and say, hey, honey, there's a group of guys coming in. Here's 50,000 of them. Let me see here. In at least 2 areas along the route, clashes have broken out. On Saturday, video verified by the New York Times showed convoys in the town of Elitz, about 250 miles from the capital or Russian capital. The route shown here is approximate. So, guys, this is the map right here. This is absolutely crazy. I cannot believe this is happening in our lifetime. We might see the overthrow of a first world superpower in our lifetime. Here we go with this. Look, Elitz is right here. You approach north, you get to Moscow. Moscow is the capital city, Kremlin. This is military headquarters. This is where the their equivalent of the Joint Chiefs are located at. In my opinion, I believe that the Wagner Group or the power Prigozhin, he wants to, in my theory, not overthrow Putin necessarily, but definitely gain control of the Russian military. So whoever is the defense, how does it go over in Russia? Is it? I don't believe that they call it. I believe he's the Ministry of Defense, not Secretary of Defense, because we have a Secretary of Defense in America, but their equivalent would be the Ministry or Minister of Defense. So maybe he's going to force him to step down, a bloodless coup. He takes control of the military. I don't know what will happen with the power dynamic between him and Putin. It's very interesting, though. But you see where this map is at. They are that damn close to Moscow. See you in the back, Mayo. Let me see. To enter Moscow, Wagner fighters will have to face a coup-proof defense system, analysts say. Check this out. I was speaking to a friend of mine over the phone today because this was absolutely fascinating. He was like, well, what if they do an aerial attack? They're not going to do an aerial attack. Well, how do you know this, Chaotic? Listen, I've never served in the military, but I do know this. I know common sense. Russia is a first world power. They have urban cities. Their Air Force is not going to drop bombs on their cities. They're just not going to do it. Imagine this, right? Imagine there's some group of people in America who want to take over New York. Do you honestly think that the U.S. military is going to drop bombs or missiles on Lower Manhattan? It ain't happening. It's too much history, too many historical buildings. No, they're not going to do it. So this might be really a scary thing for Putin, because his military is not going to drop bombs on those cities to kill these people or to fight these people. So a lot of the fighting might have to be some sort of guerrilla fighting on the ground, on the boots. This is, oh man, I can't believe what we're watching. Let me see here. All right, let me keep on reading. Dating back to Soviet times, guys, do me some. If mods are watching, guys, do me some research. When was the last time Moscow was taken? It definitely was never in our lifetime. Just do some research for me. Dating back to Soviet times, the defense of here it goes. The defense of Moscow was designed partly with the idea of preventing an armed insurrection from toppling the government. Overlapping security services play a role, and one task of every branch has been to keep an eye on the others. General, let me see. Okay, these are comments right here. Okay. All right. Let me bring up Mail Monkey. Mail was in the military, so he probably has more of a in-depth analysis on how this would possibly work. Mail, what's up, man?
Morning, chaotic and friends.
Hey, man, I'm just so excited, man, because we are witnessing history. Or is it history? Go ahead, sir.
I have to disagree with you.
Go ahead.
He wants Putin.
Oh, you believe Prigozhin?
Yes.
How do you pronounce the guy's name? Prigozhin. Prigozhin.
Yes.
You believe that he wants Putin? How? Like, what does he want to do with Putin? He wants to
take him out of power and sit in that seat himself.
Now, will he? Does he want to imprison Putin? Does he want to? What does he want to do with Putin exactly? Exile him? What do you think will happen?
Probably try and kill him.
Why? Weren't they buddies at one point? If I'm not mistaken,
until Putin tried to kill him and his forces.
I thought that was an accident. I thought that was a military blunder. I thought that was an accident.
No, sir.
Why would he try to kill members of the Wagner Group when the Wagner Group is funded by the Russian military? I mean, funded by the Russian government.
They were funded by the Russian government in the past, but as you saw in down south on the front line.
Go ahead, sir.
Putin already tried to kill them by denying them ammunition.
Right. I saw a video of Prigozhin going absolutely crazy. I don't know what he was saying because I don't speak Russian, but the translation said we are 70% down in ammunition, something like that, of that magnitude. Why wasn't the supply chain available to Prigozhin?
Putin doesn't like competition.
Okay.
And Prigozhin was becoming too powerful of a figure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Down there. So he became a threat to his political power.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, you had stated that they had 50,000 troops. That's true at one time they did.
Okay, how many troops does the Wagner Group have now?
Right now, probably under 5,000 that survived.
Okay, so if they have under 5,000, how are they taking? They've already taken two cities right now. It was a southern city. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's not just the city; they've taken the southern district headquarters.
Right.
Of the Ministry of Defense.
Right.
Of the Russian military.
But how is this possible with only 5,000 soldiers?
Internal cooperation.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
Well, Russia will survive no matter what happens.
Right, but under possibly
Putin or Prigozhin may not.
So Prigozhin may not survive, but
Putin may not survive.
But are you saying that a new Russia will be under Prigozhin?
If he wins.
Will there be a lot of Russian military soldiers? A lot of these guys these are young kids. Will they support the Wagner Group?
I believe they will.
What's your percentage?
60.
60?
At least.
Are we looking at a civil war?
No, you're looking at the FSB troops versus the military troops.
Okay.
Which is their federal police forces. That's who's actually staging in Moscow right now is the FSB.
Okay. If they are
loyal to Putin.
Right.
But I mean, Putin's literally been throwing soldiers at Ukrainian bullets all winter.
Yeah.
People are not happy.
Yeah.
The soldiers are not happy.
Yeah. They're not. They're demoralized right now.
Yeah.
That's why I believe that they're going to go over to the Wagner side. Okay. When will Moscow fall to the Wagner Group?
I don't know.
From the looks of it, how was you were in the military, and please, man, I'm so glad that you're answering all these questions because I never served, so I don't know military tactics. I'm just an armchair guy when it comes to the military. How was it? How were they so able? And I said it earlier. Most of the Russian troops are in the Ukraine, obviously, but how have they been so able to just go to city and make their encroachment up north this quick? Was this already? Go ahead.
By using cell phones.
Cell phones. What do you? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
You call the leader of the Southern District, military district headquarters, and you say, "Look, do you want to fight or not?
Go ahead.
This is our plan. This is what we got."
So are you telling me the Wagner group is calling they're calling pro-Russian with, I guess, people who would seem to be pro-Russian, calling them and basically somehow getting them to almost turn.
Yeah, that's how this works.
Yeah, okay.
That's how this works.
Okay. Did NATO offer the Prigozhin more money than Putin did? Let's be honest.
I don't think NATO has anything to do with this, honestly.
Really?
You are better with the devil you know than the devil you don't. And Prigozhin is a devil we do not know.
How would a pro-Prigozhin Russia look?
It would turn back into the old military state.
Really?
Yes.
What about the Ukraine? Would that be a buffer state, or would that be an ongoing war?
I think he would negotiate for Crimea.
Oh, okay.
Because they need a warm water port. Russia has to have a warm water port.
Okay.
Other than that, I think he would pull out of the south because he knows it's a losing battle down there.
Really? Okay.
I mean, it's just not losing. I should say it's just too expensive.
Passion, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I mean, Cash App, I just got it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. We're gonna get Diogenes was next. Diogenes, are we witnessing history here, sir?
Well, I think inevitably, yes. No matter, I mean, I personally disagree with Mayo. I think NATO is involved in this.
I kind of thought so. Let's be honest. Go ahead.
I think, well, I can't guarantee it, but I think it would be naive to rule out the possibility. And even if they're not involved, they're definitely cheering it on.
Okay.
All right. This is going to have ramifications. If they make it to Moscow with their 5,000 troops, then what? Do you think Putin's just going to sit there in the Kremlin, just wait for them to come in and take him? He's not going to be in Moscow when they get there.
Supposedly he's already left. Yeah.
This is not going to end with them getting to Moscow. We do not want to make a man with nuclear weapons desperate. And regardless of whether or not we're involved, he's going to think we're involved. So what we're looking at here is quite possibly the start of nuclear war.
You believe so?
If we make him desperate enough, he will shoot those nukes. He has said as much.
Who is the military chief in Russia?
His name is Shoigu.
Shoigu?
Shoigu? Yeah. And not to, because I don't want to go over Lucky, because I guess he was after D. I don't even know how to say his name, but anyway, a lot of the anger from Wagner is actually pointed towards Shoigu more than it is Putin or the military. Yeah, so it's people. A lot of pro-Russian sources of information right now are saying that it's a personal beef, a personal feud, and that's why this has come about. And they're also saying that this is an MI6, CIA, and Mossad plot. Obviously, we don't have proof of that, but obviously we know they've already been doing black operations in Russia. They've already done offensive operations like blown up Dugin's daughter and stuff like that. So they already have. So they already have operations in Russia to destabilize in any way possible. You know, it's fifth generation war, bro. So they're doing all types of stuff. But inevitably, I'm going to disagree with some of what D said when he said Putin's going to get desperate enough to launch the nukes, there have to be certain conditions for him to want to launch them. And internal beef is going to probably make him want to protect them even more. The only thing is, like he said, like if people move, like if the U.S. military in an alliance move on certain strategic places, that's the conditions that will be set for him to use nukes, but not just because he's like, you guys did a civil war in Russia, so I'm gonna blame you and just nuke you. That's no. He's a smarter man than that. He's more measured than that. So what the last thing I'll say, and I'll move on, is as of right now, they're in Rostov-on-Don, which is in the southern military district.
They've gone to another city as well. So they've occupied Rostov-on-Don, and then I can't think of the other one, but it's another one.
Yeah, so they're occupying the military district building in a couple of strategic areas around the city, and that's it. So initially, when they got there, people were cheering them on, like, "Oh yeah, Wagner, we love you," whatever. Now people are starting to come out like, "Hey, like, what the F are you doing?" Blah blah blah. You know, so there's a little bit of people speaking out. So that's another thing that's not going to be good for Wagner in the future. And then also, they've downed about 8 to 10 military aircraft of various ones, like attack helicopters and planes and stuff.
You're saying the Wagner group is down Russian military?
Okay. Yes. So they've downed these aircraft trying to reach these convoys or whatever, because I'm pretty sure they have anti-air ambush squads or whatever and waiting for them, you know. But and
this is in Russia.
Yeah, in Russia, because they're using their military. Yeah, wow. But the thing about it is they don't have the resources to sustain this type of action. So it's kind of crazy to me. People are saying all these units are going to flip. There's no indication of that, because there's literally one video of one random battalion of guards regiment guy with his AK, and he covered his eyes like, "We're flipping over to the Wagner group and we're an official Russian army unit," and it's literally one guy. But other than that, there's been reports of commanders from Wagner and squads. Now, this is being reported by the Russian military defense, so take it with a grain of salt. But I'm more inclined to believe they're going to join the military than people are like whole military units are going to flip to a PMC group that literally has a contract from the Russian military to exist, and even to get most of their contracts from. Now, Mayo Monkey did have a good point when he said they do have other sources of funding because they have operations in Africa, but it's still at the behest of the Russian government. Okay, so a lot of these assets are tied up with the Russian military or Russian spaces of influence where Russian military can attack it. So it's not really that simple. So yeah, they do have some assets, but it's not enough to go against all of the might of the Russian military and financial power. And so it's, I don't know, it's just kind of weird to me. People are just,
let me interject.
Yeah, go ahead, Dio. Yep, Dio,
right.
Go ahead.
You say that he doesn't have the supply chains, but I mean, what have we seen flowing into Ukraine for these, you know, how many months now? I mean, we have massive supply chains set up, and I think, again, it would be naive to assume that we're not going to start backing these people just to create instability. Now, that will make Putin desperate. If we start with this, and this gets off the ground in any way, he's going to have to nip it in the bud, and nip it in the bud immediately before it gets worse. He cannot afford a long, drawn-out engagement in Ukraine and a long, drawn-out civil war on top of that. And he already knows that we're going to start shipping billions and billions of dollars of supplies and goods into this Wagner group the instant they start to gain even a little bit of traction, which they have. So it would not surprise me if they already have massive amounts of influence.
What do you mean by traction? I get what you're saying, and I agree with most of what you're saying, and we can argue the finer points of how they can get support to Wagner. But what do you mean by traction? What kind of traction has Wagner gotten?
I think the major thing that they're going to need is territory taken and public support. And I don't mean 100% public support. I mean just enough to get some fresh feet in those boots and those boots out on the ground. And they will put a rifle in their hand.
70+% people pretty much more or less support Putin. I mean,
yeah, but you have to understand Russian polls, right? Say you're the average Russian. Somebody just cold calls you on the phone and says, "Do you support President Putin?" What are you gonna say?
Yes.
And likewise, I mean, look at what happened in Germany. Only 1% of the population actually supported the Nazi Party. That was all it took.
Oh, really?
If they have 30% supporting Wagner, that is more than enough for the CIA to work with.
Yeah, well, but the thing about it is he doesn't represent a new, fresh Russian government. Because the thing about it, this is my opinion, I could be wrong, is that this could possibly lead to a Russian revival because they're going to get so pissed, destroy these people, and they're just blaming on us or whatever, and it might get them to act, even more dangerous, obviously, in the future. But what I'm saying is that we like Russia is pretty they've gotten stronger. Okay, they're not perfect, but all the indications, they're not really faltering. As long as he's able to deliver the goods, as long as people are able to eat, have a job, and more or less be around their economic situation and have hope to move up, that's all you need to have somebody say, hey, you know how, and plus they'll blame everybody else. So I'm not really seeing a huge amount. Plus also a lot of these people already move out of Russia that hate Putin and say it's so oppressive. And also the radicals, they were in Belgorod fighting for the Ukrainians. So all the people that really hate Putin and wanted to switch over, they already switched over like a while, or most of the malcontents. So yeah, there's still malcontents or whatever within, but I say most of them, they already were radical enough to fight.
Let me read the super chat real quick. Joanna with the $5 super chat says, I agree with Mayo. Putin would be a great scapegoat for Ukrainian failures. This history, Putin is a liability. And also Joanna says, would Russia have legalized weed smoking with Putin gone? Yeah or no? I have no idea.
No.
I don't know, Joanna. Let me ask you guys a quick question real quick. Let's get Corin in because there's a lot going on. Guys, let me ask you, America First Rifleman. Will the Air Force get involved in Moscow?
Well, they're already involved. They're getting shot down, so they're already responding
in Moscow. Like in Moscow.
Yeah, they're not
over.
They're
the
not. Yeah, they're not afraid to shoot the bad guy. They'll shoot.
So you're saying that they will actually drop a missile in the Kremlin to kill Wagner forces?
Oh
No.
no. I'm talking about if they're actual.
They just in the wings. They waiting to get that
not
call.
helicopters. I'm talking about would they actually use missiles in a city like that?
If there's a historic building, because you're kind of like going to like a extreme, like the Kremlin building. I'll tell you right now, like the situation in Moscow is very calm. They've already went in to the Wagner buildings, the recruiting buildings, and like their actual corporate offices have gone in there, searched the place, and left. They said they found money and all this other stuff, but there's no like follow-on forces or anything waiting around in Moscow to like team up with Wagner. And so there's like the FSB and the internal defense troops have already kind of found out about around Moscow to the important parts, to where you're not going to really see. And if there are battles, they're going to shoot. There's going to be clear lines of where to shoot the bad guys.
Do you think that one of the problems with Russia is they have a centralized military instead of a decentralized one like America?
Yeah, okay. and that's why Wagner has been successful on the battlefield in Ukraine, because they've been given a lot of latitude that no Russian military units are ever given. So that's a big reason why. So, and plus they've had it. And plus another thing too, Wagner just didn't just explode onto the scene in Ukraine. They've been already engaged in proxy wars on the Russian military's behalf, where they kind of cut their teeth in Syria and Africa, places like that. So they've been able to train combat experience, kind of like the U.S. Army, where they have hundreds of millions of combat troops that have experience overseas, where you drop them anywhere, they can train people more or less to a certain standard. And that's the same thing with Wagner, and they've been able to do that in Ukraine, but most of that's been focused on those places. So they don't have they have cultural influence, but the main thing, it's Putin. It's under Putin's like patronage. You know what I'm saying? So my opinion is Wagner or Prigozhin, he did it too soon. He should have waited.
Real quick, because and Mayo, you serve too. Do you believe that Wagner is more efficient because of the age? I believe a lot of these guys are ex-cons, but they were under the Soviet, but they served in under the Soviet Union. if I'm not mistaken. Like these guys, like the Wagner soldiers are older, correct?
Yes, but they're not.
And they're more trained.
They're 20 years. They're 20-year military retirees.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, but they're all special forces.
Right. They're not like the kids that the Russian military has. Okay.
Yes. Imagine a police force that was full of 20-year veterans. How effective that would be over one where the bulk of them are under 30.
Yeah, I can see the difference. Yeah.
You know, these guys have leadership training. They have leadership experience.
Yeah.
And Wagner actually uses NCOs like the United States military does. Because Russia has a completely top-down military. It's
wait a minute, you
hollow
mean
in the middle.
non-commissioned officers? So you're saying that the Russian military does not have non-commissioned officers?
Well,
they have
non-commissioned
they don't
officers.
Have the authority or the training of ours.
Exactly. Yeah, the ranks exist, but just in name only. But he's exactly right.
Really? I said I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, it's very hollow. The center of their military is very hollow.
Okay.
And
so the Wagner group. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mel.
With capturing the Southern District. All right. They also have all the supplies that were headed to Ukraine, the Ukraine line.
Okay.
And they have captured an airfield, a major airfield.
Yeah.
But no military units switched over. See, that's what I'm saying. Like they could capture these facilities, but that's doesn't like my just to me, Mayo.
But by capturing the facilities, what do? You deny support for their native troops that don't join, and you now have all of their logistics. They have those units are out there on their own.
For a part of that district, they don't have. You got to remember, the military didn't submit to the man. You know, they just left their facilities. Like from what I understand, there wasn't even a shot fired.
And the head of the Southern Military District.
Yeah, he was with them talking.
Was sitting there next to Prigozhin, looking like a captured prisoner.
Well, because he chose.
Passion with $5 super chat says, "Good afternoon, everyone. Get these likes up as you arrive, respectfully, and thank CT for his content or for his constant entertainment. Buy him a cup of coffee." Passion, I also rock with you on the fact that you use black thumbs up. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Even though you're a white guy, I really appreciate the black thumbs up. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead. First.
And you're right. Like that's a weird situation. But the thing about it is, he had. I'm pretty sure he had the unless Putin told him not to, he could have had the right to just start shooting at these people. But I'm pretty sure they didn't want to make a scene and have Russians shooting Russians because the Belgorod thing is already a big deal to them already. So they don't want to have that perception about Russians fighting Russians. So right now,
that's something that nobody's even talking about right now.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like this doesn't necessarily play into Wagner's favor. That's what I'm saying. Like just because they caught part of this military district and maybe some of their logistics, there's still a war effort in Ukraine that's happening that people expect them to still fight, whether they like Putin or not. So there's all these things. So it's just not. They just did it too early. They should have gotten more cultural significance in the Russian mind. They should have gotten more, military units to sign on right after, or like people in the leadership. So, and like I said, there's that rumor of the Wagner, like their top commanders of their units that have experience in Africa and Syria have signed over to the Russian military defense. I can't substantiate that, but that's a rumor that's been going around, and I'm more inclined to believe that than anything else.
Not me, because they've got their own fiefdoms in the Sudan and in Africa.
Yeah, at the behest of the Russian government. Nobody's gonna. All these African governments, even the banana states aren't gonna just say, "Oh, screw the Russian government." Like in the Russian embassy, we're gonna plant Wagner's flag, and they can still take our resources. Like that doesn't make sense.
I got some breaking news.
I've seen Russian or African leaders sell out for much less.
It's an argument to be had, but what I'm saying is you're talking about very intricate political stuff that's just like not cut and dry. So what I'm saying is, like, yeah, they have certain things now, but what is that going to look like a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now? And also something I was mentioned earlier, not to, but a caveat or whatever. The conflict in Russia, Ukraine. Yes, Russia wants to bring it to a close eventually, but they can turn it into a frozen conflict if it gets weird enough with Wagner, where they can't close it out and fix it. They can make it a frozen conflict where we're never going to intervene. It's just going to be a drawn out thing like it was from 2014 to what it is now, but even slower, and deal with Wagner internally. So they have that option too.
Hold on for a second. I just got some breaking news. How credible first is Al Jazeera? How credible are they?
Very credible. Very
okay.
Credible.
I got some breaking news from Al Jazeera. This just came in. Wagner boss Prigozhin says march on Moscow halted to avoid bloodshed. Comments by Prigozhin in an audio message came after Belarus leader said he negotiated with them. Wagner chief Prigozhin says he ordered his mercenaries to halt their march on Moscow to avoid shedding Russian blood. The comments by Prigozhin in an audio message came after Belarus leader Alexander Lukashenko said he negotiated with the mercenary boss to stop Wagner's troop movement. Prigozhin said while his men are almost or just 120 miles from Moscow, he decided to turn them back to prevent killings. He did not say whether the Kremlin responded to his demand to oust Defense Minister Shoigu. Is that pronounced Shoigu? American First Rifleman? There is no imminent comment from the Kremlin. President Putin faced the biggest threat to his rule yet, with rebel mercenaries advancing towards the Russian capital after seizing a key military base. What does this say now? This breaking news, this story right here.
Who made the power move?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Who made the power move?
Belarus?
Prigozhin.
But he still negotiated. Okay, so go ahead.
He made the power move. He made the decision, and it's a pro-Russian decision.
Right.
Putin has yet to respond.
What is he going to do with the other cities? Is he going to keep the cities?
Right now, my guess is he's probably surrounded by troops in St. Petersburg, because that's his home territory.
I'm talking about Prigozhin. Is he?
Yeah, he'll negotiate the taking of Moscow.
He'll negotiate the taking of Moscow. So you're still saying
that's how this stuff is done.
Okay.
So Putin
and if negotiations break down, then the fight starts.
No, Putin gonna have to obey, man.
Go ahead, Corn. You got
Putin is, he's getting a lot of enemies, man. I think he know that now. His own people. He only getting a taste of his own medicine, man. That's all it is.
Yeah. Go ahead, Corn.
Completely.
He's getting a taste of his own medicine, and it's going too far to where his own people, like your family, turning against you. He turned against his own blood. You know what I'm saying? So, he only getting a taste of his own medicine, and it don't look good for him, man. He need to just hand over authority to somebody else, man.
Well, that's not how these things really work.
No. He don't got no choice now.
Let me hear.
Go ahead. Choice now. He don't got no choice now. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's turning on him. His own people turning on him. He only getting a taste of his own medicine.
Improvement and movement. Thank you so much. Says Wagner has no air force or air defense. They are waiting for NATO to swoop in. Speculation. Now, again, I'm never served in the military, but if
they have man pads, all they have is man pads, shoulder fires. But
they've got the entire infrastructure of the Southern Military District.
That is not true.
What would happen if NATO were to fly in Russian airspace?
That's not
Prigozhin is not pro-NATO at all.
NATO would not even think of something like that. So that's not even on the table.
Right.
That was just an answer to the comment. I kind of figured that. I kind of figured that. But hopefully,
but he is right about them not having no air defense. Like Mail Monkey, without any real proof, is saying they have control over the whole infrastructure of the Southern Military District, which is very hard to believe. But one thing I will say, what Wagner has in their inventory is literally man pads for infantry. The Wagner group has the equivalent of a bulked up interior troops. When I say interior troops, are just, for like anti-terrorism, they got light armor, stuff like that. But Wagner has some artillery, some air assets, but they don't have air defense. They don't have specialized in it or whatever. That's the Russian military's forte. Yeah. So yeah, that's why it's just kind of weird to me. People are just saying that.
Interesting. Corin, go ahead.
No, he said it all. What wind up happening, they'd be destroying their own country, with them fighting and dropping bombs on their own armies, and don't make any sense anymore. It's went left for Putin. I suggest he just give in. Stop the war, like he said, freeze everything, and they have a meeting. They have these meetings.
If Prigozhin relinquishes his, I'm assuming his occupied cities right now, because again, this is the news that we're getting. Will he be an enemy of the state regardless? If he just says, you know what, if he pulls back, will he still be an enemy of the state?
If he doesn't take power, he will be killed.
Not even just an enemy to say, he'd just be killed. Okay.
I mean, Russia has gotten better at putting their political rivals in jail instead of killing them. There's very few of them that they've actually resorted to killing like they used to do. Like the couple of opposition politicians that they have killed in the last few years, but the rest of them, they just lock them in prison for 20, 15, whatever years. So that votes. One second, Tarus. And salute to you, brother. But one thing is these things very rarely end non-violently, but one thing I will say, Russia has changed to where they don't have the barbaric sense about them anymore. So like I said, Putin has a way of getting rid of his people that's palatable. Like the international community will cry and, oh, those people, but they're actually not going to be able to get him. You know what I'm saying? They won't be able to, because he doesn't have war crimes under his belt and all this other stuff that they can run up on him and justify their actions. So I'll just say that. So like I said, people, if you go for the king, you better not miss. And he missing right now.
I think he just committed.
They poisoned with Novichok nerve agent a guy in 2020.
Yeah, I remember that one.
We're going to have to make some examples. This is outright treason. You can't turn on your own country during a time of war and make demands as they're not even part of the military. They're a mercenary company, and they're going to make demands of the Russian government and say, you have to appoint who we say. That's not going to fly.
People are dying over there, and his army is dying. His army ain't happy, they say.
Diogenes, do you believe? So Diogenes, you pointed out something really interesting here.
I'll be right back.
Okay, thanks. Please come back, America. I want all the military.
I gotta get my laundry. I'll be right back.
Yep. Diogenes, you pointed out something really interesting. Is this just about the top brass?
Honestly, I think this is dissatisfaction on the part of a mercenary company, seeing a lot of their men getting killed. They feel like they've been abandoned. They want the top brass to change, but this is not entirely about the top brass. I think there's a lot of foreign influences pulling strings and manipulating things behind the scenes that are using this to their advantage, and he may think he's doing this for his own patriotism, but there's probably a lot of money changing hands, a lot of secret agents making promises, a lot of things going on that we just will never know about.
Right.
And as to him being allowed to take Moscow, I don't think it'll get to that. I think he's going to carpet bomb them before they get in, because it's going to be a lot easier to kill them before they're in Moscow than it is going to be to weed them out once they're already inside.
150 miles. Let's put this into perspective. I'm in Ohio. Tarus, you know about this. That's like a paramilitary group being, if so, for example, if they wanted to take Columbus, that's like them being in what, Cleveland? That is
That's like
absolutely
2 hours away.
terrifying.
That's like
That's terrible. Yeah, it is. That's terrifying, actually.
And that's a well-trained army.
And that's a well-trained army right at your doorstep. Tarus, go ahead, sir.
Hey guys, CT, thanks for letting me hop on. I know AFR just rolled off. That's my boy. Good seeing everyone else. I've been listening and I've just been staying patient, and I think AFR did you guys a disservice because he's underselling just how dangerous the Wagner group is. For the audience, for everybody listening, you have to understand that the Wagner group prior to this made up anywhere from 10 to 15% of Russia's entire invasion force in Ukraine. They have their paramilitary group is over 10,000. Do you understand how dumb it was for Putin to allow? Let's be clear, that's his private military group. Yeah. That's his boy. That's his military. That's not some military that I hate to use that phrase, went off the reservation. That's his stuff. That's his boy that runs that group. He allowed them to get that big. Do you guys realize that the guy, I can't pronounce his name right, but the guy whining about not having the arm, he runs the Wagner group, not having the arms. The reason why is because he knows where all the supply chains are, where all the logistics are. He knows how much ammo is reserved for where and what unit. The reason why he's upset right now is because his soldiers, his mercenary group, are currently the highest trained Russian troops in Ukraine, because all the trained Russian troops are already dead. That's why there's a whole bunch of 18, 19-year-olds who don't know what they're doing, not getting their butts killed in Russia. And we have to remember something.
Ukraine.
We have to remember something. Yeah. And AFR, you should know this better than anyone else. Guys, what did we really expect to happen when part of your army is a bunch of your former prisoners that you put in prison because you live in a country where you can go to jail simply for speaking out against the Kremlin? What do you think it was going to happen when you take 30,000 prisoners, your prisoners, and put a weapon in their hand and say, hey, go fight this country? But bro, you was the one who imprisoned me, not Ukraine. You see how easy it is to flip? Even if this was a CIA op, this was on rookie level. Because we watched in 4K, ultra high definition, a World War II Cold War style dictator like Putin using a Soviet Union tactics in 2023. This is not World War II war. We're not in the middle in the middle of nowhere yelling ready, aim, fire. We've been, ever since Crimea happened, the United States military has been training Ukrainian military on all the tactics we learned from the Taliban and ISIS, guerrilla warfare, defensive measures, because modern combat is urban combat. It's not jungle warfare. It's not any of that crap anymore.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so right now you're seeing
subterranean,
Wagner group,
subterranean too.
Subterranean. Thank you, AFR. You're seeing a guy right now who is combat experienced. The Wagner group is combat experienced, and he's watching a whole bunch of the normal Russian army getting their asses kicked. Right now, the mercenaries that Putin recruited from the Middle East, they're fighting better than the Russian army. Remember, Russia right now, you got a whole bunch of young men. By the way, how many of these young men initially supported invading Ukraine in the first place? They now fleeing the country because they don't want to get drafted into the army and go fight in Ukraine. Right? So you already got a bunch of busted vehicles, old equipment. You was already getting your asses hit to you by Ukrainian army using U.S. hand-me-downs, not actual NATO troops on the ground. And now your own homeboy is looking at this going, bro, you were a fraud.
I'm going to disagree with a little bit of what you're saying, but go ahead, Tarus, keep cooking.
It's just like, you look at that, and just from the because we have to remember we're not Eastern, or we're not a mix like Russia. We're Western, so we're gonna have a Western mind frame. For them, it doesn't matter how many bodies you throw at something as long as the objective is one, right? You got to remember, like the Finnish and Russian war that they had. It doesn't matter how many people die as long as they get the territory gains. They're not getting the territory gains, and now the war has bled into Russian borders. Go ahead, AFR.
You said a lot of good things. I agree with actually quite a bit of what you said. Even though I did miss some. One thing I will say about their equipment: the Russian military industrial complex has kicked in the high freaking gear. Okay, they are getting more and more reliable equipment. 6 months ago,
AFR, here's the problem though, AFR. I agree with you, but we already saw what happens when they use their high-end equipment. Because let's be clear, one thing which was true, they were more advanced than us in the hypersonic missile technology. I think you and I agree with that. Here's the problem. Again, you're not trying to destroy, you are trying to occupy. So you can't destroy the things you're trying to occupy. So what good is a hypersonic missile if you can't aim it at the skyscraper because you need it to be up? What good is all those tanks you got if you can't actually roll it into the city because it'll destroy the things you're trying to occupy? Because we live in a world today where modern combat is about occupying because you got to pay for the crap you destroy.
And you are 100% correct, but here's where you're a little bit wrong. The Russian mindset when it came into this actual offensive or to deal with Ukraine on the border regions is not to quote unquote destroy everything. Obviously they want to save civilian life, whatever, but also it's they want to destroy the Ukrainian military and their ways to wage war. That's what their main concern is. So that's why they haven't been taking territories as fast as people want and having the gains people want, is because just like this counteroffensive fell with Ukraine, they want more of it. They want them, because the thing about Bakhmut, now we hear two competing narratives on how it went down. I don't know who to believe. The end is going to justify or say what actually happened in Bakhmut, the history, like in a few years from now. That's when we'll really know. But here's the two narratives. One is Zelensky went there and sent units there, and they just defended the area, and the Russians just killed all themselves, all to take it. And they lost all their equipment, and they lost all their best people. And it was just, for them, or whatever. And then finally Ukraine was like, okay, we had enough, and we're just gonna gracefully move back, and then we're gonna start a counteroffensive. So that's one narrative. The other narrative is, oh, we had this we framed our whole offensive strat or a whole strategy to face our Russian strategy to get them to come to all these places to fight us. We're not going to use our best units and all that stuff. We'll use Wagner, to take it over, but we're not going to use our best units. We'll have the airborne there, whatever, National Guard, whatever. And Ukraine's are going to keep throwing their best units, because this is what people keep saying. And there's evidence to kind of support this a little bit, that Ukraine threw some of their best units at Russia, and they all got chopped up, and they still left Bakhmut. And like I said, they still have. They still hold on. They still real quick. I'm almost done. They still do have a big core of NATO trained equipment units that are still in the reserves that haven't been touched yet. But they also have sent the pre-trained NATO units and equipment that were trained from 2014 until now, and a lot of that stuff already into Bakhmut, and they gone. So that has happened.
Right. So
AFR, Ukrainians in Bakhmut were getting 15 kills to 1.
So real quick, AFR, I agree.
Dude, I'll take those odds as a military leader any day.
That's me. Me relying on the Russians say the same thing. That's me relying on the Russian military defense, and that's me relying on the Ukrainian military defense. I don't trust either.
So AFR,
I know,
we have to remember real quick, AFR. Unfortunately, because of the position that Ukraine's in, all their units are going to have to be the best they have. We got to remember that this is a very underpowered underdeveloped military. So any unit they send is the best they got, right? We have to understand that. And then two, we have to understand, unfortunately, AFR, everything you said was right in conventional warfare, right? Unfortunately, Russia's most powerful military organization is a private organization. It's the Wagner Group. It's not actual Russian military, right? So,
well, we haven't talked about the Russian airborne,
right? But we're talking about
dude. Their airborne forces have been they were decimated in the first weeks trying to take the Kiev airport.
Yeah. See, that's the thing.
Destroyed.
And they refitted and rearmed, and they're still holding the line. Because remember when, and not to cut you off, Therese, but when there was a hold on, Mail. There was a Mail during Kherson when they pushed the Russians back. Whoever you listen to, whatever. Okay, they pushed the Russians back. The one unit that stopped the Ukrainians from pushing the Russians all the way damn into the sea and out of Crimea were the Russian airborne. They literally held the breach and stopped the great glorious Ukrainian units from advancing any further. The airborne unit that was decimated, which they're like, yes, you are correct. They were highly decimated, but they were able to have enough veterans to rearm, retrain, and get people back out there.
If I can interject here for a second, you mentioned 15-1 Ukrainian soldiers versus
no,
Russian
sir.
soldiers.
No, sir. The Russian tactic in Bakhmut was to send conscript Wagner troops forward and try and flank with their own experienced troops.
And these are a lot of the
Russians were throwing 10 to 15 people to get one Ukrainian kill and losing them.
Yeah, and unfortunately,
I will take those odds any day of the week.
If I may,
okay.
Where are we getting these statistics from?
Unfortunately, a lot of from the Russians themselves, man. Unfortunately,
We don't have access to the Russian information. YouTube shut down the Russians. They kicked RT off. They kicked all the Russian media off of all.
Bro, this
platforms.
is the internet, and this is
cannot get
2023.
Dude, Russian. You have to realize Russian media.
Yes, they credible.
Russian media is state owned.
No, listen.
have to realize-
The Western media engages in perception shaping. Okay, that's why they got rid of RT. Perception shaping. You can't have a competing narrative, so you can make up your own mind. So of course, everybody in the West is going to think they are killing 10-8-1. Russians are saying they're killing 7-1. I don't know who to believe. Like I said,
Putin himself.
Mail. The victory will vindicate those numbers in the end. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. So I don't know who to believe, but as of right now, I'm like, I think the Ukrainians have lost a lot more people than people are letting on. That's all I'm going to say.
Wagner has admitted they lost 20 to 30,000 in Bakhmut.
The same
of the conscripts they were given.
150 miles. That sound made up, man.
So the thing
Sounds
is, right?
phony.
Ukraine, we don't know. The body counts are always going to be lower because we have to remember this is an active war zone. We're not going to know the number until probably 6 months to a year after everything is over with. All right. Now, what is true is that Ukraine has lost more than they're letting on, but what's also true is that Russia has lost a lot more than they're letting on. It might not be 15-1, but AFR, you know better than anyone else that 7-1 is still really bad. And right now, the thing that the Wagner group, the reason why...
The Russians are reporting that they're killing, for every Russian soldier that's killed, they're reporting 7 Ukrainian casualties or deaths.
Hell no.
Right.
Hell no.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I do not know.
Yeah, and we won't know. And so, and I agree with that, AFR. We won't know. The thing we have to remember is that the Wagner group, that's pro-Russia. Those are are the best Russians they have to offer as far as training and everything like that goes. And that is a big major force of the overall Russian military. So the fact that coup is going on, right?
They're a lot smaller than you're given. Like the Russian, you have to understand the Russian military just went through a period of conscription where they have literally almost 300,000 under Putin's contract. Hold on. They're under Putin's contract as we speak. They haven't even been put into the fray in Ukraine. So what I'm saying,
I agree with that. But here's the thing. They are Mayo, please. AFR. I agree with that. But what's also true is that there's already been conscripts that have been in active service and are being killed. One of the big reasons why the Wagner Group is so pissed off is because of the lack of ammunition, the lack of resupply, the lack of the logistics. You have to remember, even at the start of this invasion,
and they're blaming Shoigu. They're blaming Shoigu, not Putin and the Russian government. They're blaming Shoigu.
But that's what I'm saying. That's a big problem. You're sending a bunch of untrained bodies with little to no ammunition to die for what?
Well, they're a lot better equipped than people are giving them equipment. I mean, they're a lot better equipped than people. The average Russian conscript or infantryman, now they do have contract and conscript. So we have to understand which units are contract and which units are conscript. And even some of the conscript places where they have the highest level of corruptions, lower levels, whatever, not as good soldiers, they still are being equipped better than they traditionally have been.
Right.
And
they're
that's
not being armed, though. Their equipment might be okay, but they're not being armed, and that's the problem. The Wagner Group needs bullets. They need ammunition. They already got Kevlar and
I thought Wagner had all these sources of
I thought Russia was
funding,
Russia was our greatest adversary.
They could get all these bullets everywhere. AFR, now they can't get none.
AFR, remember, they told us Russia was our greatest adversary. They was that
I
dude.
can interject for a second. Look, we're believing again. We're basing all of this information off what we're being told. We're getting information from Wagner Group, who is now marching on Moscow. This is not a reliable source of, hey, these are the people we can trust to tell us what Russia is doing. All right, we have all the information from the same people who pushed the ghost of Kiev on us. I mean, that was a bunch of BS. The actual state media from Russia, which yes is Russia controlled, we can't hear what they're saying though. We don't get to know. Right. And if anybody in the U.S. or these Western countries start speaking out against it, they get shadow banned, shut down, kicked off of platforms. So we can't trust our own sources over here to tell us what's going on if we have any information there. So basically, we're all in the dark right now.
And literally, there's three Russia shills on YouTube, and that's
Vladimir Putin just did a press conference that everyone could go watch on BBC and Al Jazeera on YouTube right now, discussing the traitor that is the Wagner Group, the betrayal they are actually doing. That is out of his own mouth. If you don't want to believe the media or anyone else, then believe Vladimir Putin, who just said it.
Yeah, but guess what? But Tarush, you're missing the point. There's general amnesty to Wagner troops right now.
Why
if they put down their arms, and sign a, I'm just saying, Tarush, there's a powerful weapon at play right here, and it's gonna say a lot over the next few days and weeks. They have general amnesty. They put their weapon down and sign a military defense contract. They good. Everybody's safety promised. So,
right. But AFR, this is their homeboy, and that is supposed to be Putin's personal military group.
The leader. No, ain't nobody talking about the Wagner leadership. I'm talking about the rank and file Wagner guys. They have the.
But that's what I'm saying. Think about the rank and file Wagner guys. The prisoners, the former prisoners of those Russians.
Most of those guys are dead. Most of those guys were dead. They were used as cannon fodder, dog. The ones that lived, they did their contract and left, and they're making blogs right now. They're not back in Ukraine, dog.
Can you imagine what it's going to be like if Putin has to bomb his own country, his own borders, bro?
Yeah, exactly.
People's lines are people already choosing sides in Russian society right now.
Well, that's the thing. Let them, bro. They deserve it. That's what I'm saying.
Like, this Wagner business is going to come to a close, but it's not going to be some breakaway Russian freedom republic that our elites have been salivating over for the last 100 years.
But AFR, the upper management of Wagner Group has access and knows every supply depot, every military equipment.
They have access now? They have access now? They have access now.
Yes, of course.
They can know, but they have access?
AFR, you understand that the Wagner Group right now is the Russian equivalent of ISIS. Those are former Iraqi troops that are now Russian mercenaries. They know their country like the back of their hand, dog.
Tarus, what's their full fighting force? The number, like just rough estimate of the Wagner Group.
As I recall, it's over 10,000.
10,000. how many soldiers has Russia conscripted the last year?
How many
Just conscript, not contract or volunteer, not contract or volunteers. I'm talking about conscripts.
Okay, you're stuck over quantity, not quality.
Better. It might want to make the army better than what it is, man. Wagner.
Right? It doesn't matter how many troops you have if they can't fire. It doesn't matter.
So what about the 80,000 volunteers that signed up for no pay to fight for Putin's interests?
Well, what about all the Russian men that are fleeing the country because they don't want to sign up for the war? What about that? If we're going to do the what about?
They don't want to fight. They don't want to war.
Okay, they already left. And a lot of those people were liberals or rich liberals that could afford to leave and escape.
Right now,
hold on. Or people that could afford to leave. Okay? Most everyday Russians either love Russia or they too poor to leave, so they got to fight anyway, and that's the reality. Okay, whether they like Putin or not. But one thing I will say is this whole thing we're talking about is literally the dissolution of Russia. This is what the West has wanted for 100 years, and I'm just saying it's a little too early to call.
No, it's not.
I'm just saying it's a little too early to call it. That's all I'm saying. And it's not me being pro-Russia. It's not me being pro-Russia. And I'm not saying you're accusing me of that. But what I'm saying is, it's just done. I don't see the conditions.
AFR, I wasn't saying anything was over. I was just saying like.
Yeah, I got you. But if what you're saying is correct, this leads to that. That's what I'm saying.
Let's be clear.
I don't see how it wouldn't.
Are we done with this?
I'm saying. So that's all I'm saying. Like Russia's a lot stronger than we give it credit for. It's a big bear. So I'll just say that. And this is not me shilling for Russia or being pro-Russia. This is just what I see and what I know about Russia.
Yeah. All right. Now, can I interject here about Russia's capabilities?
Sure, white man. Sure. There's no order here.
Their troops were starving and hurting for ammunition.
Yep.
When they invaded a country next door to them. Did you ever go hungry in Iraq or Afghanistan?
Nah.
Did you ever run out of ammo?
We had MREs. We had MREs.
Hungry, bro.
Correct, and that was halfway across the world.
Again,
Russia's military was a paper tiger. And barely a regional power.
So how come they're still resupplied in Syria then?
Exactly. I mean,
that's an example of being spread too thin, though, right?
AFR are inaccurate.
But it flies in the face of what he just said. If they don't have the capability to resupply themselves in Syria, they'd be like, "We're starving Russians in Syria. Our air force is starving. We can't help the Syrian government bomb these people."
Exactly. The Russians are starving and they have no bullets. And the government
I want Mayo to cook real quick. I want Mayo to cook real quick. But you realize, AFR, if Putin was any sort of real strategist, he would have at least brought them from Syria, and it at least would have been a little bit different than it is now. You got to admit.
Why would they need to bring them from Syria? You talking about Wagner? Bring them Wagner from Syria?
No, I'm talking about Putin bringing the Russian military.
They're still there. They're still there conducting operations.
Yeah, I would have brought them up already.
Sir? How many?
They don't need to. They don't need to. Russians have thousands of airframes, dude, helicopters and fixed wing aircraft. I don't even know what y'all talking about.
Let me read these super chats real quick, guys. Passion with the $5 super chat says, Bob, Corin said Putin need a hanger so he can get out of where he's not wanted. CT, I got black digits and is often handed shade, now fingerprinted. Bob with the $2 super chat says Corin is still bad about the hanger. Rock says, it's funny, let me guess, a lot of people up here talking, having no idea what is actually going on.
Exactly.
Joshua says, I'm in Cleveland right now. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Go ahead. Hold on for a second. Let me get 777. You've been waiting, man. Go ahead, sir, real quick.
Oh, I got to talk real quick.
Yeah, because are you going to stay on topic, sir? Are you going to talk
I'm going to stay on topic. I got to talk. You got to say, hey, talk real quick. Like am I, child?
Yeah, what do you want to say about what's going on, man, over in Russia?
All right. I mean, we just let, I guess, AFR and Tarus take over the whole show for the.
You know why I let them take over the show, sir? Because they're heroes. They're not cowards like you who didn't serve. They know what they're talking about. They were in the military. You're a
Come on,
coward.
Sir, did you serve CT?
No, I didn't, sir.
Okay, so you're a coward yourself. Thank you.
Okay, well, hey, man,
all right. Can I talk about
No,
the Wagner
actually,
group?
he served the children of America and the youth of America. Unlike you, scum. Unlike you, he actually did something for his country. Unlike you, sir.
That's enough, sir.
Stop. Go ahead, 777. Go ahead.
Now I'm gonna be honest. Listen.
Yeah, heroes can talk as long as they want. 777.
Yeah, they can talk. Okay, well, not over me. I don't care. So I don't care if you fought in 1,000,000 wars. I don't give. So here we go. Respectfully, guys, I understand these gentlemen have fought in wars. They respectfully, I say this with all due respect, they have PTSD. Now, me as a guest. I'm serious. I'm not trolling. As a guest, I get it. You guys want to talk about war every single minute of your life. You hear the bombs going off in your head when you sleep. I get it. We are on a goddamn YouTube channel. It's not that serious. There's people in the chat that are here for entertainment. I don't want to get PTSD with you guys talking about the Wagner Group for an hour straight with chaos. You guys arguing with each other. You ain't even talking about nothing. You're just yelling at each other. I came here to have a good time, and you guys are ruining it for me.
777. You know why it's important to talk about
now,
this?
I'd like to talk about the Wagner Group.
Go ahead.
Can I say one thing?
No,
777. Okay, I'll just be really quick, sir. I'll be really quick. I'll be really quick, sir. Please.
No.
Please.
No.
Please.
No.
Please.
No.
Please. As a PTSD American, I would like to say something. Look, I got PTSD. Thank you. Look, I'll just say you can let him back on so he can say his piece. But one thing is, like, if I wasn't so sensitive, like, I would be disgusted. Okay, because I have been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder from combat. But guess what? I know how to conduct myself. But there are other veterans that actually have been through way more than me and seen way more than me, okay, that actually struggle a lot more than I do. So for you to even make fun of that just shows your mindset. You know what I'm saying? That just shows the level of respect you have for Korean War veterans, and you have for World War II veterans, and you have for Black Korean War veterans. And I'll just say that.
Power of the Banana with the $10 super chat says the whole world is supporting the Ukraine with military aid, and they can't, or they still can't win. Ukraine, most overrated country in history. That is pretty funny, considering the fact that they have been getting billions of dollars in foreign aid, or not foreign aid, military aid from our senile president.
Just for Russia to set it on fire, chaotic.
Go ahead, you can respond to it. What'd you say?
I'm gonna
just for Russia to set it on fire, chaotic. That's where all the money's going.
Yeah. Yep. Go ahead, Tarus.
Go ahead, back to Tarus. I just can't get my point across.
Supporting Ukraine with military aid, and yet they still can't win. Ukraine, most overrated country in history. I'm surprised. I'm confused. Who invaded who? Ukraine is winning simply because Russia has not succeeded in their invasion.
This is what winning looks like?
Not won.
This is what winning looks like?
Ukraine
they ain't got Crimea, dog.
The war is still going on. No one has won. But remember, all y'all was talking about
Tarus, they're taking
these for 3 months, and Russia was just gonna steam right on through. And Ukraine is over there playing defense with U.S. hand-me-downs and giving them that work.
Okay, Tarus, mind you, a third of their country isn't in their hands, okay? And then we're not even including Crimea, okay? Say if they push the Russians all the way back to the Russian border in the east. How many Ukrainians is it going to take Crimea? I'm just curious. What number?
Remember, it's a different mentality as long as the goal's achieved, right?
What number will a Ukrainian mind fathom that it's worth taking Crimea? I'm just curious. Russians lost 25 million in World War II. What number could a Ukrainian stand for Crimea to be taken? Right. I'm just curious.
All right.
I don't know. But
is a modern Russian going to take those kind of losses?
I just need a number.
I just need a number. Interrupting. How's the white man interrupting now?
Here's the thing, AFR. In that
where's the order in this show?
In that hypothetical, Ukraine also joins NATO, and they're also joined into.
You notice how they never give a number.
Well, no one knows the number.
ASR.
No one knows the final number.
ASR. Are the Russian people
25,000, 50,000. There's a number.
Stop. Are the Russian people going to today going to take 25 million in losses? My answer is no.
It's not World War II. I was using that as an example, sir. Stop it.
Wait. You're comparing
what is the
apples and
number?
oranges situation. That's the apples and oranges situation. When the Russians lost 27 million in World War II, that was a purely defensive war for their survival. You cannot compare an offensive situation to a defensive situation. This is listen. Russia already knows that their war in Ukraine is for survival. Otherwise, NATO will be fully surrounding them on their doorstep. All right. Everyone's going crazy about what's going on in Ukraine and trying to relate it to what's going on with Wagner, but the timing doesn't even make any sense, which is why I'm shocked no one's even talking about it. Okay, the Russian MOD even came out last week and said that, as we all know, and there's tons of receipts to back it up, that right now this greatest counteroffensive by Ukraine is a debacle right now. They lost 14,000 troops, over 250 tanks, twice as many armored vehicles. They haven't even got past Petihati. They haven't even got to the first line of defense in Tokmak. Okay. Krasny Liman is about to be taken by the Russians over in the Donbass region. They're about to relaunch another offensive towards Izium. This is honestly, to me, it's insane that we're even talking about this. What's crazy is I've been scouring Telegram last night when I first heard the news, and today I've seen one plane falling out of the sky that was on fire. I've seen a bunch of videos of troops that are in Rostov-on right now who are around civilians taking pictures, laying on the ground in the middle of the street. I've seen the video between Yakov and Yevgeny Prigozhin, who are discussed that he took prisoner. It's like a casual conversation, guys. This is a psyop. This is a massive psyop. People, please. This is comical. I'm laughing at everyone right now, going crazy. This is a psyop. You don't understand that Putin and Prigozhin are homies? This is a massive psyop.
This is not a psyop, sir.
No, let's look at the two possibilities. Okay, let's look at the two possibilities. Let me hear. Either it's real or it's not. Okay, so if it's real, okay, and Prigozhin really does want to take Rostov-on, and he wants to be head of the military. He wants to supplant Shoigu. He wants to supplant Gerasimov. Okay, then in that case, it gives if Prigozhin really is a threat, it gives Putin pretext to declare martial law and fully mobilize Russia. And then what happens? He surrounds Rostov-on. He surrounds every position where Wagner troops are at, because they'll be outnumbered at least 10-1. They'll surrender because they don't want to die horribly. And then what's Russia going to do with all these extra troops? I guess we're just going to send them home. No, he's going to use it as a pretext to launch them towards Ukraine. Or B, it's fake. It's a psyop, like it is. And the two of them planned this, and it'll be mostly bloodless. I'm sure some will die. Russia's okay with that. It'll be mostly bloodless. They'll end up taking all these troops. They'll lock up a bunch of these Wagner troops. Then, Putin will pardon Prigozhin. And then what will they do with all these extra troops? Oh, I guess we just can't. We got to do something with them. Guess they'll go to Ukraine. This is a psyop, an excuse for Putin to fully mobilize, and it's being done brilliantly. And you know why I say that? Because if things were going to be that bloody and that violent, we would see tons of video of clashes in the street. And what have we seen? I've seen a couple pictures of downed aircraft.
Hold on, man. Now we're getting into the Sandy.
No, seriously, they're just pictures and people saying aircraft were shot.
I've seen one video of a plane falling out of the sky that was on fire. I've seen several pictures of so-called down Ka-52s. They're just pictures of wreckage. That's all we know. Okay. Most of the video that we've seen, and even the video that's been around the headquarters of the Wagner troops, right? Wagner headquarters, it's been empty. There was one APC and one truck. Most of this convoy that Wagner is rolling through, it's a couple tanks, a few APCs, and mostly pickup trucks. This is a joke, man. It's really a joke. It's meant to distract.
Bunch of lies.
It's meant to distract. Mayor, I didn't interrupt anybody. I understand. I was very patiently waiting. Most of what we've seen with these vehicles are civilian vehicles. This is meant to distract from what's really going on, and that's it. Russia's about to launch a massive counterattack in the Donbass to retake all the territory they lost in the Kharkiv offensive. That's what's going to end up happening. You mark my words. Or, and this is something that I was discussing with other people last night, I believe that this is going to be, I think this is a bait and switch, that Ukraine is going to end up getting so overconfident that Russia's distracted with Wagner forces that they may get ballsy enough to launch a full-on offensive into Russia, and then bam, pretext for war to fully mobilize, and you will completely surround Ukrainian forces. because this army is going to be broken after this counteroffensive fails. Then the war will be over. It will just help accelerate the process. This is just a giant
war was going to be over last
year.
You said the war is going to be over 3 days after the invasion. You said the war is going to be over in a few months, and here we are. Hey, just like that economy is going to crash at any moment. Any moment, Bitcoin's make that rally, bro.
Hey, can I say one thing? Look, like you said.
I'm up for AFR. Give me 1 second. I got to read these super chats. Joshua with the $2 super chat. 777. Let the hero speak, you lame. I agree with Joshua.
He didn't say 777.
Well, we know.
You just made that up.
We know who he's talking about.
You're
Joanna
lying.
With the $5 super chat says, I'm a veteran. Salute to you, Joanna, for killing our foreign enemies. Y'all have to talk for 2 hours. Let 777 speak.
Exactly. Why don't you read that one again? Read that one for the people in the back a little louder.
I'm gonna activate the blue cousin rule in a minute. Okay, I'm giving you some leeway here.
Yep.
Lap says, aren't they the Russians using military strategy of the cauldron, i.e., or such as grinding total destruction of Ukrainian forces? I guess I'm gonna have Jay Rillo answer that one. And Power of the Banana with the $10 super chat says 100% agree with Jay. Russia luring them into thinking they are wounded and struggling, and it's Ukraine's time to shine and get ballsy. Then boom, Russia drops the hammer. Jay Rillo, and then Tarus. Go ahead, Jay Rillo.
Listen, Russia is really well known for using cauldron tactics, but I think that's more of a Soviet tactic, Mayo. You can fact check me on that. I believe that's a tactic they used back in the Soviet era, but they're also using old school Mongol tactics. What do? You feign retreat, and then what do? You attack on the flanks and you surround. These are old school step tactics that riders would use. That's exactly what they're doing. I mean, they're actually utilizing the art of war. You look weak when you are strong. Okay, Russia was able to, in a partial mobilization, they had 300,000 troops that they were able to call up. This year, they have a mandatory 150,000 troops that will be getting called up for their mandatory 1-year service of military. If Russia really wanted to, they could mobilize 5 million troops. They have the population to do it. Why is that?
Jay.
Because if Ukraine, with a population that dwindled down to 25 million, go ahead, CT, go ahead.
Bob has a good question, but okay, by what metrics is Russia winning? I didn't
say Russia was winning, for one, but
okay.
I will say they're going to, well, it depends on how you look at it. Because if you want to get into this philosophical debate of semantics of who's winning and who's not, Russia has more of Ukrainian territory than Ukraine has of Russian territory. Ukraine's done nothing but gain territory back. If you want to have this philosophical debate of what you consider winning, we can do that. You're really just arguing situations and semantics. That's not my argument. We can do that for another time. But my point is this. We're looking at the situation right now with the Wagner Group, and we're saying, okay, finally, the Wagner Group is looking to take power. The people of Russia are rebelling. I think my man to my right already mentioned it, that the people who wanted to leave Ukraine already left. Okay? The ones who didn't want to fight, they left. The ones who wanted to protest, they either got arrested or they fled Russia, and Russia let them. Okay? The idea that there's this terrorist cell or that Yevgeny Prigozhin is working with NATO, this is insane, man. This is a giant psyop. And what's going on in Ukraine right now, okay? Can you say, even if you say that Russia's not winning, even if you say that Russia's losing, okay, let's go with that. That would mean that they lost 20,000 troops of Bakhmut to kill 50,000 Ukrainian troops. And we know that Ukraine can continue to feed in troops over the 10 months they fought over Bakhmut and still lost. They continuously, daily fed in troops. And then we look at what's going on in Zaporizhia and what's going on in the eastern end of Kherson, okay? Ukraine already launched, and we have plenty of receipts. You can go on Telegram. In fact, you don't have to go on Telegram. Go on Google and look up the pictures. Look at the armored vehicle graveyards that they left behind, and the fact that they've actually captured Leopard 2s. They've actually captured Leopards, and you've had video of Russian soldiers on top of these. They haven't even reached Tokmak. There's 3 levels of defense that the Russians spent over a year building, and they haven't even reached the first level. The timing doesn't make any sense. Because right now, if you want to go with the paradigm, if you want to go with the paradigm that more Russian troops have died than Ukrainian troops, it has flipped. Because now more Ukrainian troops are dying than Russian troops.
I'm sorry.
If you listen to the daily numbers, it's in the several hundreds every single day.
I'd like to say something now.
It's not a real rebellion.
You know what?
Go ahead.
No, for real, you guys are out of control.
Right.
Hang on a second.
If the Russian military was as strong,
I mean, what's going on here on this
they
panel?
would have not needed. They would have not needed to mobilize twice already.
They only partially mobilized once, and they're 150,000.
Are you girls done arguing with each other? Can we talk here? Why are you? Well, listen.
Bro,
This is about Ukraine and shut up, Guru. Shut up for a second. Shut up. Why are you guys in the white man's business? First of all, why are you guys in the white man's business? This is Ukraine and Russia. Let the white men do what we need to do.
Shut up for a second. Shut up. Why?
Go ahead, 777. Joanna, I did read your super chat too, but I'll read it again. It says, I'm a veteran. Y'all have talked for 2 hours. Let 777 speak. I've read that already. Go ahead, 777. Are you there?
Yeah, Mama Carol, make sure you close your tabs when you come up here. All right? I'm sick of you guys arguing with each other. This is what's going on. You guys are just arguing with each other here. And Jay, why are you in the white man's business? Enough with your stats about Russia and Ukraine. You let us take care of what we need to take care of, all right? This is a white man's war.
Jay is probably more white than you are, 777.
This is a white man's war, sir, first of all. The Wagner group, and you know what? And I don't claim them because Putin was trying to explain that the Wagner group and in Ukraine, they have neo-Nazis. They got Nazis. When Putin was talking about Nazis, he was talking about the Wagner group. You guys forgot about that? Huh? He said Ukraine's got Nazis.
777. Okay. What if they do have neo-Nazis? All right, now answer the question. What if they do have neo-Nazis?
Stop muting me. You need some stats?
But what if they... Okay, I didn't say that they didn't, but what if they do have neo-Nazis in the rank? Why did you bring that up?
And there's only 50,000 soldiers.
Why did you bring that up, 777? Why did you bring up the fact they had neo-Nazis?
Gentlemen, you guys have talked for an hour straight. Let me talk.
I'm asking you, why did you bring up the fact that they have neo-Nazis in some of those units?
It is what it is. Neo-Nazi.
Go ahead, 777. Why did you bring that up?
I'm about to give my kid a beating right now.
Joshua with the $5 super chat says, "Shut up, 777. You are a lame."
You don't have enough money to shut me up, sir. Money talk.
777, seriously, why did you bring that up? You brought it up for a reason. Why did you bring up the fact that
because if you look what they're doing in Africa, okay, if you guys actually
the Wagner group, you're talking about the Wagner group that's in
they're in Chad. Yeah, they're in Chad. Yeah. Okay, listen, they're trying to take over. Sir, I know it's your show, okay, Hollywood, but can you just relax for a second, CT?
I'm about to activate it.
Now all of a sudden you're all famous, and Rico in the chat, you're a trans, sir. You can't talk to me. You're not allowed to talk to me. Go get your surgery and shut up. Go ahead.
777. I believe the neo-Nazis.
No one's talking to you either, sir, white man.
Okay,
shut up.
I know about the situation. CT. I know about the situation in Chad, and it's not even a major situation.
Yeah,
So what if they have supposedly neo-Nazis in the ranks? What does that have to do with what's going on right now?
Okay, well, and you guys have got the conspiracy theories going and everything, and you guys are talking about the casualties and between Ukraine and this and that. How about this? If you guys are really so emotionally involved here, how come you guys ain't going over there to fight in this war? Because you guys can go join Ukraine and go get blown up by these Russian soldiers, just like they are.
We weren't, sir. What the hell are you talking about? We're talking about a mercenary group.
Because they're all emotional, like they want to go join the war. You guys, listen. You guys are soldiers. I respect you guys. Go join the war then. Why are you guys sitting on your couch?
I'm about to really mute. I'm about to activate it, dude. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Activate this. Huh? Go ahead.
We were talking about a possible coup, military coup. We weren't talking about the Ukrainian war at all. Well, they brought it up. We're talking about a possible replacement of government, sir, in Russia. What are you talking about?
CT, first of all, CT, I'm going to have my followers in your chat get Rico the trans out of here, okay? Because he's disrespectful in the chat. So, people, if you want Rico timed out or banned from the chat, you just go ahead and drop 50 to CT. Now, if America can't get rid of Putin, you think a couple Nazis wearing some swastika tank tops are going to get rid of Putin, sir? You sound ridiculous. You're too smart to sound stupid.
Battalion in Ukraine was the neo-Nazis, not the Wagner. You're getting them confused.
The Wagner Group are Nazis, sir. Just because you probably are a Nazi, you don't have to involve yourself in a man's conversation.
I'm gonna give you a little bit of leeway because
you're an idiot. Go ahead, Jay. Because
Actually,
I will say this:
you can literally Wikipedia the Wagner Group, and it does say that there's parts of the Wagner Group that are associated and affiliated with neo-Nazis.
Thank you, thank you, Chuck.
Yeah,
that part is true.
Talking about, I don't know what I'm talking about. You guys can be muted for a second. Lance, put a shirt on.
Whoa. Hold up. Dear God in heaven. Lance, listen, can you put on a shirt? Listen, I'm not gonna go into why. Can you just put on a shirt for me, buddy? Thank you so much, man. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Jesus Christ. Okay, 777. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, 777.
Sir, respectfully, hang on. Mama Carol.
Don't say anything to Mama Carol. Just talk about the topic, sir.
Yeah. Lance, put a shirt on.
Thank you.
Lance, put a shirt on.
All right. Don't ever come up here like that again.
Hey, I was working out this today, so
I didn't need it.
777, can you please talk about the topic, please, sir?
I didn't need an answer. Just don't do it again. All right. So not only are they Nazis, but this is a group of 50,000 men. Okay, 40,000 are convicts. Because if you guys want to just talk normal here, thank you, Roz. I love you too. If you guys want to talk normal, these are convict soldiers. Okay.
Thank you so much, Roz girl.
Yeah. No, thank you, Roz girl, from me.
Okay, go ahead, 777.
These are convicts. Okay, these are gang members. They're nothing to worry about. These aren't real trained soldiers. How many deaths? Can you guys say that? How many deaths have they had?
In Bakhmut, they lost 20,000, and most of those were conscripts.
No, they lost 10,000 max. Hang on, Jay. Hang on, because I know you're getting all hot and horny for this subject. Hang on.
Can I say something, 777?
No, you can't.
That was pretty funny.
You've talked for the last hour, sir. I'm here to bring the real.
CT, I got breaking news about this whole thing.
I got breaking news, sir. You got $10 because you interrupted me.
Well, you've been talking too long now, like these guys are saying.
Yeah, what's the breaking news, Lance?
The Wagner Group has halted. They're not going into Moscow now.
We talked about that 25 minutes ago. It's at the bottom of the screen.
I just woke up. I was sleeping.
We already talked about that. We were already talking about that.
Oh, I thought it was breaking the news.
No, you weren't, sir. You're breaking the internet with that goddamn wig on, though.
Thank you so much, Lance.
Hey, wig is my hair, you freaking moron.
Okay.
You got a white man with a
777. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So first of all, the Wagner Group he's doing it again. He can't just interrupt me.
777. Would you please?
It's $10, sir. Whoever you are, white man.
I haven't. Go ahead, 777.
God damn. You guys have no respect for the panel. First of all, you guys have been doing this to CT's show for the last teen years, okay? You guys have been disrupting his show. It's not about your voice, guys. It's about the overall panel, the chat.
777, would you get
sick of you guys thinking it's just your show? Go ahead.
Passion with the $10 super chat says 777 rock the mic respectfully. Go ahead, 777.
Thank you. God damn, you guys need to respect my goddamn authority. Shit.
Okay, you're out of here. I told you that you can't cuss. You did it anyway. Blue cousin rules.
Yo, bring them back, CT.
Bring them back, man. Go ahead, Jay or American First Rifleman, please.
I just wanted to speak to the Russian Nazi thing, and kind of put this to bed a little bit. And this is not me, AFR, the American Nazi man that loves the Nazi Russian people. Okay, this is just me looking at the information that's impartial or from what they've said themselves. Okay, so yes, Russia has had a ultra nationalist right wing problem in the 90s, early 2000s, where these people were crazy hooligans that would beat up immigrants all over Moscow, St. Petersburg, whatever, and they were a public safety problem and also a political problem. So Putin, being kind of a smart dude, what he did was he locked up and imprisoned and killed some of them, the ultra nationalist racist league. Like, there were literally people rocking swastika flags in Russia for whatever reason. I don't know why, but that's it. It was with us. So what he imprisoned a lot of these people, and he clandestinely in a way or culturally took over like fighting clubs, soccer clubs, like all these organizations that would have nationalist sentiments or racist sentiments or whatever, to where they kind of funnel them into these places, and they have kind of a loyalty to the Russian government. A lot of and I'll give you an example of some of these organizations. There's this organization called Crew Russia. They rock a lot of the same like or ancient like pagan Russian symbols, Slavic symbols and stuff like that, Viking, runic stuff or whatever. So they have that. They have Roosh, which is another organization that's very ultra nationalist or whatever. But like I said, they have allegiance to the Russian government more than they hate the Jews or they hate foreigners or whatever. They listen to the government first. They just have that veneer and that they're that outlet for the nationalist sentiment in this country. So all the racists right now that would normally, because all the real Nazis are actually in Ukraine fighting on behalf of the white race, you know what I'm saying? But these guys, they say, lip service and Nazi ideology, but more or less they're just pro-Putin Nazi people that just like maybe World War II symbology or something like that. So he's using these people on the front, on a battlefield, on a volunteer basis to kill Ukrainians.
So
that's
I was gonna let people rock on this whole Nazi thing because I really have no interest in talking about that. But AFR, now you just said some stuff that I have to check you and educate the panel and the audience on. The reason why there is a lot of Nazi sentiment in Russia is because Stalin was aligned with Hitler and the Nazis in World War II. The only reason he became enemies is because Hitler tried to invade. By the way, go ask somebody from Poland, AFR, how they view history. Do you think
they're not Russian? They're not Russian.
Russians as invaders or saviors?
CT
invaders because they're Polish.
Hang on, gentlemen. Let me ask the host. Excuse me, the host. Can I talk to the host?
They were aligned.
Can I talk to the host?
Let me read the super chat real quick.
Damn.
Joanna with the $5 super chat says, "Appreciate you, 777." I want to address somebody real quick. V-Dub, in the words of my friend's grandmother when we were little kids, you're ignorant little nigga. V-Dub, do you realize, sir, that black people should get involved with global politics, sir? I know it's hard. I know a lot of you blacks like smoking weed all day, listening to rap, having sex all day, watching Power all day. But, sir, you know why you should get involved with these? Give me a second. With these kind of conversations, Russia is a major player in the global financial market, my good man. A change in government, V-Dub Boogie, could lead to changes in the country's monetary and fiscal policies, V-Dub Boogie, which could have a knock-on effect on global financial markets, V-Dub Boogie, meaning that oil and natural gas prices will go through the roof, meaning food prices will go through the roof, things that affect even black people, V-Dub Boogie. So yes, you should get into these conversations, V-Dub Boogie. Call in, you ignorant nigga. Go ahead.
Who's benefiting from all that? Who's benefiting from all that?
Go ahead, go ahead, Jay.
I'd like to talk about what Lucky just said.
Go ahead, Jay.
I just want to bring up the point that, since you went on that tangent, where were all the pro-black people like Hoteps during when the Sudanese Civil War was raging on before they signed an armistice? How come none of them were talking about the thousands of American citizens that were over there, the fact that you got black people killing black people? Where was the support then?
The only time that I can recall in history, and I don't really want to get into a topic about moon crickets today, but the only time when Negroes have ever talked about black people globally was when blacks collectively on college campuses addressed the apartheid issue in South Africa. That was like the only time that I can remember. Other than that, Jay, I'm gonna tell you a Negro secret. niggas don't care about geopolitics, man. You know, to be completely honest with you.
It took Angelina Jolie to talk about freaking Rwanda. Or not Rwanda, excuse me, Darfur. It took a white woman to talk about Darfur for people to care.
I learned about it in school, man.
Okay, guys. I don't want. Listen, I was trying not to talk about you. I don't want to talk about mud sharks today. Let's just talk about Ukraine. I mean, Russia and what's going on. Let's just do that. Go ahead, Jay.
But the personalities behind it. Anyways, we're trying to say the personality involved.
Okay, Lucky, we're past that. Okay. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, Jay.
Anyways, as far as the whole the Nazi question, the founder of Wagner, I believe, was actually a self-proclaimed neo-Nazi, and he chose that name because it was Wagner was a composer that was Hitler's favorite. That's the reason why he named it that. But if we're going to go ahead and we're going to put the spotlight on the quote-unquote neo-Nazis in Russia, and then neglect the fact that there are literally whole battalions and literally a political party in Ukraine that is a neo-Nazi party. It's called Svoboda. You can look it up, by the way. That's kind of asinine. For any of you can go on Telegram and look up the pictures, or look up the videos, rather, of children throwing up the Roman salute and shouting out Sieg Heil in class, or look up the neo-Nazi summer camps that they have in Ukraine, which they do, by the way. You don't have to take my
audience.
word for it.
Did you just hear this misdirect? This man just talked about how asinine it would be to try to make the distinction between neo.
No, don't try to bait and switch.
Wait a minute. I hate to do this to Rose.
Tarus, it's $10.
I hate to do this 777. We got to stop cutting each other off. Tarus is $10 to come back, man. I was trying to hear you guys keep cutting off Jay. Let Jay finish. I rock with you, Tarus. I rock with you, man. But I got to implement the blue cousin rule now. It's too much cutting people off. Jay could be right. He could. I know he didn't serve in the military, respectfully, but he could be right. But he's very intelligent. He could be right about what he's saying. Go ahead, Jay. Please continue.
I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. You can go in Telegram. In fact, I have a video that I purposely saved in Telegram. I would send it to you, but I don't know if you're able to bring it up. And it's a classroom full of children throwing up the Roman salute and shouting out Sieg Heil, and teaching them. Their teacher is leading them in the salute. They're literally teaching these kids from the cradle. They're indoctrinating them into neo-Nazi ideology. They have a monument of Stefan Bandera in Lviv. They have a monument of a Nazi collaborator who killed his own people in Lviv. So the idea that for some reason they don't have a strong culture of neo-Nazi ideology in Ukraine is insane. The denazification process they're talking about is real. That's a real thing. The fact that you didn't just have the Azov battalion. Go ahead.
Oh, just really quick. Another instance of that influence is, I'll give two quick examples and I'll let you cook, brother. One is they denied World War II veterans the right to march in a yearly Victory Day parade, that they would do all that, whether you like Russians or not, calling press or whatever. They earned that right to march in legally in Ukraine. They could do that, but they were denied by people that wanted to have anti-Russian sentiment. So that's one, and that's a really big travesty. You can see the videos online, so on YouTube. And then the other one is that the World War II, there were bodies that were reburied from World War II that were SS from the 6th Army invading, freaking Russia, or they were actually like Galatian battalion guys. You can look all these people up. Anyway, they were Nazis. They were SS troops. Reburied them, and the people doing the ceremony in all World War II SS regalia, proudly saying, we're the descendants of Sieg Heil of these people, Ukraine forever, white race forever, and they reburied them. So stop. There's more. And one last thing, there's going to be a white nationalist terrorism problem just because all our dangerous shithead ones went to Ukraine, got combat experience fighting Russia. Now they're all over Europe and back in America. And you're going to see more people of color getting killed because of these people, and the Democrats plundered them.
You made a good point. America First right for me, but you did use a first word used to. So $10 come back to Big Time with the $2 super chat says Tarus. Jay is telling the truth. And Mr. Speak on It with the $5 super chat says, CT, you better worry about all these immigrants flooding the country that will affect your black butt before Russia will. The Ukraine is full of Nazis. I don't worry about any of that, my good sir. Mama Carrie, you've been patiently waiting. What say you? $20 to bring back Tarus and 777. Okay. Thank you so much, Rise Girl. You get the must be the money. Hold on for a second.
We are in a war.
Thank you. Thank you.
Financially, we are invested. We are invested financially to the gills. He's right. Democrats funded it. Yes, it's already affecting you. You just don't realize that whenever you go to the store, that it's all the way back to this war, all the way back to the people in the the man in the Oval Office, whatever you want to call him, and the way he's spending our tax dollars. And all the misdirection and everything going on, nobody's looking at the whole picture. We have boots on the ground and have had boots on the ground since this began. And people are getting information from the men who are coming back from the Ukraine, from this war. So we know what's going on. We have firsthand information. Here in Jacksonville, I'm in the middle of military.
What's going on, man? Hold on, we're taking big time with the super chat. You are aware of the Holodomor? How do you pronounce that, Jay? I know I've heard you mention this before. The Holodomor, 1932. Tarus, are you familiar with this?
Yes, and it doesn't matter. And so, can I respond to Jay? Because I'm sorry, that was some BS, bro. And here's why: you tried to tell the audience that it's asinine to worry about these different type of neo-Nazi groups, yet you won't be up here telling the audience that it was asinine for Putin to invade a country over said Nazis. You see the thing here? Somehow it's asinine to discuss it, but it's not asinine to kill each other over it. That is so stupid of you, Jay, and you should be ashamed of that ever coming out of your mouth. Let me be very, very clear about something here. This was an illegal war, such as the U.S. illegally invading Iraq, right? The Putin made some crap up. Every country gave him assurance that Ukraine was not eligible to join NATO, and he invaded anyway by himself, to the point the Chinese were surprised that he was actually serious about doing it. That's a real thing. People need to understand that this whole Nazi thing, if you're arguing about Nazis in Ukraine, you fell for Putin's misdirect. Congratulations. He told you that's why he invaded, and y'all was like, yeah. Even though y'all the same right-wingers who defend the Confederate flag. Even though that was the same Nazis that our grandfathers fought against in World War II. Y'all going.
If I could interject here, I'd actually...
Diogenes, give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
V-Dub says the blacks care too much about geopolitics and not our American struggle. V-Dub, can I ask you a question? How much money did you make last year? You don't have to give me the exact number. Did you make 5-6 figures last year?
I did.
How are you struggling again, sir?
My struggle is real because I'm waiting for my reparations and my 40 acres. Now, granted,
let's get you up out of here. Diogenes, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say,
you got the floor, bro.
Yeah, he wasn't really invading over the Nazis. I was merely bringing that up over what 777 said, and I don't deny that the Wagner group probably does have a lot of Nazis in it. We have a lot of Nazis.
It wasn't you. I was responding to Jay specifically. I'm sorry, my bad. Yeah. I want meaning you. I was responding to Jay. My bad, bro.
All right. There are Nazis even in the U.S. Army, but that doesn't make it a Nazi organization. It has to openly embrace the Nazism, marching with the flag, spewing the ideology, and so forth. For me to count the individuals as part of the greater whole. So I can't count the Wagner group as a Nazi group any more than I could count the U.S. military or the British military or any other military as it, just because a few bad apples slipped in. But as to it being a misdirect, I don't think that's why he went in there. He went in there because Russian citizens were being genocided and because he needed access to the land because they were shutting off water to parts of his territory. Recently acquired, mind you, but still, yeah, we shut off water to them and we started killing all of their people. And that was after we had a Soros-funded revolution to get rid of a Russian-friendly government. So we went in there, we toppled the government, we instigated a genocide, we supported literal Nazis marching in the streets with the swastika, and we tried to put nuclear missiles on his doorstep. And it was running out. He agreed multiple times that if they said they could never join NATO, he would back off, and we said no. So they couldn't get into NATO at that moment, but it was coming, and we all saw it. So
you really believe this NATO-Russian border narrative, man? Really?
I mean, it's actually true, Tarus. It's actually the truth.
Lithuania is a NATO country already on the border.
He doesn't want any more of them. He's
already on the border.
Look, Tarus.
And by the way, Finland is now a NATO country on the border. Congratulations.
Okay, Tarus. It's not that they were necessarily they didn't want any of them to join NATO, but the thing about it is they were more concerned with them being neutral, but people kept pushing the issue. Putin himself, hold on. Putin himself, listen, hold on, listen. Putin himself said, y'all need to stop doing this during the Munich conference, okay?
Putin is not the president of NATO, AFR. I mean, he's not the president of Ukraine. Ukraine is a sovereign, independent country. If they want to join the EU, they can do that. If they want to try and join NATO, they can go through the process of doing that.
Actually, no, they can't. There's actually a ruling.
Okay, all right. Who's got the audio plans? That Mama Carol?
Hold on. Can I ask a question real quick?
No, you can't, sir. You can wait a second, just like we all are. Thank you. No, thank you.
Did America not promise that they would put any more countries on the border of Russia included in NATO? And Ukraine asked for membership, and that's why they got invaded. Is that not the truth?
Ukraine is not in NATO. They weren't eligible
to
join NATO.
For membership.
Told that.
They asked for membership. They asked for membership. I don't want to argue with Ukraine. Go ahead, I get it, brother. I get it. Respect your service. I don't want to argue the fact.
That's not about a service thing, sir. That's not a service thing.
Hold on for a second. Dirty Dude with the $2 super chat says the man in the Nike shirts, that's Tarus, is 100% right in what you said. V-Dub, give me a second. V-Dub, what do you think about this indiscretion on the part of the Wagner Group into Russia, sir? What do you think about that?
I believe the Wagner Group is being what they should be as being the pawns in a war. They were thrown to the front line and being killed majoritively during this war, and now they're a little bit frustrated. Their frustration has taken it to the point where there might be a possible civil war. So yes, Wagner, however you say it, has a responsibility, especially the leader, since they're being slaughtered and not the Russian people who are just running and being cowards and running to the Ukrainians and saying, please don't kill me, put me in jail. I'd rather stay in the Ukrainian jail than go to the Russian gulag. So Wagner has a valid point in what they're doing, being that there's new evidence that they're going to halt their role or thing towards Moscow is just politics, period. But Wagner has been taking most of the casualties.
Okay.
That was a whole bunch of stupid.
Now, what else did you want to talk about, V-Dub?
No, that's a bunch of truth. Go look at it. Point blank, period. Okay. I just came up here to say is that it's really not and I'm saying it's really not a black problem. A lot of y'all brought up Sudan and other places. It's just not a black problem. I believe that Europeans and Russians should handle it. America already has our tactical nukes, our fucking military bases.
Get them out of here.
We can protect.
V-Dub, as I keep saying it over and over and over, the Blue Cousin rule, which was previously named the 777 rule.
Thank you.
I've said no cursing, and you keep cursing. Go ahead, Angry Snowman.
Hey, how's it going, CT?
Pretty good. It's $10 to come back, V-Dub. I'm pretty good.
Well, what are the allowed swear words that you said yesterday?
The only words that you can use are just like damn and ass. Other than that,
damn and ass are okay.
You can watch. Yeah, you can say damn and ass.
I just want to make sure.
CT, what did I use to get?
Why I don't remember cursing. You can't interrupt, sir. Didn't follow the rules.
cut somebody off. I believe I can't remember, but yeah.
Oh, I
apologize. I
apologize.
think you did curse. I think you did curse. Yeah, I don't think
You
you cut somebody
can't
off.
keep cutting people off. God damn it. God damn it.
Go ahead, Angry Snowman.
Yes. Salute to everybody on the panels. Salute Regula. What I find interesting is this whole discussion reminds me of when everybody was up here arguing about COVID and the jab. Honestly, the entire argument. People are sitting here saying that, this ain't a psyop. There's no chance of it being a psyop, yada, yada, yada. I agree with Jay 100% on this being a psyop. People thought that the whole, QAnon movement wasn't a psyop. Look at how many people fell for that nonsense. Look at how many people fell for what was being reported on the news for the last 2 years prior of, all the stuff that we've been told, just to come out and find out here within the last few months that it was all a bunch of political rhetoric that was being pushed at us, to get us to bend or sway a certain way or follow orders, as some may say. The fact that people are even buying into anything that they're being told by news media right now, especially in America, is absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. To sit and say that you actually agree with anything, or that you have any that to sit and make any of the arguments that any right or left wing media is making right now in America is insane. There's actually more truth coming out on, believe it or not, places like TikTok about this, because there's people actually able to get on there from those regions to get have their voice heard and get the truth out. The truth of the matter is I firmly believe this is even bigger than Russia and Ukraine. This is all about America laundering our wealth through Ukraine and Russia straight up. That way they can sit and destroy our economy and then allow Russia and China to invade America. That's what this is. I think that's the bigger picture, if you want my opinion. People can sit and say that I'm crazy or whatnot, but you know what? What's crazy is all these things that I was saying might possibly happen 8-9 years ago crazily happened. Like everybody being put on house arrest, everybody being locked down, this, that, and the third. This ain't the time to sit here and try and think logically about how history did things. You got to look at what's going on right now. And what's going on right now is we have people that are in positions to be very nefarious, and they have been very nefarious in taking and splitting and separating the entire nation of America, to where we're fighting about now Russia and Ukraine on top of the hundreds of other things we're split up and fighting about. It's absolutely crazy that we're even having this discussion, and that people have to be reminded that you were just lied to 3 years ago about stuff. Why are you believing more rhetoric? I digress.
Lap with the $5 super chat says, has Putin deployed any tier 1 units to the Ukraine? Does anybody know this, or does anybody want to broach what Angry Snowman said?
If this super chat is referring to like tier 1 units, they mean like special forces. They haven't deployed Spetsnaz. They did that at the beginning of the war. Their VDV troops are their airborne special forces. They have done this already, actually. I don't know what else they mean by tier 1 troops. If you mean special forces, yes, they have, from Naval, Air Force, and Spetsnaz forces. So that part to me the question doesn't make any sense to me. But CT, I did drop a receipt in the back, actually. Email.
Yeah, I saw it.
Are you not allowed to? Are you okay? I'm just saying. It goes to the last point. I bought receipts.
I think I could put that up, actually. The Welcome Broke Man with the super chat says, this dude already told his guys to go back home. Go ahead, American First Rifle.
One thing I want to speak a little bit to what Snowman said, and now stop talking, is shout out to Snowman. Respect to that man. Dude, he's right about the media. And I'll just go on the Russia versus Ukraine thing for the last year. How long have they been saying the Russian army ran out of missiles? The Russian army ran out of ammo. The Russian army doesn't have tanks anymore. The Russian army doesn't have this anymore. Oh, Ukraine losing could be a good thing. like they say all these headlines. And also, too, in another psyop, if you want to say psyop, maybe I'm misusing it, is the Kherson offensive. Literally, Russia knew they were at a disadvantageous position, and they withdrew their troops. Yes, there were battles, they lost troops, but they literally, the bulk of their forces made it out untouched from Kherson. and that's never talked about. So hundreds of thousands of Russian troops made it out alive to fight another day, and there's no mention of that.
And they knew that the dam was going to be blown up. Sudovica knew that the dam was a liability to be on that side of the river. And sure enough, the dam was destroyed conveniently right before the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Because why isn't it that people aren't talking about the fact that that part of the Dnieper River, okay, now that we're in the summertime, that creek bed is exposed. That's hundreds of kilometers of creek bed that they can now cross that Russia did not plan to have defenses built around. If you look at any Milliblogger map, you'll see it. Most of the defensive line is along the Zaporizhia Oblast line. It's not along the western part of where the Dnieper River is, where Kherson is. So people can talk all they want, but Ukraine blew up that dam so that way they can move troops unimpeded across the river. That's also part of the psyop, but making the world believe that Russia blew up that dam when in reality they didn't.
Dirty Dude with the $2 super chat says, "Please, Tarus, bake that guy and all that BS he said." Give me 1 second. Let me play this video that Jay sent me.
Урок немецкого языка в школе Украины. Понеслась. Зихай! Зихай! Урок немецкого языка в школе Украины. Понеслась. Зихай! 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 Урок немецкого языка в школе Украины. Понеслась. Зихай! 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 Урок закончен.
Tell me again why there's no Nazi problem in Ukraine.
There is. Clearly is. Always has been.
So are you invading a country over that, Jay? That's your justification? That's
yes. What were the kids saying? Decline.
Go ahead.
To ask what the kids were saying. What were they saying?
Sieg Heil.
Sieg Heil, that's German for Hail Victory. That was basically the battle cry of the Nazis during World War II.
So let's start bombing malls and apartment complexes.
I can't believe Tarus of all people is sitting here actually making this claim when I've heard him on this panel complain about white supremacy. I don't know how many hundreds of times.
Have I ever said let's go to war over white supremacy?
Look, Tarus. America has no room. Tarus.
Trophy.
Hey, Tarus. After 2014, the U.S. government funding Nazis, we have no room to talk about no damn Nazis, nothing. So anytime a Democrat especially goes on a microphone and talks about white supremacy and racism and all that stuff, they can think themselves and they just shut the hell up and not talk about Republicans, Trump, or any other person where they literally are revitalizing the lives of the Nazi regime. Like,
okay, right. So that clearly looked. I don't know.
Why are you so offended by that? Why are you so offended by that?
Right? Ukraine as itself is not a Nazi country. And I'm tired of this. And no matter how hard you try, that is never going to fly.
Tarus, I'm gonna say Tarus, hold on. Can I say Cal? And I will shut up for like 20 minutes. I will literally shut up for like 20 minutes. I will say this one last thing. There are organizations. Okay, and when the Maidan revolution happened, they had small amounts of nationalist Nazi types. There were progressives, there were liberals, there were democracy lovers, and all those other types of people. Got it. Okay. But the people that fought the fiercest, and then also when the Ukrainian military was failing, were the nationalist groups and the nationalist battalions forming up, actually fighting back against the Eastern Ukrainians. They were the most effective. Those small nucleus of people were passed into the government, and particularly the defense and the defense structure of the country. So those small, hold on, brother, I'm almost done. I'm gonna shut up for like 20 minutes. Those small amount of men were placed in high positions of power in the Ukrainian military with that Nazi ideology, and nobody's talking about it. People like C14 and all these other secretive organizations are infiltrated all over the infrastructure of the Ukrainian government now because of what's happened. And that's the big problem nobody's talking about. And I land the plane.
Dirty Dude with the $2 super chat says the party y'all cap for every day is filled with them. Come on, Dirty Dude.
So
Dirty Dude also says they are putting sympathizers who have bought his BS. Go ahead, Tarus.
I'm going to respond AFR with a direct example.
They are Putin sympathizers.
Used in a different country to shut him up about this Nazi crap once and for all.
Go ahead.
The direct equivalent would be saying that you would approve of China invading the U.S. because of the neo-Nazis in Charlottesville and some of the white supremacists we find up in our law enforcement. Because there's white supremacists and neo-Nazis in those organizations, they've infiltrated. The Chinese should invade the United States.
There were no neo-Nazis in Charlottesville. That was not.
No. He's giving. Hold on, D. He's giving a false equivalence. Here's where he's messed up because he's taking historical. He's taking. Okay, listen. Russians have a reason to distrust and not like Nazis. They killed a lot of them, okay? China would have no historical reference or even care to want to enact revenge or have an historical excuse to get Nazis out of Charlottesville. So your premise is like Weirdo Land.
Why don't you Google search Chinese neo-Nazis?
Any country could make up a reason to invade whoever. That's exactly what Russia just did. And y'all stripping for Putin right now. This is sad, man.
Why have they got
a bigger equivalent to what you were saying would be like someone like you?
I can't say this about AFR, but what's worse is that if I ever was in the trenches with Jay and we got captured, I know for a fact he's singing and he's telling all the secrets. You know you can't trust Jay in any sort of situation.
You know,
so I'm going to respond in the entire no. Y'all talked a whole bunch, and now I'm going to respond to all of it.
I haven't hardly talked at all.
It does.
You are going at it.
I can find any freaking country, including Cal's UK, and guess what? There's going to be some loser with a neo-Nazi flag, and everybody here knows that's correct.
Address the Nazi statues in Ukraine. You won't. There are Nazi statues in Ukraine. Celebrate.
Hey, Cal, do you know what you can find in Tennessee?
For like 2 minutes.
No, Cal. You know what you can find in Tennessee? No, Cal.
Stepan Bandera.
No, Cal.
When Ukraine was liberated, Stepan Bandera was a Nazi sympathizer. He helped take back Ukraine under Nazi control. Ukraine, until 2021, had his statue in Lviv. They celebrated losing their country and having it regained by the Nazis. They supported a Nazi.
Cal, you know what that sounds like?
You like to be offended. You have no idea what you're talking about, and you're full of it. And you keep walking around as if Ukraine affects you so much. Tell me why. Tell me why they're desperate to rejoin the EU or join the EU.
I will respond to all that.
I'm still talking. And they want to join the agreement. It's against the Minsk agreement to join NATO, join the EU. They want to do that. They celebrate Nazis. They support Nazis. They teach Nazism in their classrooms. You don't want to accept it. You're thick-skulled. End of story. That's all I have to say to you.
Let me tell you how stupid you just sound right now.
No, I was factual. What did I say that was wrong?
Here in the United States of America, in the state of Tennessee, it was written in law to honor the Grand Wizard, the OG Ku Klux Klan member, the guy who founded the KKK.
A Democrat.
Right here in Tennessee. I don't care what does that mean? So what?
So he's a Democrat. I'm just saying
it's still a statue. Your point was the statue, sir, so I'm mentioning the statue. The statue was up. It was mandatory. Executive order in law every year. We had to honor. Tennessee had to honor that statue. The OG Grand Wizard of the KKK. So you could find racist statues and all that shit, all that crap everywhere. I'm going to pay my swear jar after the CT, I promise. And you can find all that crap in racism or anywhere. Right now, we're talking about geopolitics dealing with Ukraine and Russia. So I don't care what's going on in Britain. I don't care what's going on in America right now, because right now
you brought up America. I was talking Ukraine.
Hey, bro, Ukraine, a sovereign, independent country, has the right to try to join whatever alliance whatever zone they want to.
They're in debt to Russia.
That doesn't mean they automatically can apply. I mean, that doesn't mean they're automatically granted acceptance into those alliances, but they can apply for whatever alliance they want to because they are a sovereign country.
Not with the Minsk agreement, they cannot. Research it.
Sir, they can't have nukes because of the agreement they made with us that we would provide military defense to not have them park a nuke in Ukraine. So according to you, the United States is doing the right thing.
Well, right now, no, I don't think they are. I think
Right now, Russia is losing to a Ukrainian military using our U.S. hand-me-downs. While you over there whining about Brexit and terrorists and all this other crap.
I just mentioned Ukraine. You keep putting words in my mouth because you have no argument.
Bro,
I spoke specifically about Ukraine and their Nazi
Okay,
statues.
so specifically about Ukraine, they're fighting for their independence, and I support that.
You're delusional. You have no idea what the facts are. You're in your feelings. You're emotional.
No, I said
by the mainstream
what
media.
did I say about Ukraine and Russia that wasn't factual?
My mouth.
What did I say about Ukraine and Russia that wasn't factual?
You're crying about
Russia
Britain, but I never once mentioned Britain.
Despite having every reassurance that not only was Ukraine ineligible to join NATO, but ineligible to join the EU as well, and Russia, under Vladimir Putin, invaded anyway. Those are the facts, sir.
They broke the Minsk
agreement. So all
agreement.
the other crap you're talking about does not matter.
Well, about the Donetsk People's Republic and the Luhansk People's Republic who wanted independence.
Bro, I don't care about all that. I care about Ukraine stomping on these Russian necks. That's all I care about, bro.
Let me read this super chat real quick. Let me read the super chat. Big Time with the $5 super chat says, Cal, how did you feel about Edward Colston's statue being torn down? Go ahead, Cal.
I didn't like it being torn down. It should have been taken down by itself. By the council. They shouldn't have put it down like a bunch of hoodlums.
Dirty Dude says, if Trump was president, they would be saying great job. Also, Chaotic Truth in the chat said, Kyra, Tarus would have never cursed in front of someone even as low as a second lieutenant.
Hey, go kick me off, cause I'm about to pay the sword over.
No, you good. Let me bring everybody back up real quick. 777, what say you, man?
Oh, well, I say a lot, actually.
Cal, why you make me cuss, man? Dang.
I didn't make you cuss. You cussed by yourself.
No, you made me cuss, bro. You made me cuss.
Cal, it's a joke, man. It's a joke. In America, we blaming. Go ahead.
I know you do.
Dude, seriously, hey, Tarus, Tarus, I'm about to give you an Aesop battalion patch, bro. I'm gonna mail you one.
Go ahead, man. Hey, you better FedEx it too. You know what I mean?
Hey, so I'm gonna put the one. I'm gonna put the one with the Star David in the middle of the Aesop pack for you. I'm gonna put the Star David with the Aesop pack
people
for
didn't
you,
just
buddy.
hear. Hey, you guys ain't just hear the host say me.
Yeah, 777, go ahead, man. You got the floor.
Are you girls on your period about Ukraine and Russia today?
Bro, we just get
no. Calm down. Relax. PTSD is overboard today.
AFR, this is not what
you guys need to go see your counselor after the show immediately.
I agree.
You better chill about disrespecting veterans. I gave you grace the first time. You better chill out with disrespecting veterans on here.
Me. Mind your business when I'm talking.
Because I hope you guys didn't take it personal.
Mind your business when I'm talking, son.
You know what I mean? I hope y'all didn't take it.
Mind your business when I'm talking, son.
No.
I thought we weren't allowed to interrupt people.
I've been trying to talk. We've all been trying to talk. And you two girls are up here, PTSD in it, going crazy. You got bombs going off in your mind. You got IEDs popping off. Okay, listen, you guys fought people that wear dresses, respectfully. Okay, this is a. Am I right, CT? They fought people that wear dresses and hide.
No comment.
And they hide.
Go ahead.
Okay, you guys didn't actually. You know what? Let me just stop because I don't want to disrespect my fellow Americans. I don't.
I mean, you started. You might as well finish out.
Okay, well then, hey, you asked for it. Then let me finish now. Okay, here we go. So now you guys fought men that wear dresses and hide. You guys have never fought a white man's war. Okay, World War I. Salute to Tarus. He was talking about, our great grandfathers fought in a real war. Yeah, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, sir. You guys fought against people that wear dresses and suck their thumbs, okay? You guys fought children that had AKs that didn't know how to shoot.
Don't forget they washed their hair with camel piss, Triple.
You guys had airstrikes that did a majority of your work, and then you went into Fallujah, a destroyed little tiny crappy village, and you knocked off a couple 16-year-olds with AKs that were scared to die. Now you're telling us how the Ukraine and Russia conflict should go, and you know everything about the Wagner group. We got to sit back and listen to you two, not just you two, but we got Kel from overseas now, okay? And we got Jay that's eating a pastelito trying to tell us the whole history of the United States in a half an hour. You got this young man up here to the top right that hasn't said a goddamn word. I think his name, what is it, Thunder or is it Lightning? Which one is it?
It's Corn.
Corn's been sitting up here respectful, and he's your elder, you two soldiers, and you haven't let this man talk. And CT, you sold yourself out. You got all these people up here talking, and you're scared to implement the rule of don't interrupt. American's first rifle girl over here has interrupted every person that's talked on this panel.
I said, as long as you're not interrupting me, it's at my own discretion when it comes to
at your own discretion. Okay, so the people should pay at their own discretion too then. So it's not $10 to bring anyone back. It's no longer any money to bring anyone back then. So we'll implement that rule as a panel member, as a guest. So,
big time with the $5 super chat says, Cal, if a white supreme pizza if a white supreme pizza group kicked all the groomers out of UK and put up a statue, would you be able to tolerate that? You want to answer that question?
When he says pizza, does he mean like the other word?
Supremacist?
I assume he means the other word. The thing is, realistically, that would never happen because the government would arrest them because they can't tolerate most of those groups. But if they did kick all the groomers out of the UK and put up a statue, hey, I'm not a socialist. I'm not a pizza, as he's trying to say. So I wouldn't support it, but I would like what they've done. But I wouldn't be putting up statues teaching my kids Sikh Harl in the classroom.
And let me just finish real quick. Thank you.
Hold on for a second. Corn, you haven't said a word in a long time. Corn, is this betrayal? If you were Putin, would you look at this as betrayal?
Yeah. If it's true, I would look at it as a betrayal. You know, a group that I financed and had on my land and my country turned against me. You know, I would take it. I would go to war. Personally, that's why I said it would be a war with me and my own. It'd be a what they call that when it's a war in a country, in its own country, fighting each other.
Civil war.
It would be a civil war, and I don't see that happening.
Okay,
I don't see that happening. That's why I didn't think it was true. If they did it, it would be because Putin had invaded his own country, one of his own country. It would be because of that. They were giving him a taste of his own medicine. It might be true. I don't know, but it don't sound true when you said 250 miles from the main structure. I didn't think that was true because
really
they would have been fighting. They would have been fighting. It would be a war.
Russian civilians in Rostov have started bringing food and water to the Wagner Group soldiers stationed in their city. Jay, do you think that the Wagner Group is going to leave Rostov?
No, they'll probably stay there to keep up the theater, honestly. Even, like I said before, even if this is real, the only rationale that I've heard from other Miller bloggers is that, assuming this is real, is that he moved his forces out of areas that were forests and fields because they would be easy targets for artillery, missile, and airstrikes because of the beef that he has with Shoigu. So he moved it around the Rostov region because that way they could set up camp in a city, and there's a very low probability of them facing any kind of retaliation from either Shoigu or Gerasimov.
Yeah,
it's not unheard of Russians attacking their own troops, but I think this is a precaution if this is real. But once again, I'm going to stick to it being a psyop because why would you have troops who are actively taking firing positions knowing that they're civilians filming them 20 feet away? This just doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Real quick, I'm really sorry.
For someone
AFR, you
walk
know
through,
Iraq, right?
I wasn't done yet, actually. For someone to allow troops to walk through cities and civilian population centers, and then film them, and then expect combat to occur or expect there to be a fight, you wouldn't evacuate these areas. The Russian MOD wouldn't, or the Russian government wouldn't put out a press release. We wouldn't be hearing this on RT, on TASS, on Sputnik, on Rustava 1. We wouldn't be hearing this blasted all over Russian media, blasted all over Russian news. There's something that doesn't seem right about this. I mean, and plus they're feeding Wagner forces, they're feeding these troops. This is just a giant show, and of course, you know, all the Ukrainians are going to go out there, and they're going to use this, and all the pro-Ukrainian bloggers, and of course, you're going to see Sky News, and you're going to see CNN, you're going to see MSNBC. They're going to go nuts over this. They're going to eat it all up.
CT, you know what? Oh, I'm sorry, gentlemen. You know what?
No,
you know what's wrong with?
You're fine because there was and thank you so much, Jay. But there was a
I know there
chat
was. I know there was. I know there was a super chat. There's been at least 10 of them today, CT, and you're welcome. In my name, sir, not in your name, but in my name, sir. You might as well call it the Chaotic Truth Live featuring 777 show. So let me just say something. What's wrong with America is you people up here and Jay Taroose, just in case you guys don't know who I'm talking about, Jay Taroose, American firewoman. And it's not Kale's fault because he's in Europe. So I'm not talking to him. I'm appalled. Yeah, count them up, CT. Count all those super chats with my name in it, sir. Respect the White King. Here we go. You guys got so much to say about Ukraine and so much to say about Russia and the Wagner Group. But what are you guys doing for your country? What are you doing for your city that you're in? What are you doing for your personal lives right now? Your country, your family? What are you doing for your state? Instead of wasting time, not that CT's channel is wasting. You can't interrupt me or it's $10 to your own Cash App.
It's my show, and actually I can't interrupt you.
Yeah, you're right. Go ahead, sir.
Taroose.
No swearing.
Taroose, Male Monkey, and American First Rifleman served this great country, sir. So they've done more than you for this country.
Okay, a little pushback here. What war? What war?
The war that you didn't fight in.
What war, though, sir?
The war that you were sitting back on your couch eating.
Taroose, what war, sir? What war did you fight in?
Iraq twice.
Okay. America's First Rifleman, what war?
Iraq twice, Afghanistan once, and Korea.
Okay. Were you ever maimed, shot, stabbed, or did you lose a limb?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Neither of you guys were shot, stabbed. Well, hang on. Let me finish. Let me just finish. Can I finish, Bruce?
And I want to tell people the truth.
Okay.
Right now, the reason I don't have a job is because I'm 100% for combat PTSD. So, yes.
You're 100% what?
Combat PTSD, sir.
Okay, PTSD. I said shot, stabbed, maimed.
Well, that would be an indication that something happened. Right?
Or did you lose the limb?
The little fun at poking fun at PTSD and the little fun poking fun you were talking about people who suffer from that, you were actually disrespecting people like him. I was trying to be freaking nice.
Are you his wife, sir? Don't speak for him.
No, hold. No, I'm getting upset for the Korean War veterans I saw the other day. I'm getting upset for the World War II veterans. That's who I'm getting upset for. You dirtbag.
Simple question. You crybaby. I asked a simple question. Were you shot, stabbed? Did you lose a limb, or were you maimed? And
I earned a combat action badge. Move on.
You've never been shot, stabbed, or hurt.
What does that have to
earned
do
a combat action badge. Move on. If you want to see my 214, hit me on the fucking Cash App. Other than that, shut up.
You were behind a computer.
Trip 7.
American First Rifleman, I rock with you, man.
I got my answer. Neither of you guys were hurt.
Hold on for a second. $10 to bring back American First Rifleman. Go ahead.
I got it.
And, yeah,
I listen. Mentally, I get it. You got some stress. I hear you. Okay, but to me, I'm just gonna straight up say this. I don't care who's hurt, who feels a certain way about it. To me, both you gentlemen are not heroes. Maybe CT maybe CT will say you guys are heroes, but to me, the real heroes are the ones that are in the ground right now. Those are heroes. They fought and died for our country.
How they went
Shut
out
up,
there
Dio. Shut up, because you can pay $10 too, sir.
Their country. Now I don't.
You got $10?
I don't respect.
You got $10?
I don't respect what he says about.
You don't interrupt me for free.
Racist, but I will say that he is.
You don't interrupt me for free, sucker.
Putting his life on the line to defend his country.
Sir,
and no matter how much I may.
Who are you?
As an
white woman?
Who
are you, white woman?
Oh, he didn't get shot, so he doesn't count.
Are you his wife? Are you his wife, simp? Are you his wife, simp?
No, I don't have to be. I love my country.
Let the man speak for himself, you simp.
I love my country. I don't think you have to.
You love your country. Why didn't you fight for it then? You coward. Why didn't you fight for it then? You love your country so much. Because we don't even know what country you're really from, Dio, and nobody cares either. That's the problem with white men. That's the problem with white men. You think you could talk for everybody. Say something for everyone, but you can't.
For everybody, I'm speaking.
But you can't. It's none of your goddamn business what I was saying to Tarus, sir.
You come in
I
here.
was talking to Tarus and I was talking to American Rifleman, not you.
I get it. You like trolling, but you have
white
crossed the
men
line.
always feel like they got an opinion, but let me tell you something, sir. You need to mind your goddamn business and shut up.
You should take your own advice
you're a
on
punk.
that one.
You're a
Maybe
punk,
you should
sir.
mind your own business.
Why don't you rub Tarus' shoulders and his back when he's having a bad day, you punk?
And playing Call of Duty.
Why don't you rub his shoulders and his back, you punk?
Men are heroes when they put their life on the line.
You punk.
For what they believed in.
You punk, crybaby punk. Rub his shoulders when he's having a post-traumatic stress disorder day, you punk.
You're going to tell me that you have to get shot.
Why don't you go cry?
You put your life on the line. You're telling me that if I run into a burning
the ones that died are heroes, sir. You don't know what a hero is, you
go back
punk,
in 5 times
loser.
to get them out. You telling me
you don't know what a hero is, sir?
Burn to death? No.
You don't know what a hero is, sir.
They did a job. They protected their country.
Up
they
here
did their
stepping
best
for a
that.
man. You
Now,
should
no
be
matter how
ashamed
much
of
I
yourself.
disagree with anything else, that
you must have had two.
Immutable. That is a fact.
D. You must have had 2 dykes raise you, sir.
Hold on for a second, 777. I want to finish this. Dirty Dude with the $5 super chat says, I disagree with 777, but if you didn't have a problem with Trump and what he said about McCain, don't get your panties in a bunch. Go ahead, 777. Go ahead, 777.
Okay, just let me finish real quick. And if he interrupts me again, I want to raise his price to $20 because he can't just interrupt.
It's not. I'm not raising anything. But
then he's got to pay his 10 then.
Go ahead, man.
All right. So let me finish here. Speaking of dykes and trannies,
bitch, excuse me, you've been talking long enough.
Move me away from this thing right here. Move me away from. You can't interrupt. Oh, and you swore that's $25, sir.
Bitch. You was probably getting touched by your motherfucking father where your goddamn mother was.
So he gets.
That's why you
this tranny.
Bitch, why
this
you so
tranny
motherfucking obsessed with
vagina
the
wishing he had.
Why you so motherfucking obsessed?
777, hold on for a second, 777. Let Rico rock it out. I'm gonna kick Rico off because he has a $10 fee, but I want to see what he has to say about you real quick. Go ahead, Rico. You got the floor.
Oh, I got you. I came up honestly because I didn't want to come up like this, but he's been talking way too much.
Just let it all out. Let it all out before let it all out on him.
Oh, I just want to hear what you have to say before I just let it loose.
All right, 777. You're on mute, 777.
Oh, I was on mute. I'm sorry. Well, first, I'm disgusted by your presence and by you being alive right now. I hope that you would decide to get. I wish that you had PTSD. Sir, I wish you were depressed enough to jump off of a building because your existence is detrimental. Hang on. I didn't disrespect you, ma'am. Hang on.
You have mommy issues.
I would call you a woman, but that would give you too much credit. If you want to be a woman, you are a man.
Hey guys, make sure y'all drink water, man. Stay hydrated.
Yeah, it's pretty hot. Yeah. All right, Rico, you did swear Rico multiple times.
Yeah, I got you. Got you on the chest. Yeah.
But if somebody pays that $10 swear jar fee, I'll definitely bring you back up. Okay. But thank you so much, Rico, for coming and good talking to you, bro. Go ahead, 777. And then I think American First Rifleman has a question for you. You can't play any music, 777. You can't do that. You give me a copyright.
If I could just say something real quick.
No, don't say anything slow, quick, or medium speed, sir.
Yeah, just go ahead. I'm muting him. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. a country that fails to appreciate good men will not retain them. We are looking at a situation here where men are dropping out of the labor force. 63% of men have just given up on dating. Men are going away. And it's specifically because of this bull crap that 777 is pulling here that we are seeing this. If you treat our veterans like dirt, they're going to have no reason to stand up and die for you.
They didn't die. They didn't die. So,
well, thank God.
And here comes the gay guy. Here comes the gay guy and the gay flag coming to protect the soldiers now. You got the gay flag flying over here protecting you guys.
AFR. He's trolling.
I'm not lying. He's over here being gay, protecting you guys. And he would rub you guys down if you said, "Hey, my neck hurts."
Your country and your homosexuality.
American First Rifleman, what did you want to ask 777?
Wow. I did get a little triggered. That's why thank you for bringing me back to Roos. We may disagree, but you are a solid brother. You're a well thought out brother. So even if we have our disagreements, you, out of all the people since I've been in these YouTube streets for the last like almost year or whatever, you've been, a person I could disagree and just be an adult about it. But too many of us Negroes can't be adults about stuff. So shout out to you, brother. So you're always welcome to converse with me. Unfortunately, we have detractors amongst us like 777 that does what he does. He's an agent of chaos. We know what it is. It is what it is. So I'm not tripping about that. But one thing I will say about the whole Russia thing is Russia has been around for
why do I gotta be an ancient of chaos when I have an opinion, just like you do, sir?
No, you have more of a disruptive, more doesn't add to any conversation type opinion that everybody understands. Like, like if you actually had something,
because I disagree with your beliefs.
No, it's not that we disagree. It's just you say nonsensical things, sir.
What did I say that was nonsense, sir?
Pretty much almost everything that comes out of your mouth.
Tell me what. Give me an example.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, just the disrespect you showed to American veterans. You haven't talked about any other country's veterans.
Let me tell you my opinion about PST, whatever.
No. I understand your opinion, but your opinion is a disrespectful opinion. You have a right to have.
You asked me a question.
777. You have a right to have a disrespectful opinion, but it's still an opinion.
Is it disrespectful? Is it disrespectful, or is it just my opinion? You think it's
disrespect. You have your opinion, and it's also disrespectful. Two things can be right at the same time, sir. So that's all I'm going to say.
I'm going to come back for you.
You live in a great country, but look, you live in a great country where it's not legal to kill somebody like you over an offensive act like that. Other countries, you wouldn't be so lucky. So I'll just give you that. So just be glad you can burn a flag of this country. Like I am honored, even though I don't agree with the wars we had to fight, the modern day wars, but the premise of this country is people are allowed to do things that I disagree with, and I'm allowed to do things that people disagree with. That's what makes this country great, and I'm proud to serve a nation like that. That's what I think about when I serve. I don't think about serving some political master or some king. When people fought for the Constitution, they weren't fighting for George Washington. They weren't fighting for Ben Washington. They were fighting for an idea and something better than themselves. But I don't think you understand that, sir.
Okay, well, I do. So let me finish my thoughts real quick. People have depression. All right, people go to war and they're upset, and they come home and they can't handle things. I get it, right? I'm a human being. I'm a human being at the end of the day. I get it. But what about the people in World War I that fought and came home and raised their families, took care of their children, went to work, and those good, strong, old school people like that? And I get it. Now there's medication. Back in the 1930s and 40s, you couldn't take a pill. You had to take the real pill, the be a man pill, and stop crying pill. You ever take the be a man pill and stop crying pill? I'm not talking to Roos.
What am I crying about? Okay, but 777, I just don't understand. What am I actually crying about?
You ever taken the stop crying pill and be a man pill? You ever take that? Maybe
okay, but can you be more specific, sir? What am I crying about?
Yeah, so you went to war. You made a decision. Nobody forced you to go to war. So why don't you be a man, you little crybaby? Once you go to war, come home and live with your actions.
Tell me what I'm crying about.
You're crying. You're making
like 3 times.
You're crying about me talking about PTSD or whatever it is.
Well, no, the way you're talking about it, and it's. I mean, I think other people on the panel would agree with me. It is a bit disrespectful.
Hang on, Tarus, I'm not trying to talk in your situation about your situation.
No, not even Tarus. Not even. I told you, I'm offended for other vendors. I didn't even mention Tarus being offended.
I'm like you're a woman.
Hold
like
on, sir.
We're not
I told you, I'm
date,
not offended for Tarus.
We're not on a date. I'm not interested in it. Will you stop? You're embarrassing
World War II, like that means something. But they came home with shell shock. We didn't call it PTSD back then.
And they also went to work and raised their families and died with a legacy. Okay, Dio, you don't know what it's like to be a man because you wake up as a woman every day. You're trapped in a woman's body. You're trapped in a man. You're a woman trapped in a man's body, Dio. Just go ahead and transform and get it over with.
Keep your gay agenda to yourself,
you punk.
Okay?
You punk.
You got no points.
You're wearing a dress right now. You're trying to talk. You want to talk to soldiers? Go get on one of those gay websites where you can go talk. Why don't you get a pen pal in prison, Dio? I don't want to. Nobody cares. Go rub their shoulders when they're having a rough day.
You want to talk about when people say you talk nonsense? This is what they're talking about.
Okay, then what are you here for, sir? You're here to cape for these. You're here to cape for men. Why don't you have your own opinion like a real man does?
Actually, I'm a male advocate. I actually do cape for men.
I bet you are a male advocate.
Is that a problem,
sir? You are a male advocate, sir. I bet you are a male advocate.
That's not a bad thing.
I bet you are. It is a bad thing where I come from. I like females.
Yeah, I'm guessing they probably don't like you, but that's beside the point.
So you cape for women?
So now, all of a sudden, because I have a problem with PTSD,
wait, do you cape for women?
Does this make me an anti-hero? I'm an anti-war veteran advocate.
No, you don't. Yo, you know what's crazy is that he's not that. He's not that. He's not that. He's an American He's an American who can have his opinion. That's what he is.
Who is this talking?
That's a shame. That is the biggest shame in our country. We send our best and brightest to die for us. So
Dio, you're a gay guy that sits on your couch.
I'm not going to say our best and brightest. That's a stretch.
With Americans, with his attitude, is I understand why dictators in certain periods throughout history would look at certain countrymen and be like, I need to just do something about this. So I completely understand why an American dictator might be like, oh, you hate America? I got something for you. I can understand why somebody would think that.
If you were such a good soldier, how come you didn't come back and have parades in the street for you, sir? You're just an average soldier.
Ungrateful Americans like you who don't appreciate the sacrifice.
He has a right to be ungrateful. He has a right to be and feel and do whatever he wants. The point right now is why
maybe we need to do more. Maybe we need to start doing stuff about these ungrateful Americans and send them where they want to go.
There's nothing.
We may need to start sending disloyal people out of this place and send them where they really want to go. Send them to a real socialist shithole.
Every soldier is a hero. Every soldier's a hero just because they go to what? Just because they enlist? You're a hero? You're automatically a hero?
Bro, I never said that. I never said that. Okay.
Are you a war hero?
Okay, look.
Let me ask you, are you a war hero? Are you a war hero? No, I'm asking you
the question.
Are you a war hero?
Can I answer the question?
Are you a war hero?
Can I answer the question?
Are you a war hero?
Can I answer the question?
You probably don't even have any kills, sir.
Can I have the floor to talk to answer your question? That's all I'm asking. Okay, thank you.
A man doesn't ask for permission. Go ahead. Let me teach you that.
Okay. I joined an all-volunteer force. I joined because I actually love my country. 9/11, I joined right before 9/11. When 9/11 happened, I was in basic training. My first day of basic rifleman marksmanship, okay? I had no idea I was going to go not to one, but 2 wars. And then an armistice. That's when I throw it in the Korea thing, because it's still an armistice. So it's still a technical war going on over there. A lot of people don't know that. And look, that doesn't make me a hero. You're a hero if you're a man living in this country like World War I, World War II, where you were called up, or even people that volunteer. But yeah, if you're called up and like, look, you're a voter, you're a man, this is your responsibility. Here's the uniform, put it on, go fight. Hopefully you survive. those men are heroes because some of them didn't have choices, or there were circumstances that they had to respond to. That people today, we're all fat, happy, and don't care about our country or constitution. It took
Sir,
me
do you have
fighting
any confirmed
hold on. It took me
kills?
fighting in 2 different conflicts to really understand the weight and the gravity of what we have in America and how easily we can lose it, sir. How we can easily end up like in Iraq. Hold on, dog. We can easily end up like in Iraq. We can easily end up like all these other crappy countries around the world. So I didn't care. Listen, 777. I didn't care about the Constitution just like everybody else, but now I do. Now I do. So look, last thing I'll say. Okay, last thing I'll say about the hero thing. No, I'm not a hero because I volunteer and I signed up.
Goddamn right.
Okay, hold on. The people who are heroes, there are actual medals that people are given that says for valor, okay, for meritorious service. Those are say their exploits on what they said. Okay, listen, I'm trying to educate you, sir. Listen,
you don't have to educate me.
There are many stories. Listen, there are many stories of regular soldiers. Listen,
I don't tell you to listen, boy.
Okay, well, you're not letting me express myself. I let you express yourself. Look, there are men called Medal of Honor recipients that are living. Hold on, there are Medal of Honor recipients that are living that can tell you stories about how they faced valor in the face of
you admitted. Are you done?
And how
land the plane now before I get disrespectful.
Okay, I'm just telling you. You can look to where the heroes are and look at their stories.
You're asking
most people. Okay, CT calls me a hero. Other people have called me a hero. I'm a modest guy. I don't think I'm a hero, but he's doing that out of respect.
Well, you're not a hero.
Hold on, 777.
No, I've been holding on. Now I'm done holding on.
I'm about to land the plane. I'm about to land the plane. Look at the stories. There are stories of men, American men of every conflict that have won medals, and you can look at the stories. I'm done.
You're just a civilian. Okay, now you're done. Good. You're just a civilian. You admitted yourself you're not a war hero. You're not even a hero, sir. Even if you were to enlist after 9/11, you were enlisted before 9/11 for the money, like most of you punks do. You can't hold a regular job in society as a civilian, so you punks run to the military.
I've never been unemployed, sir. Since I was 14, I've never been unemployed.
Please, shut up. I'm asking you nicely. A lot of you punks, I'm not saying you or Tarus, I'm saying a lot of you punks and crybabies run to the military because you can't hack it in real life. You can't function in day-to-day society. So you let the white man tell you what to do. Yeah, that's right. I said it. Who is your superior? A white man.
What about the white people that joined?
Now hang on. They're punks too.
Actually, it's a Hispanic woman, but go off, 777.
Okay, well let me keep talking.
Hold on, 777. Hold on for a second. Wait a
minute.
Hold on for a second. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Colin Powell the Secretary of Defense when you guys served in Iraq?
No, that was during the Gulf War.
Yeah, thank you.
Gulf War. Okay.
All right. So a white man. Can I finish cooking because the stove's about to explode? All right, thank you.
Go ahead, 777.
Listen, a lot of people run to the military and they come home, and us stupid regular civilians look at them wearing a goofy fatigue outfit on and go, wow, everybody, oh, thank you for your service. How about all those soldiers that didn't go to war? They never were shipped overseas. They're in the National Guard. Those people didn't die. They didn't shoot their gun.
I went to the National Guard. I went to Afghanistan in the National Guard, sir. I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you have any confirmed kills, though? How's that question for you? You don't have any confirmed kills. You know why?
No. Come on, man.
You don't. Do you, though, Rifleman? Do you have any confirmed kills, sir?
Trip, can you just go?
I have a combat action badge, and I have engaged my enemies in close combat.
Do you have any confirmed kills?
I have engaged my enemies in close combat.
You don't. You haven't killed anyone, sir. You haven't killed for your country. You've engaged. That's about it. You never got married and had a confirmed kill, though, did you? You engaged. Anybody can engage. Little kids in Chicago are engaging their enemy. But
no,
anyway,
that's actually
like
terrorism. That's
Well,
actually
like
terrorism.
I
It's
said,
not the same
I
thing.
said,
That's
a lot of
terrorism.
people come home. A lot of people come home. They go, God damn, I can't believe I enrolled in that. I got some serious problems. I'm depressed. I hear guns going off in the middle of the night. And then they get the check to Roos. And then they get a check to sit down and watch the game on Sunday, right? Because it seems to me, Roos, like you're functioning goddamn pretty well. Because you're on a panel.
Condoleezza Rice was the secretary. No, she was secretary of state. But that wasn't. I didn't kick him off. But I was. Yeah.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Because you're scamming the government. Let me finish. Because now, Roos, I rock with you, CT would say. But you're scamming the government. You're absolutely fine. You're on a panel. You're on a show. You're not sitting alone in that garage screaming at yourself. You're not shooting off your gun naked, running through your yard right now. You're goddamn just fine. And look what you're doing. You're scamming the government because you went to war. Why don't you try to tell that to the man that's laying in the ground that ran in and saved your punk behind when those shots were going off? He died. He deserves the check. Give that check to his family members that are left holding the flag. Okay? All I'm saying is you guys ain't heroes. So both of you need to stop playing the I'm a hero, I fought for my country. And I'm done.
Would you go to?
That's all.
Would you go to a? I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
777. Give me a second, man.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, guys.
What is a military base in Virginia? What is it? Is it one in Virginia? American First Rifleman?
Quite a few. I think Quantico is one of them. Kind of a big one.
Carolina.
I thought that was for the FBI.
Oh yeah, that's
Carolina. Carolina.
What's a base in Virginia? Well, I mean, how we can Newport News, like the naval base over there.
777. Would you stand outside of one of these army bases or facilities and say what you're saying to people coming in and out?
Well, one, I'm not a protester, but two, okay.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is, would you say this openly?
I would say this right at the bar to some guy wearing his fatigue outfit, trying to go ahead and get a free shot, because that's what these guys do. They come home.
Do you have a good dental plan?
Sir, listen, I'm gonna fight with the best of them, okay? But
I'm not saying you're not, but I'm just asking if you have a good. Okay.
Well, I hope we both do then, because we're both gonna lose those teeth. So okay. I just think that it's sad that people come home and just because they fought a couple months in the war, then they beg to come home because I'm scared. I don't want to die like the man next to me. There was a good friend of mine who was a real soldier, a Marine. Okay, because you guys weren't Marines, were you? No, you weren't.
Oh, you mean the guys who do 6-month deployments and go home?
He was a Marine, sir, or a real soldier. So hang on now.
Oh, is that true? The Marines really do 6-month deployments?
I think they do. I was really a dig because shout out to the Marines. So that's not me digging at it, but I do think they do they do 6 to 8 month deployments. But the Army does 12 to 15-month deployments and longer if you're in the National Guard. That's what they don't talk about. So if you're in the National Guard, you actually serve damn near 2 years going to war for one.
Okay. 777, go ahead, man.
So it's okay for you to disrespect the Marines, right? That died for our country, but it's not disrespectful for you to say that, but it is when I talk about PTSD. Come on now. You should be ashamed of yourself. You made fun of Marines? That's sad. You're not a real soldier, because a real soldier doesn't disrespect his fellow soldiers.
I mean, they eat crayons. It's not their fault. I love Marines. I have too many in my family, actually, so I can't hate Marines. There's too many in my family. Seriously.
Crazy, bro.
Actually, my favorite uncle that actually helped me when I came back, he's a Vietnam veteran. Shout out to the U.S. Hold on. Shout out to the U.S. Marines from Vietnam that did everything their country asked of them, and they got betrayed. Shout out to those men.
What do you need help with?
But hold on.
What did you need help with? Hold on. Grown man had to help you.
You went around. You've been going around disrespecting men that fought for this country, and men and women that fought for this country in all different conflicts. Instead of
not women, because women don't fight. Women don't fight in the war. Now you're lying. Women don't fight. Women aren't soldiers, sir.
Well,
how many women did you have next to you?
More women have served in combat in the last 20 years than have in the last 100 or whatever. So
you didn't serve.
It is what it is.
You didn't have any confirmed kills.
Well, I hate to tell you, but there are women that actually have combat action badges, combat action ribbons from the Marines. And actually, I can give you anecdotal stories of women leading an assault and taking and killing terrorists. And
you're right.
And
you know what? Those women were probably better soldiers than you.
Well, I can tell you one story of I think she was a little old white girl from like Kentucky or Tennessee that was an MP. And hold on, her convoy was ambushed by Iraqis, and they halted the convoy. She led the guys out through the convoy and killed like 3 insurgents by herself.
Yeah,
she won. I think she got a Silver Star for that. So shout out to her. So she's a hero. So that's an actual heroic story. That's actually a heroic story. So it's funny. So if she has PTSD from that, you literally been making fun of her.
You're not a hero.
I told you I wasn't.
I don't want to read the super chat.
Let me read it, please. Many give false claims about having PTSD to receive a check. They work every day and laugh about scamming the government. This is real work with many veterans, and they laugh all the way to the bank. Tarus, would you like to explain yourself?
Yes. So what Meow Meow said is partially correct. To think about the percentage of the VA rate, somewhere like 3 to 5% of soldiers is like really low. 3%, 3 to 5% commit fraud or something like that, or PTSD fraud or disability fraud. But I'd say 3 to 5% is typically the norm in any sort of program or disability.
I think it's higher than that, Tarus. 3 to 5% is 3 out of 100. That sounds ridiculous. How do you feel about your fellow soldier up there disrespecting a Marine?
Dude, we make fun of each other all the time across the branches. Like
I was telling a story about my friend that died that was a Marine.
Bro, can I answer the first question?
Is that funny for a Marine to be dead because he fought for his country? Is that funny?
Well, there's a little bit of a difference between a rivalry between branches where both have served and you sitting there on your couch and ripping into them.
Hey, Chirp, can I answer your first question?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tarus, because I don't want to talk to the trans Dio over here.
So here's going to be the biggest issue with combat PTSD, and this is unfortunately what I have 100%. I'm rated. Unfortunate, and I tell people I don't want to thank you for your service or none of that crap. I tell y'all so we can avoid going to war in the future, right? Use me as a cautionary step. Unfortunately, I'm on 6 different medications. I'm on the Prozac, Adderall, temazepam, and a couple other joints, right? So that's what actually keeps me functional throughout the day. Then I smoke weed. My therapist always tells me not to, but I smoke it anyway because it keeps my mood level down, or I'd have to take another medication for that. And unfortunately, with the PTSD symptoms, the reason why it's such a big deal, Meow Meow, is because I was a grunt. So I didn't do any of that Rangers, Special Forces. My first deployment was 15 in Iraq. We was doing convoy ops. Like I was a head driver, 915 driver, PLS, it was an 88 mic, just driving everything like that with the Marines. Second deployment, we was doing convoy security. I was a gunner, right? So there's a lot of different roles we play, but a lot of those roles, unfortunately, don't necessarily translate into the civilian world. So you're already dealing with a situation where veterans are in an environment that is not really conductive or doesn't run parallel with the civilian structure. And then when you put in the amount of time that soldiers are when it comes to training or in deployed, then it just piles on and it gets worse. And then you pile on things like PTSD or worse. Like AFR was saying, we got off easy with PTSD, right? You got a head banged around, bomb went off, bullets flew, but
who told you got PTSD?
We came away in one piece. Unfortunately,
who told you that?
Too many of our brothers and sisters who came away with all that in a missing limb.
Who told you got that though?
Or a few missing limbs.
Bruce, who told you got PTSD, sir?
Well-trained doctors.
A well-trained doctor. Who told you you're not forced to be on those medications, correct?
I want to if I want to be a better husband and father for my family.
Okay, and what were you like without the medication?
A wreck, bro. I don't think you would like me.
And did you have counseling for that?
Yeah, I'm in counseling now.
Okay, and did they suggest that you should get on medication? And I'm not trolling you because I don't find it funny at all.
Dog, I'm super honest, yo.
I'm not trolling you though. I'm just letting you know that.
This is my motto. I translate the real version of myself because this is the internet. People gonna find out if you're lying anyway.
So who told you to get? All I'm asking, Tarus, is I'm not writing a book about your life. Who told you to get on medication? Was it your psychiatrist? Yes, right?
Yes, it wasn't.
Okay. Now your psychiatrist. Okay, your psychiatrist gets paid off of per script that they write to you. You know that. You're educated, right? They do. So in case you didn't know, they get paid per script that they write. And when that pharmacist writes the script, they get paid. So really, they love a person like you that says, hey, listen, I'm going to be a better person, a better father, and I'm going to go ahead and take Xanapan, Xanaran, Xanacal, Vatical. Oh, what's this one? Axarel, Adderall, Banaram, Catarax. Okay? So why don't, and I'm not saying that stuff doesn't help you, but what I'm saying is, have you ever thought about putting all that stuff down and working on you?
I have, and it's just been a disaster. That's why I'm back on the meds.
Maybe you should try a little bit harder because I think you got it in you.
Nah, I like the bootstrap method better when I'm in my right mind.
The drugs aren't making you better; they're actually making you worse. That's the darker side of psychology. They don't want to tell you.
There's definitely a consequence to being on the meds, but I'd much rather be on these meds and functional than not.
Do you know what happens to you after you take the meds? You realize that you're not gonna be functional. When you stop taking those meds, you won't be able to function. You know that, right?
He's correct.
Yeah, it messes with your brain chemistry when you first take them. Like every psychiatrist will tell you, or anybody who's ever taken these medications will tell you, it typically takes 6 to 8 weeks for the medication. No, CT.
No, I gotta cut you off, Tarus. You are explaining yourself to a coward, Tarus.
I think I'm explaining I think I'm actually explaining myself more to the audience because I know.
Man, but Tarus,
not of us normal people talk about these sort of things.
I get it, but I can't sit up here and have 777. And normally, I it's like
everyone that serves isn't a hero. CG,
be quiet, 777.
Don't tell me to be quiet.
777, the nerve of you, a coward. A
He's
man who's never stood a post, a man who's never picked up a weapon to protect his country.
You don't know that.
To critique and ask this man a question who served 2 tours. I don't care if the man was a cook or if the man was a brass head.
He came home.
You, sir, have never served this country. You coward. How dare you? I got to take up for Tarus on this one in America.
Me too, because personally, Triple, have you ever done anything for anybody other than yourself?
Offensive, actually.
Sir, I'm not saying he's a coward. I just said he's not a hero. He's not a hero. That's all.
Whether he was a cook in the military or if he was at the brass level, sir, he served. You didn't. You coward. Go ahead, Dio.
I didn't say he was a coward. I said he wasn't a hero.
What really defines a hero to you, 777? Because I mean, the man stood up for what he believed in. He did what was right. He tried his best to help other people to defend his country. He did so at great personal risk, and he did so in far excess of anything that is required of him as any kind of duty that can be
Dio, you got a problem, Dio or any Dio or anyone in the chat, if you got a problem with what I'm saying, just put up 50 to kick me off.
777. Listen,
I mean,
listen.
Put up 50.
777. The trolling is gone too far today.
I'm not trolling. This is my opinion about so-called soldiers.
Give me a second. We are approaching July 4th.
Yeah.
And I understand that, we as the civilians don't really hear these stories, but you're making a mockery of the greatest military on the planet by even questioning this man who provides the very freedom that you have.
Did they? I don't think they did. I don't think neither of these individuals did.
Chaotic. The temerity of this man. That's how I feel.
Yeah. It's insane. It's insane. Dio, go ahead, man.
Just kick me off for $50.
Seven. What makes a hero? It's a simple question.
You gotta die. He died earlier. You gotta die to be a hero.
A hero dies for his country, sir.
So if he doesn't die, then he's not a hero. If a firefighter runs into a building to save a child from being burned alive and he makes it out, he's not a hero?
It wasn't a dangerous situation if he made it out.
Are
you stupid? I could run it, sir. I could run into a burning building and save somebody. I don't think I'm a hero.
You
I just
could, but would you?
See, heroes are people that die. Someone that does the right.
That's the question. That's the $1 million question, Snowman.
Someone that does the right thing isn't a hero. They're just doing the right thing.
No, someone who does the right thing is a hero. Someone who goes above and beyond what they're required to do.
You guys are
any level of duty, who puts themselves at risk. That is a
Dio,
hero. Plain and simple.
You're a simp. Chuck, you sound like a simp.
I don't care what I sound like. I'm right, and I'm going to stand up for it.
777.
Really, you cry on your channel every night about not having a woman to talk to.
Never said that, sir. Never said that.
Oh, he has 777 has content.
Yeah, but we're not gonna advertise. We're not gonna advertise for 777 right now.
Oh, well,
all I gotta say is,
I'm afraid. Like I kind of want to look at it.
American First Rifleman. I just can't sit up here and, like I said, I don't care whether a soldier was checking IDs at the gates to get into the bases. 777. They are doing more for this country than you will ever do for this country, sir. How dare you disrespect these people?
CT, what have they done for you?
They've provided for my freedom, sir.
How?
They stood a post. That's how.
Anybody could a monkey could stand a
okay,
post.
well,
They went and did something so I didn't have to get drafted to do it.
A monkey could stand a post,
It
sir.
doesn't matter that anybody could do it. It matters that they did.
Because you know, 777. If we stop, you realize if we stop having people volunteer for the military, that's when the draft gets enacted.
Not only that, but a monkey can hold a rifle also.
Okay, well, look, these monkeys you speak of are about maybe 1% of the country that actually volunteer and raise their hand to make sure the monkeys like you don't have to do anything. So
who wants to go to the military when they don't pay you guys?
Triple, I believe that if they actually pulled the card that you had to sign when you were 18, you would be one of the people that ran crying and screaming to Canada so you didn't have to go.
Chuck, if I was in the military, I would have killed 100 terrorists.
Acting like he was a revolutionary.
Ran.
Yeah,
Chuck,
he would have. Yeah.
Look, here's the thing, Triple. If you would have been in the military, you would have been in the military. You'd be up here talking about and be up there with them. You wouldn't be sitting here defaming.
Chuck, then how come you're not in the military?
Because I wasn't allowed to serve.
How come you didn't enlist, Chuck? If you got so much to say about being a soldier,
military, sir.
Why?
Because
what?
Because I had asthma when I was
never.
younger.
Did you have asthma?
Asthma is actually one of them things back in the 90s that would get you kicked out of the military.
Sir, you're a liar. You could have asthma, sir. You probably told the recruiter, hey, you probably told the recruiter, I got asthma. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Dude, why would I tell
you know, I
recruiter that when I volunteer?
Back on and off all the time. Yeah.
I got asthma.
Let me ask you something, 777. If you think you're such a badass, if you think you could go over there, kill 100 people with no problem, how come you don't join up with one of these mercenary groups? They actually pay pretty well.
Dio, you know why, Dio? Dio, let me
through a mercenary group.
Dio, let me tell you why, Dio. Because I'm goddamn rich, Dio.
Hold on for a second. Big Tom says, gotta disagree with you, 777. I am on first NAN basis with the SROs at my kid. What's the SRO?
School resource officer, just police officer for the school.
Oh, okay. SRO at my kids' daycare. They defend my children when I'm not there. Oh, okay. Yeah. Go ahead, 777.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
No, just go ahead, man. Go ahead. You get the floor.
He's talking nonsense. Yeah,
why didn't you sign up for the military, Triple?
Because I'm rich. That's why.
Oh, school resource officer. Jesus. Yeah. Go ahead, 777. Go ahead, man.
Give me 1 second. Chuck, go ahead. Simp for these men up here.
No, why didn't you serve? You got so much to say. Why didn't you serve? Other than I was rich. Sounds to me like you are nothing more than a vagina with a bunch of sand shoved up in it. You got something to say about everything, but you ain't got nothing to stand on. I don't think you've ever done anything. I don't think you've ever done anything above yourself, sir.
Chuck, you're also a man that went to Ku Klux Klan rallies.
No, I'm a man who went and observed a Ku Klux Klan rally that happens all the time in Bellefontaine, Ohio. Ask Chaotic. He's from Ohio. They happen every year at the Bellefontaine County.
How do you guys feel about him now?
He has a right
He's
to
a journalist and a reporter. What's the big deal?
Yeah, he has a right to do that. I mean,
I was 18 years old. I was curious, just like
Hey Dio, what's the big? All right, Chuck, that's enough. Hey Dio, I'll tell you what the big deal is, Dio. He went to a Klan rally, and this isn't about you, Chuck. No one's writing a book about you today. Dio, what is important is he went to a Klan rally, sir. Dio, would you go to a Klan rally? I have black friends, unlike you, Dio.
You know there were more black people
I
at the Klan rally than there were white people.
Oh no, I do, Dio, and I think you should be ashamed of yourself as a white man to simp for a fellow white man that went to a Klan rally when you sit up here with blacks on the panel all day long, Dio. That's the big deal.
No,
that's the big deal, Dio.
In the Klan, the whole dressing up in your bed sheets and running
let
around.
me read the super chat, guys. Hold on. Let me read the super chat. Passion with the $20 super chat says, "This isn't a snow globe, not the code out." I'm sorry. This isn't a snow globe, not that code out. So like a snowman can take a roll now. What's that? Some rap? I don't know, but I think he wants you up out of here, Snowman, for 20 minutes. You can come back at 4:36, and you get the must be the money too, Passion. Well, all right. Yeah. You know, ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed that dotted line, you can come back in 20 minutes. Snowman, go ahead, 777. Let's keep on hearing you disrespect the military, you son of a bitch. Go ahead, because it's freedom of speech.
I got my popcorn.
Go ahead, 777.
And you know what? So, and not for nothing. Shout out to Reese from Philly. Not for nothing, Dio. But we're about to get you up out of here next. Okay.
Go ahead.
And hang on. And that Cash App, yeah, Dio, you're up out of here. You know why, white woman? Let me explain why. Here's why. Like all white women, Dio, you think you can say, shut up, Dio. You think you can say anything that you want to anybody. Now, you just simped for a man that went to a Klan rally. Where I come from, that white man that goes to the Klan rally is part of the Klan. Simple as that. So that means you're part of the Klan, Dio, too. It's $20 to get Dio out of here for the day.
No,
because merely observing that a man is a journalist who went to go and report on something automatically makes me a
He's
racist.
a racist that went.
Yeah,
not a journalist. He's a racist.
What I expect from a lefty like you,
777. I don't know whether you're trolling or not, but you know, I think you've taken it too far today. And you've taken it too far is because you are literally a coward, sir.
I want Dio out of here.
Seriously. Think about how insane this is. You're over here disrespecting the military, disrespecting the men who have served on the panel. And you haven't done anything to protect this country, sir. What have you done to protect this country, sir, while you're disrespecting the military?
Well, first of all, let me tell you what I've done to protect this country. I'm against trans. I'm against gays, straight up. I'm against the weird flag. Hang on, let me finish. I'm also against terror. I'm also, shut up, Dio. Passion.
I can't hear you.
Passion. Go ahead, get Dio's ticket. Cash that. Here we go.
You're a rich man. You got
Let
20
me tell
bucks.
you something. Let me tell you something.
Out.
Shout out to Passion. That's my cousin. Listen, here we go. I'm against terrorist organization, against straight people, which is those people. Okay. I'm also against white supremacists like Angry Snowman and you, Dio, because you think it's okay to go to a Klan rally.
So, all right. Well, you think I'm such a white supremacist? Pay to get me out of here. It's $20. You said you're a rich man. Let's see you put up the money.
Sir, I could simply, well, I'm a boss. I put money on your head and you go, sir.
Just like a liberal. He has the means to get rid of a white supremacist, won't do it.
I'll put money on your head and you'll go, sir.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
I'll knock you off, sir.
Okay, guys, hold on for a second.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I don't like racists. That's all. I'm sorry.
Don't 777. I'm telling you, don't cut me off again. My take on the world. What say you about the situation in Russia, sir? You've been quiet the whole time. What say you, sir?
About Russia? I firstly think that honestly, I feel like China's gonna join Russia and help with the war, and also stop smoking on the panel.
My take on the world. There was a possible coup that was ongoing earlier this morning. I was asking you about that.
Oh, tell me about it again. I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Oh my god. You ever heard of the mercenary group, the Wagner group?
Yeah.
Okay. Their leader, he made an impressive inroad into Russia today, even to the point where he was 150 miles outside of Moscow in an attempt to possibly overthrow the military and install himself as the a military head over the actual military, the state's military, and possibly depose of Putin. You didn't hear about that?
Oh, so they're trying to dethrone Putin?
It was a possibility that might have happened. Yeah.
Hey, real quick, my take, the way CT read it correctly, but what the report's trying to say is he's got beef with the Russian defense minister, the new one that just got appointed, and they're saying because he's trying to overtake that position, he's now maybe a threat to then take out Putin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Juana with the $10 super chat says, CT, I served for money. And people like 777 so that he could have his opinions freely as an American. I stand on that. I don't have to agree with anyone to be American. 777, go ahead. And thank you so much, Mario, for that super sticker, man. 777, Juana, get you back.
Yep. Juana, I'm not going to lie, Juana. I see you in the chat, and I appreciate you. I appreciate not only your service, but also donating to my good friend that we went to grammar school together, CT. So first of all, let me just say all the donations that came in today, I'm going to speak for CT's platform. He appreciates it. A lot of them, 80% of them have been, in recognition of me being on the show. And I want to say thank you to all you guys. But, what have you guys done besides Corwin? Because he doesn't have to. What have you guys done today, Tarus? Have you paid for this ranting and raving from that government check you get? Have you paid American Firewoman? Have you paid to be on the show for 6 hours, however long it is?
Not today, but I have donated, and I am a member. I am actually a member of CT, so I do support.
When's the last time you gave him a Cash App or a PayPal, though?
I mean, that's really none of your business.
Oh, when? I mean, be a man. Be a man.
CT just says hit the Cash App. He actually doesn't say. Hold on. He doesn't say. Hold on. He doesn't say a prerequisite to get on his show or watch the show. You got to pay up front. He just said hit the like, subscribe, and then if you want to support,
does that
and
pay
if they want to get dusty dudes like you off the panel, pay some extra.
Does that hit the? Hey, sir. Does hit the like pay the bills? No, it doesn't.
It helps the algorithm.
No, it doesn't. Paying.
Yeah, actually, it does.
Putting money in this man's pockets does. That's what helps the algorithm.
Well, I've actually done that. I've done that more than once, so I don't know what you're crying about.
Either donate, or I'm going to get you out of here for the rest of the day. You could take your popcorn and see your way out.
Man, pay this Negro and hurry up.
Okay, so how much to get him out of here for the day, CT? I want him off the panel, CT. How much?
Guys, let me ask you guys a question real quick, and I'm particularly my take on the road.
20
from Philly. Give me a second, 777.
What's the price?
What does this do to Putin's reputation? The fact that 25,000 people encroached in his country, or encroached almost to the point where they were going to take over the capital. What does this do to his reputation globally? Reese, what say you, sir?
Well, actually, so I'm glad I'm getting the news from you and not one of these networks, right?
Yeah, thank you.
So I didn't even know that. And I was getting bored with the whole Ukraine situation, so I tuned out like a month ago.
Yeah.
Because Putin was talking all this nuke stuff and nothing ever happened, and he didn't fulfill any of his threats. So I'm not really sure what's going on. In my heart, I believe that this whole war is about something totally different. I think all the news networks are lying to us for a reason. Right? I think and I don't have any ideas what it's about or any of that. I just think it's something totally different. Now, as far as by taking over Russia, all of that could be fake too. I mean, they keep saying all these things are going to happen, about to happen, and might happen, and they never do.
Yeah.
If they keep us chasing a fucking dream, it's sad what they're doing with us.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Reese. I got to get you up out of here. Use the F-bomb. Sorry, bro. You know I rock with you, Reese. It's just Sorry, as I gotta get you up out of here. Use this F-bomb. My take on the world with the $5 super. If he was on to something, though, he was. My take on the world with the $5 super chat says China will take over the world. Go ahead, 777.
Okay. Well, I'd like to change the price on AFR. It's 20, sir. We just got rid of a white man for 20 minutes. So what's the price to get rid of him for because the show's going to be over soon. I mean, let's keep it real here. How about 20? Get him out of here.
Would you just go ahead with the conversation, man?
Yeah. So, all right, then. I guess.
Let Warren go real quick, man.
What
do you think about?
Yeah, let Warren.
What do you think about 777's disrespect of the U.S. military, sir?
I pass mine to Corin. Go ahead.
You're on mute, sir.
Dio, you're gay, so no one cares what you
He didn't diss the military. He just saying, what have they done in the military? Like, did they catch any bodies, or what have they done?
Exactly.
But, now the truth came out. I can't sit here and say they lied about what they did in the military. He's just questioning them. He throwing some good shots, some good questions at them. You know what I'm saying? The guy with the Nike shirt, he's being honest. He gone through something while he was there, and when he came home, he's trying to, there's a solution in this country. You could say I got a problem, and they help you with it. They'll give you a check every month, medication. There's help. There's help for people that join the military.
The gentlemen on the panel, both served 4 tours combined. I would assume, but between the two of these gentlemen, in my opinion, heroes, they have about 10 years of military combat experience.
I doubt it.
Well, I got 10 years by myself. You're gonna have to add on to Roos's.
Okay, so 15, 20 years. So you don't find anything wrong with 777, who's never served a day in the military.
I don't find no problem with that. He's just asking simple questions. If they got a problem with it, I don't think the guy with the Nike shirt have a problem with it. I think the guy with the black hoodie has a complex about it.
Well, in the manner he was speaking about PTSD.
Hold on, let him rock it out.
He cut me off when we first came on the panel. I didn't really like that either. But
go ahead, Corey. Just finish up, Corey. I got you. Corey.
He seemed like he knows everything. You know what I'm saying? But he don't know how to. He don't know how to mind his business. He just want to talk yap the whole time. But the man asked you, did you catch any bodies? What have you done in the military besides brag about it?
He never
have you done any, like, were you in any kind of firefights? When I hear military people speak, they talk about being shell shocked and having wounds and gone through a lot. Like the man Charus told you, he went through something. He didn't talk about what he went through, but he went through something. You, my sir, you American first rifleman, you talk a good one, but the ones that talk haven't really done anything. You know what I'm saying? The ones that run their mouth and think they know everything.
Pay attention.
Is that all you wanted to say?
It sounds good. Like I always say, it sounds good, but I don't know.
Okay. So
complex about it. So when somebody caught in a lie, they start explaining a whole lot, talking a lot. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe him. I don't even think he really in the military. I think he's telling stories.
Hold on for a second. Wait a minute. American First Rifleman, do you want to respond to this guy who never served either in the military?
The main thing I'm going to tell to you, brother Lucky, is
my man's like.
Yeah. Well, I'll cook real quick, Charus. Look.
Now, 777. Now, I asked you nicely earlier not to do that because of copyright strikes. You did it again.
It was 5 seconds.
You become a liability to my
only
business.
5 seconds.
So I'm gonna kick you out. No,
It's only 5 seconds.
I'm gonna kick you out. So it's $10 for you to come back in, sir. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Mary.
Yeah. Okay. My main thing for right now, what I'm about to say is, brother, I don't think you listened to the entirety of the conversations we were having. Okay, that's number one. So the first one, some of the comments I made to 777, if you would listen to him, for one, the manner in which he was speaking about PTSD in general was disrespectful to men and women of all conflicts. That's number one. So if you didn't hear what he said and just be like, he could say that a little bit better. I'm not saying he's outright trying to like disrespect, but then he went into this back.
But it's a fact. It's a fact that some of y'all have PTSD. It's a fact.
Yeah, I admit it. I'm diagnosed with it.
All
Yes.
right, so what's the problem? What's the problem?
Well, I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna keep explaining because I don't know if you listen in the manner of how he said he was
I've
talking.
been here the whole time. I've been listening the whole time. If you didn't notice, see, you don't notice everything. You try to say I didn't, but you don't notice.
Well,
I've been listening. I heard the man with the Nike shirt reason.
His name is Tarus. We've said his name plenty of times for you to understand. His name is Tarus plenty of times. He's been on the show before.
I see his name right there. You know what I'm saying? I just said Nike shirt because
why not use the brother's name? I don't understand.
I'm from the hood. I don't call names. I don't call people names out. You know what I'm saying? In case you didn't know that. But the man with the Nike shirt, he said that I have a problem with PTSD a lot. He goes to the doctor for it. He goes to psychotherapist or whatever, and he talks about it. And they treating him. They treating him, and I'm quite sure he's getting something for it. You know what I'm saying? But you, on the other hand, you not be coming forth. You're not being truthful. I think you're not telling.
Okay, can I give you a couple of things?
You don't saying nothing. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, cool. Can I say something?
Not disrespectful or nothing like that. No.
Okay, I got you, brother. I'm not getting triggered. One thing I will tell you, two things. One,
somebody
I have
string you up in the back. But go ahead.
I have a DD-214 that says what my service is. Okay, and I can produce that. That's number one. And number two, if you look on my YouTube channel, there's actually a couple of videos on me of me when I was in service, and actually a couple in Afghanistan. So that actually kind of proves that I actually was in the military. And also on top of that, I have something. And when hopefully you heard this, since you were listening the whole time, and you said, "Well, I don't really remember, or no, I don't really remember, believe that you were in or anything." I have something called a combat action badge. It's given to U.S. Army soldiers who are considered non-infantry MOSs or specialties. So they give it, so a tanker doesn't get any special thing. Like before the combat action badge, or CAB as we call it, came to fruition, you could be a tanker, a cavalry guy, an artillery guy, and get in combat and nobody would ever know. But if you're an infantry guy, you get a nice little pretty blue cord and the combat infantry badge, and everybody and their mama can get on their knees and say, "Hero guy, people shot at you." And people said, well, yeah, sorry. Left, sorry.
No, you're right. The oak tree, remember?
Yeah, exactly. With the rifle and all that. And so people kind of in the generals said, yeah, that's me in Camp Shelby, Alabama, I think, right before I went to Afghanistan.
Corn, that's him in the middle. That looks like
they look mighty happy, like they playing games, like it was funny, I don't know. I don't know, man.
It's probably the only time they smile. That's probably the only time they got a chance to smile.
And I think they was there to get get a Pell Grant for school or something like that. I don't think they were there because they care about this country. Because a lot of y'all don't care. You don't care about your own kind.
Can I say something, Lucky?
I think you was there to get some kind of what they call it, them checks they give out. you know, stipends and all of that. You know,
I don't know what you're talking about. Well, Lucky. Oh, go ahead, Tarus. Sorry, go ahead, Tarus.
You weren't there to
the
serve
thing
your
is,
country.
there's multiple reasons for why people join. There's like Corey, like please stop implying as if there's only one reason why anybody does anything. There are multiple reasons why people
I said that. Yeah.
No. For example, right? I joined the military at 18. Yes, I joined because it was a paycheck. Yes, I joined because they gave a bonus to a crap MOS like 88 Mike. Yes, I joined because there was a GI Bill benefit. But I also joined because I grew up a military brat and my parents were in the military, and it just goes down the line. There's multiple reasons.
Right. I see why you were affected. You know, you weren't really there for to be shot at.
Well, if I might interject,
you weren't really there to be shot at. You weren't really there to go to war, sir. That's what my man 777 is trying to say.
I can't take it anymore because
you know, man, y'all weren't really there for war. You don't have no kills. You don't have nothing but medal. You have medal.
I just told you I have a combat action badge, sir.
That's what I'm saying. You said you had a medal or for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? You're not listening to me. I said that. I just said that. You have medals and combat sheets saying that you was, you know, in this position or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I mean, anybody could do that or get that for joining.
Corin, I got a question for you. I mean, even if somebody did join and they only joined for, let's say, the benefits, did they not still serve our country? Did they not still risk their lives to protect our freedom? I mean, it doesn't really matter why they were there. The fact of the matter is they put everything on the line and they protected us doing it. Does that not deserve some appreciation?
At peacetime, they went in.
There is no peacetime in the U.S.
When I say something real quick, a lot of times the people that enlisted people that are behind the scenes and not actually on the battlefield, they can be the difference whether you die or not.
Oh yeah, reserves, standbys, whatever you call them. You know,
I ain't talking about reserves.
It's all right. I ain't saying nothing against that, but what 777 was saying, were you in any combat? How did you serve your country? You know, he looking for the realness. The real meat and potatoes, you know. I'm quite sure he's probably saying they didn't really serve this country the way I would like them to, you know, earn. Did they really earn what they're getting now?
Okay, can I say something, Lucky, to that? Look, for
being a black man, that's how they do us. Like just hopped on welfare. They say, well, you just getting welfare. They say, but you ain't trying to get a job or nothing. You ain't trying to work, put some work in. That's what he's saying. Y'all didn't put no work in.
Okay, can I say thank you? Okay, thank you for adding that in. One thing I will say is me for myself, when I came back, there were issues I had to work with because remember I deployed more than once. But I remember distinctly one time when I came back, I joined the VFW. I'm still a member today. Veterans of Foreign Wars. It's one of the oldest military veteran organizations in the country that everybody should join. If you served in overseas, you should join them. And it's a very exclusive club. You have to have served in combat to join them. You can't just be, you know, any regular old veteran. So I was able to link up with a nursing home that was for veterans. I'm gonna not disclose the name or whatever, but I was giving rides to appointments, to the park, like anything these men needed, because some of them were in terminal care, some of them just didn't have family, you know. And it wasn't purely because they were veterans like me. It was and also too, when I was in high school, I volunteered for elderly care and stuff like that in old folks' homes. So I kind of have a history of that anyway. So I just did that for them. And it's just like, I think that adds something, you know. And also too, last thing I'll say, CT, when men come back from war, yes, we still have more that needs to be done. But what I'm saying is, you're always going to be changed forever.
People told me when I came back, like, you're a different person, but it's just what you do after. That's what counts. As of right now, I know friends that lost their mind on drugs, lost their families and everything. I could have lost everything, but it's a constant battle. But also, I have a support system of people who love me and will look out for me when I'm struggling, and that's what a veteran needs. So I'm kind of like lucky. I understand you're trying to learn, or maybe. But seriously, people like 777, I don't know if you understand his narrative, but like, seriously, he was being very disrespectful. And
well, do you need a hug when you're a grown man, sir? Is that what you need? Do you need a hug?
Okay. No,
you didn't get it because you didn't get. Well, hang on.
You would know after my talking, it's not about me. Hopefully, you would gather everything I've been saying.
How come you didn't get a CI
about me?
Guys, hold on for a second.
I gathered a lot of it, but you know, people will come up here and say anything.
Corey, hold on for a minute. Still, please hold it, Ivan.
Wow, thank you very much for that. Wow, you're speaking Ukrainian?
What cut me off? Okay, that's it. 777, you're out of here.
That was Ukrainian?
Ivan, did you understand what I said?
No, I'm not from Ukraine.
That was Russian.
I'm from a different country. I'm still in Eastern Europe, but a different country.
What language do you don't speak Russian?
No. I mean, all Slavic languages resemble, but Russian, no.
So I sounded like gibber jabber.
I speak Serbian, Macedonian, Bosnian, Bulgarian, but not Russian. I've been on your show before.
Trust me, Ivan. I definitely remember you, and I'm so glad that you called in. Considering today could have been a very historic day in modern history since World War II. You are in Eastern Europe. What is going on over there in terms of what happened today, and what do you think is going to happen moving forward?
I mean, the thing is, we found out before you guys that actually they were not going to make any moves on Moscow. We found out before you.
Okay.
Lukashenko, the president of Belarus, he's negotiated on behalf of. So they retreated before anything happens.
Okay. What's going to happen moving forward with the
But one of the things that a lot of people don't get is that actually Prigozhin, he's not the one who started the Wagner group.
Oh, he was?
He actually was, he took over after the Chechen wars.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I talk to him?
So he's not, look, he owes money to Putin because of how he became a millionaire.
Right,
no,
because he was
right. So he became an oligarch, but
that's absolutely
not
wrong.
in a legal way.
Because he was because he was a
he used to sell hot dogs.
Hot dogs,
he used to sell hot dogs.
Businessman. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead.
No, that was it. I just didn't know what you guys were discussing about the attack on Moscow.
Yeah, the first 2 hours we were talking about because
they're actually moving to Kharkiv. They're going back to Ukraine.
We just got the information about that. Yep.
Yeah, so that was it pretty much because we got the info before you guys.
Does this make Putin look weak?
Does it make him weak?
Does it make him look weak on an international scale? The fact that
he already looked weak before that.
Could this have ever happened to Putin?
No, the thing is, Prigozhin, he's against the current Minister of Defense. He's not against Putin directly.
Yeah.
He owes him too much, so.
See, remember, that's what I said, CT.
Okay. Is Putin going to hunt him down?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Lukashenko, he negotiated with him, so I think he's going to calm down. They're probably going to fire the Minister of Defense and hire a new one.
Okay.
Yeah, he's easily replaceable. Prigozhin is he's kind of important right now, so yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ivan. What'd you say?
No, I was saying between the current minister and between Prigozhin, he's gonna choose whoever's more important to him. So
okay,
that's how it's gonna. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ivan. You have a lag on your
end. Is it cutting off? Because I don't know. There's a delay, maybe.
Yeah, it's a delay, but you can. I'm gonna drop you real quick. You come back in if you want to. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much, Ivan. I hope he comes back. That's Ivan. I've spoke to Ivan many a times. We have another hero that served this country and provided for all of our freedoms, unlike the coward 777. Thank you so much, man, Jarrell. I know you were listening in on 777, but real quick, let me get to Rosgirl real quick. And I see you, Mr. S. Give me a second, sir. Rosgirl, what say you about Russia or 777? Comments about the military.
I was coming up here because I wanted to talk to 777 because he is terrible. And
you want me to bring him back?
Sure. Okay. Sure.
For you, I will. You know, he doesn't. Oh, she just dropped off. Okay. His tab wasn't paid, but you know, you've gave so much Skrilla to the channel that I'll, you know.
I just wanted to tell the especially American Rifleman, you don't have to explain nothing to that dirty Italian. His family is probably over here full of his family was probably refugees and everything. Remember, if you are from America, you don't have nowhere else to go. We can send his ass wherever. You don't never have to explain to him what you've done. And regardless of why people sign up to go to the military, the end all be all is that they still know the risk when they sign up, whether they're going to get money or whether they're going to be a patriot. I am a patriot, so anybody who's in the military, I respect them and I thank them for their service, because regardless of me, they're going to be the first people who they're going to send to go before they even think of me. So I'm grateful for that. And if you don't know what goes on behind the scenes, then you're going to be like Dirty Italian 7 was to 777 was today, and ask questions about bullets and people falling. There are casualties of war. There's administrative things going all up in the military in every branch, and every branch serves for something in America. So you need to be grateful for what they do. And if you don't understand that, then you need to go talk to your family for bringing you over here. 777.
If it were not for America, Rosgirl, 777 would be saluting Mussolini right now.
Thank you. What is wrong with him?
Keep it real. We saved, not we, but the Americans saved Italy from that crazy monster.
Yes, I myself worked with the Veterans Services as a social worker, and I have seen many cases of people coming in trying to get disability. And regardless, everybody is not there getting disability because they have PTSD. There's tetanitis, there are knee problems, there everything that goes on. And this is because they sacrifice their life, their body, their families, their wives that they leave at home, their husbands that they leave at home, the babies that are created, all of that for you. Like, it's just, I think it's very unpatriotic. I think it's real, it's like what I say about these black people who don't have no respect for the elders who came before us. This is the problem with when we have people come over here from other countries. If you cannot respect our country, 777, your family, then you need to not say nothing or get up out of here. Period. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your service.
If you had the power,
how do elders treat young people in this country?
Give me a second. Rosgirl, if you had the power, would you deport that Guinea?
Oh yes, in a heartbeat. Oh yeah. Anybody who speaks bad on our American military services or our U.S. government, okay, but the people who actually sign up, who don't know what they're going for, who hear propaganda, who hear stories, they can't make those decisions. Our soldiers, they can't say they don't want to go anywhere. They sacrifice their life, not knowing what they're doing, but willingly doing it for their families and us. So yes, I would tell him to get up out of here real quick. I'll be signing the paperwork.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes, you can.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes, you can.
So the soldiers, the infantry soldiers that never see combat, right? Their bodies still go through rigorous. Let me watch my language. Their bodies go through a lot of punishment every single day, almost. I'm talking about everybody gets up and run and exercise every morning, and then you go to work after that. And sometimes while you're at work, you're walking 15 miles. You're in the jungle. You're in a swamp, rivers, jumping out of helicopters, carrying heavy stuff. Sometimes there's timing on everything. And then you got a family after you do all that. And some of them staying there for 10, 20, 30 years. And their bodies are like beaten down, just like construction workers and miners or whatever. So they got to get some type of respect because they took the chance that, okay, if called, I'll go. That's basically what they're saying. If they stay that long, they're saying, if called, I'll go. 10, 20, 30 years.
Reese, you are so right, bro. And they're typically the first one when they hit the civilian world to also take a manual labor job too. Like of
course.
You know what I mean? Like Reese, you speaking of fact.
Oh yeah. Oh, also too.
Give me a second. Give me one second. I'm not one for violence, but Mandrill, I know you heard that unpatriotic, fake ass Michael Corleone 777 up here talking. Now this Dago Guinea was disrespecting the military, the same military that his own ancestors fought in as well, and helped liberate Italy from Mussolini. Now, what did you feel about what he was saying about your military brethren, sir?
Nothing good. But my thing is he a citizen? That's my first question.
Yes.
Was he born here?
Yes, he was.
He was born in the United States and talking that shit?
Yeah.
Pardon my French.
Doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, all right. Tell him to sign up, then talk. Sign up, then talk. And I want you to.
Go ahead.
I want 777. Listen, 777. Train up and go to Ranger School. Woo! Train up and go to any selection course in the U.S. Army. Any one of them. I graduated one. U.S. Special Forces selection, assessment and selection.
SFAS.
I went through the Q course. Got my Green Beret. I earned it. I'd like to see you do that, and then deploy on a team. Then come back and let's have this conversation. I want to see him talk about stuff.
Mandrill did that hard.
I want to see him walk 10 miles through jungle that is so dense that it's dark in the daytime with one meal
exactly
in the palm of your hand, carrying a 15-pound weapon, 10 pounds of extra rounds, 2 pounds of food, a tent that weighs 3 pounds. Your clothes weigh about 8 pounds. Uphill.
And then to pass your PT test, to max it out, you have to run 2 miles in what? 13 minutes?
92 push-ups, 92
sit-ups. 92 push-ups, 92 sit-ups, and like a 13-minute 2 miles.
Yeah. After you're done going through that jungle, yeah, exactly. After you're done going through that jungle for how many hours, you still have to have enough stamina and might to fight the enemy and win.
And then you guys do it the next day.
Right, and then here's the thing. Here's my thing about this whole thing with Ukraine. I mean,
go ahead.
And okay, if y'all don't think America is gaming this whole thing out, you're ridiculous. You have any idea how much we learned in the? Let me give you a little perspective. We invaded 2 different countries at the same time, conquered them, held them for 20 fucking years.
We got
on the other side of the planet. On the other side of the planet, and Russia can't hold Ukraine.
And it's right there.
A neighboring country.
Mandrill,
it's no small feat. It's no small feat to pack up tanks.
We won the invasion.
Exactly. And held it for 20 years in a country that was said it was unconquerable. But we went over there and just honestly, the way it looks, I know the way it looks in the press, but the press is junk. But operationally, there's nothing and no one over there who could stop us. Not really. You know, it's no small feat to pack up tanks and all that ordnance and ship it to the other side of the planet, then settle in and conquer. No small feat.
And remember, we got bases everywhere. So
right, and the thing is, we set up those bases during the campaign, all over both countries, and Russia can't conquer a neighboring country. Stop playing. And here's the thing.
Putin could have launched a missile and be like, do A, B, and C, and I'll turn it around. I'll make it go the other way. He could have done that and ended it in an hour.
I gotta be fair to everybody though, Mandrill. I mean, I know me and you go back, man, but I gotta be fair, Mandrill. You did cuss 3 or 4 times. I gotta be fair.
Yeah, he hit me, so
yeah, I gotta be fair. It's $10 to bring Mandrill back. Mr. S.
Who wanna go half with me to bring Mandrill back?
Go ahead, Mr. S. What say you, man, about all the topics we've been talking about today, sir?
Yo, I'll go half.
Hi, everyone.
Mr. S, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I just confirm?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me without any?
You hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, sir.
No issues. Yes.
Yes. Go ahead.
Perfect. Right. So the Wagner Group, they are similar to Blackwatch. I'm guessing these military boys on the panel could easily remember Blackwatch and what they did in Iraq. But anyhow, the point of the discussion is not that. The point of the discussion is if the head of the Wagner Group can depose and overthrow Putin.
Yep.
I personally do not think that will happen. The reason why is because the head of the Wagner Group owes Putin for the help that he got on his rise to power, on his rise to riches. Because let's not forget, like you guys have mentioned, he was a hot dog seller back in the early 90s. And what happened was he built a restaurant chain, had several top restaurants, and from there started gaining lucrative catering contract.
Hey, your audio is bad, Rab. Why don't you go kick rocks?
Oh.
Go kick rocks, son.
Yeah, CT, can you let me know when my audio is bad? If that's all right.
Why don't you go swallow an IED?
Mr. S, you want to come back in and come back out, and I'll let you in, okay? Mr. S, your audio is kind of like choppy, okay? Yeah.
Fix your audio.
No.
Yeah. Yep. Well, and when it comes to him talking about the veterans, it's like that's something that he's a civilian. It's something he's not going to understand unless you go through it. He goes through it himself.
No,
you know what I mean?
Mantrell, listen. You sat up here. You talked about these. These are soldiers to you because what? This is your band of brothers. I get it, right? But these two are not soldiers, sir.
Look, don't give this guy slack just because he's a civilian.
Now, Dio, you're a dyke. You're a dyke. Now let the men talk, please. All right. I'm sorry. I get it.
I wanted to hear what Dio had to say. Don't cut me off, 777. Dio, what were you about to say, Dio, real quick?
I was saying, well, don't cut this guy any slack just because he's a civilian. I mean, I'm a civilian and I know better than this. I mean, he's like a kid that doesn't know how to, not pee on the toilet seat and then sit on it. I mean,
you're a dyke,
he's old enough, he should know better.
777, I told you stop, man.
You said stop cutting you off, not him.
I know, but just stop. I'm trying to hear Dio. Go ahead. Let Diogenes
For
talk.
what?
Go ahead, Diogenes.
I mean, we cut way too much slack for failed people in our society. We give them a lot of room to just walk all over us, and then we get upset when they walk all over us, and that's our fault. I mean, if we just knocked their teeth out and we were done with it, then they'd learn their lesson and move on.
Come on.
All right, I'm here to talk to actual men, Dio, not you. So here we go. So Dio, you're a butch dyke. Moving on. Here's my issue. All right, Rosgirl, I'm gonna get you back, not on today's show, but that was horrendous. I can't, we go way back. Can't believe you talked to me like that. Tarus, I understand. You're in the military. I get it. America's riflewoman. You don't have any confirmed kills. I'll just leave that alone. All right, you got the badge, but you know who we give those badges to? We give those to women. Anybody could get those. Let's just keep it real. Now, Mandrell is a man that has confirmed kills. He has killed and probably almost got killed for this country. So I'll leave this person alone. But those two up there, you can't stick up for them. And Reese, I know you love to tell the stories how you did the combat school or whatever. You haven't served though, have you, Reese? I'm just asking. Don't get offended, ma'am.
I haven't seen any war, thank heavens.
Okay, so you've never served in the military. But this isn't about you two. This was just about me talking about Tarus and America's first rifleman that acts like a woman. And Dio, you're a butch dyke. You have no business at all being up here. You wave a colored flag.
You prattle worse than my ex-wife. What are you even talking about?
Go ahead, Diogenes. I'll put him in the back for a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he comes up here. He talks a lot of disrespect. I
hear the flag in your voice, sir. I hear the rainbow colors coming out of your mouth when you talk.
Yeah, look, you got issues. You keep them to yourself. I don't need to hear about your little fantasies.
You probably like men buying you drinks at the bar.
Look, I've worked in The electrical industry for about 14 years, I've worked on fishing ships, two of the most dangerous civilian industries in America. And never in that entire career have I had to worry about somebody shooting at me. I haven't had to go home and sleep in my bed at night wondering if a mortar was going to come down. People talk about whether you've had combat service or not have combat service. If you've been overseas, there's no way you haven't had combat service, because even if you haven't been in the direct firefight, you've been under the constant threat of a direct firefight. And there is no way to escape that.
It depends on when you were there. You've definitely been mortared.
Oh yeah.
Like when I signed up, 9/11 had happened like the year prior. I think I signed up in 2002. And by the time I deployed, my first deployment, the war had kicked off in earnest. It was like full World War II, the stuff you see, kind of stuff you see in movies, but you're in the middle of it. And yeah, that's when you first encounter with that. That's when you like, oh, this is war. Oh, okay, this is what this is like. All right, okay, screw it. And so, you know what I mean? That's when you find out what you're made of when you actually do it. But if you deploy and you don't actually get in a gunfight, chances are you've experienced something like an IED. You've been mortared. You've heard bullets passing by your head at some point in time.
Besides those two guys.
When you so going through this experience and listening to 777, who's a coward, how does that make you feel?
On the one hand, it does make my blood boil. But on the other hand,
it should. It's the truth. It should.
Yeah, the other time, on the other hand, I've heard this before quite a few times, so I'm just like, hey, you know what? Let him have his opinion.
And Dio,
it's kind of half and half. But on one hand, my blood does boil, and I say to people like that, look,
that's
dude,
good.
Sign up for it.
Now, Dio,
and then let's have this conversation. Then, here's the thing: perfect example. Reason why guys come out and have issues is because once you go in, if you're not building a network, if you're not getting your education, if you have time to do any of this, okay, because some people get in there, they get right to work, and they don't have time to set themselves up for when they get out. So if you don't have time for it and you get out, you're starting out over from square one. It's like that time you spent in the military never happened. It's like you disappeared off Earth and came back. For example, people who sign up for the Army and become truck drivers, they're driving these convoys and getting shot at, blown up. I watched the craziest stuff happen on convoys. I've seen an RPG go inside the passenger window and out the driver's side. I've seen a mortar land, boom, smack dab on the front of a Humvee's hood. It didn't blow up, but it was live ordnance. You know what I'm saying? So I've seen the weirdest things happen on convoys. But these guys go through this, but when they get out, they have to go ahead and take the CDL test just like everyone else. None of that mattered. None of that counted. Now, how are you able to drive an 18-wheeler or any other vehicle on the convoy, but you get out and none of that's going on here and you not qualified? You have to qualify just like everyone else. So that's one of the biggest complaints, because guys can't find gainful employment that they're qualified to do. And because you spent time in the military, people automatically assume you're going to go crazy and go postal and do something bad. So they don't hire you. I've had several guys that I knew, guys I was close to, decide not to be here anymore.
I bet you're close enough.
No, they're not here anymore. Of their own free will, if you get what I'm saying. So, and because it is like stuff like that causes depression. It's almost like you're lucky if you do all right when you get out. It's crazy. It's a trip, and it's because people like civilians. It's because civilians seem to hold it against you that you serve.
So Dio, would you like to blow him now, Dio? Because you're a homosexual, right? That story turned you on, Dio, about him being in the military?
777, I've warned you. Dio, wait a minute.
I didn't swear.
777, I've warned you not to be vulgar. Where I'm from, and Tarus is from the same place, we are from the same area. You don't say stuff like that to other men. I don't know how it is in your part of the country, but that's vulgar. That's disgusting. And I'm going to get you up out of here for being vulgarity. You broke the blue cousin rule yet again. So that's going to be $10 for you to call in. You don't tell another man to blow another man. That's absolutely, or you don't tell a woman to do it. That's disgusting. And not only have you disrespected these heroes at the top of this at the top of the panel. You've been nothing but rude and disrespectful. So it's $10 for you to come back in, sir. My take on the real. You want to say something real quick? You keep talking. Go ahead, sir. You're on mute. Go ahead, sir. Oh, he dropped off. Mr. S, go ahead. Let's see if Mr. S can come back in. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Yes, I did get it, Rico. Yes. I got it, Rico. Rico, you can call. Wait a minute. Hold on for a second. Rico?
Is something now? Or?
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. S. You're going to have to switch your Al-Qaeda plan to like Spectrum or something. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. S. Go ahead, sir.
Does it sound clear? Because if it's not, I'm just going to...
Rico paid for you to get back. Yeah, it's still breaking up, Mr. S. Yeah, it's still breaking up. Yeah. Mr. S.
Right. Hey, man. We'll try this one more time. If I'm breaking up,
Hey, Cal,
I have to be
mad at me, is he? He didn't take that personal, did he?
What you say, Tarus?
Man, my wife just sent me a screenshot, and hey, Cal, man, none I said was personal. I hope you didn't take it personal. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh wow,
you got mad at anything I said, man. My bad, bro.
Hey, Mr. S. Is he gone now?
He had to drop off because his thing isn't. Yeah.
Oh, can I say something? Can I say
Go ahead,
something?
Corn.
Yeah, I wanted to join the Air Force, right? And I was at home at the time, like 16, 17. And my mother didn't let me go. She was like, this country don't fight for you. So why would you fight for this country?
Corn, respectfully, your mom didn't know what on earth she was talking
about.
No,
don't talk about my mother. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
saying
she was right because we're not being treated fair.
CT, don't talk about his mother, CT. Why would you talk about someone's mother like that?
Well, I'm not talking to my mom's, and you're saying my mom's ain't right. But that's not right. You know what I'm saying?
Corn, I'm not disrespecting your mother, sir.
No, I'm saying you can't tell your child. I can't tell your child what to do. But you could tell your child what to do. So what my mother did was right. You know what I'm saying?
I apologize. You said my apology.
You know what I'm saying? But
I apologize.
She felt like we weren't treated right, benefiting right. A lot of things to the day is still going on. Racism. You know what I'm saying? I really did want to fly. No exaggeration. I wanted to go in the Air Force. I said I'm going in the Air Force after school.
That didn't stop black people from doing it before.
Let him finish.
I went down to the recruiting station and everything. I was like ready to go. Then I went to her and told her. She said, nah, you can't live in this house and go there. I should have just left. You know what I'm saying? Then I wouldn't have been able to live home. But I listened to her. I honor my mother. You know what I'm saying? I just never went because of her, man. You know, I know I'm not the only one that keep their kids.
No, I have an answer for you on that one.
I know a lot of parents don't want their kids to go in because they're afraid they'll lose their children. You know what I'm saying?
Corn. Isn't there a height limit for Air Force pilots anyway?
No, at that time I wasn't as tall as I am now. I wasn't as tall.
How tall were you when you were 7? How tall were you when you were 17?
I'll say about 6. I say about 6'4".
Oh, you surpassed that standard, dude. What are you talking about? 6'4". I mean, you had no problem.
I'm not saying I'm not no coward. I'm saying I went. I was going to go. I wanted to go, but she didn't want me to go.
I think I understand that.
She raised me. She had every right to say, I don't want you to go in there. I don't want you to lose your life or whatever. The situation, whatever.
I understand. I understand that. And
they like to bring up my height. Ignore them. They always like to bring up my height for everything, but it's okay. But that's the reason why I didn't go. Exactly.
I get it. I think it's my answer to your mother.
I'm for it, man.
Hold on. My answer to your mother.
That guy 777 is just questioning. He's just messing with you. That's how he do. You know what I'm saying? Chaotic know that. You know what I'm saying?
The answer that I would give your mother.
He wanted to test you, see how strong you was. If you're really real. But people come on here and say anything. They say I could say I was a war hero and never been in the military.
That's true. People can't lie. But my answer, the answer I would give to your mother is this: like, when she asks, "Why would you fight for this country when this country don't fight for you?" My answer to her would be, because this is the only home we got. It's not like we came here from, we migrated here, or we're immigrants. Where we have another country, we have dual citizenship, and we have another country to go back to. No, if this situation here fails, that's it for us.
Right.
That's it. We got where are we going to run? You know what I'm saying? Where are we going to run to? No. So
there's a lot of people that didn't join the military.
Right. But the thing is, whether we like it or not, they ain't choose to join. It's a completely volunteer military. You don't have to join, and that's what makes the decision to join that much more special, in my opinion.
Right.
You know,
so I'm not
you volunteered to do that. You know, with something you didn't have. Yeah, something you didn't have to do.
I went to the recruiting station.
Yeah, my thing is, I understand your mother's position, you know, but at the same time, like a good answer for her would be like, why would you fight for a country that don't fight for you? Because it's the only country we got.
Would you want your children to go there?
Absolutely.
Would you want your children to go there?
Yeah. And it's been at least 2 years.
Hey, CT, real quick. I gotta take care of something. I just want to say salute to all you guys. Rico the Brat, you're the reason why there's AIDS in this country. You thing. You're not even a human being. You probably had sex with a monkey at some point in your life. You're disgusting, Rico, whatever you are. And I hope all you guys have a blessed day, and God bless you all. All right, and good night.
Have a good day.
Hey, I want to ask Lucky, how tall are you?
6'6".
And you said people make fun of that?
Yeah, on here, yeah.
They're jealous.
No, you understand that the joke is more on you, right?
You know, they said the woman came outside and saw this big black guy standing there. You know, all the time, man. All the time.
He was 6'4".
It's a hanger joke about the car muffler and all that.
6'4", 17.
I jokes, man.
I give up.
I think it's hold on. Yeah, but
I give up.
Man, like I mean, like it is hard to listen to though, chaotic. When you hear civilians talk that kind of stuff, it's not easy to listen. Seriously, it is not easy to listen to. It has taken work for me to sit there and let them have their opinion. Like years of therapy and work. That's something like that was something I used to punch people in the mouth for. Like I've done it. I've done it several times.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. After you told me some of your stories, I kind of
ready to break your computer screen.
Yeah, it has actually taken work for me to get to where I am with it today. So this isn't something I've always had, like this kind of disposition towards it.
Now, let me read the super chat. AK Harrison with the $2 super chat says, "Lucky's universe is a mama's boy." Please don't talk about this nigga's mama, because you know how niggas are about mom. I talked about the last time I talked about somebody's mom.
Don't let me go on your mom's, man.
Yeah, I was in the 2nd grade. I talked about this kid's mom. Yeah, you know, your mama jokes. He said my mom is dead, and I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, man." I gave him a hug. I felt so bad. That was the last time I said I would never make a mama's joke. He was like, "My mom's dead, man." And you know, you're a little kid, so I just gave him a hug. I was like, "I'm sorry, man. Please, I'm sorry. I didn't know." But anyway, Corin, people aren't making fun of your height. It's just that, dude, you're 6'7". You weren't going to be a pilot anyway. I mean, how you gonna fit in that cockpit? Come on, man. Come on, Corin. Corin, who you talking to, man? Come on, man.
How you know I wouldn't have been able to fit in the cockpit?
Come on, bro.
How you know that? How you know that, man?
Okay, Corin. Okay.
Pilots aren't that tall, man. You're 6'17".
Look, the tallest pilot. Hold on, guys. The tallest pilot you're gonna find is like 6'3", 6'4". That's the absolute tallest you're gonna find, and those guys are like tiny.
What about C-130?
That's tall.
Well, C-130 is different. That's Air Force.
That's tall, man.
No,
that's one airframe.
C-130 or a C-17. I hated C-130s, man. That was chaotic truth. That is an uncomfortable plane ride.
Yes, really? It is.
Yeah. Because we had, okay, say you got your chute on, you have your reserve, and let's say it's full battle rattle. You got your weapon here, you got your rucksack in your lap. That is an uncomfortable ride because you're not going through turbulence, but the whole plane is shaking anyway. Mm-hmm. And you're like, why? Why are we? Why? You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. But then you get in a C-17. Right, you get on the C-17, you're like, oh God, there's air conditioning, there's clean air, the air is being recycled really clean. You're like, it's just a different experience. So anything from a C-17 and up, I'm a fan of. You know what I mean? Even a little Chinook, I was okay with, but that's because we were doing halo jumps and that.
One of the big things, and this is just a fact of life. It's not a clown. It's not a joke. It's just real.
Lucky
You're 6'7" and you're lanky. You got a slim frame.
Slender man.
You understand what's going to happen to your knees when you got to go to airborne school, when you got to jump out of the parachute with all that gear over and over.
I identify with you on that. I identify. Even driving the bus here, I know guys shorter than me have knee problems because of
this man's like 6'7". You want to be a basketball? You want to be a pilot instead of a basketball player?
Because of the dashboards, you know.
You're lucky.
Yes, sir.
How much you didn't want to be a basketball player or a football player? You want to be a pilot. You're sick.
I wasn't that tall then at that time when I was 16, 17. I shot up when I turned 18.
How tall were you at 17?
At 17, I was 6 feet, I say 5, 6 feet, 5.5.
6 feet 5. So I mean, if you could have been a basketball player instead of being a pilot, why are you trying to be a pilot?
I love the aircraft and trains. I love them too. Those were passion of mine coming up. You know,
bro, you're damn near Kevin Durant. You want to be a pilot?
That's really cool. Y'all are asking the wrong question though. So, Lucky, I got a question for you. You said it was you or your mama that said that this country ain't never fought for you.
No, it was my mom's.
Your mom's. Now, does your mom know that we fought the bloodiest war in history for you? You know that, right? Civil War, bloodiest war in history.
That wasn't for us.
Yeah, but so much if y'all fought for us, why are we going through so much till the day?
Most of that stuff you're going through is in your mind, and it was planted there by somebody. And I ain't trying to like call your mama out, but it sounds like that's who it was.
No, well, racism do exist.
Well, I mean, no, nobody's.
Hold on for a second. Let me just have these two go at it real quick. Hold on, let me hear these two. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Go after it, bro. Where's this racism at? I know there are racists.
I'm gonna bring you guys back up in a minute. Go ahead.
I can't tell you where it's at. That's a simple question. It's all over the place. I can't tell you where it's at, where it rears its ugly head from, but it comes at times when you don't expect it, and that's what the outcry is about. You know?
Yeah. So give me an example.
You know, you could be just riding in your car, you know, and they pull you over for no reason. For like
time out. Now,
reason.
Is that reason because of your skin color?
If you got a nice car, yeah.
A nice car. Now, do I know that can happen in areas where there's a lot of drug dealers, right? Sure. But the reality is most people that get pulled over, they got a reason to get pulled over.
How about coming out of the New Jersey tunnel, and if you got a Mercedes Benz, you get pulled over.
Yeah, because there ain't a lot of drugs. There ain't a lot of drugs in New Jersey, huh?
I don't know about that. All I know is about New York. We coming out of the tunnel going to Jersey, and they pull us. They pull every time I went through that tunnel. When I came out the tunnel, I see the Mercedes Benz pulled over. Explain that.
Well, it's pretty simple actually. So if there's a whole lot of drugs being dealt in an area, and you see somebody driving around a nice car that looks like somebody who might be selling drugs, you're gonna check them out.
That's
right?
racial profiling.
Right, and there ain't nothing wrong with racial profiling. I don't care what anybody say. Listen, if all the banks in my hold up, don't talk over me. Listen, if all the banks in my area are robbed by white folks, every single one of them, and you see white folks like riding around in real nice rides, guess who's getting pulled over? White folks. You know why? Because that's who's fucking robbing banks. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut CG.
That don't mean all of them robbing banks, so stop it. With nice cars, that don't mean all of them robbing banks.
Guys, we gotta watch the
Come on, man.
Damn, Casey, I wanted you to continue to talk. Hold on for a second.
Bring the rest back, because
Yeah.
that was extremely weird.
Yo, Lucky in the Paul Pierce term. There's no racism going on in the way. There's no racism going on in the U.S. The police stop you over because you're black and you deserve to get stopped, right? They stop you because they suspect suspicious activity. Your windows are tinted, or there's no weed in your car. So they're gonna stop because of that, and you're a black man in America, so you have to deal with it.
All right.
We gotta say to that, Paul Pierce.
I'm a black man in America with a nice car. That warrants you to pull me over for no reason?
Yes. Yes.
Why? Tell me why.
Because black people don't drive nice cars.
But what does that have to do with serving the country? Like, I've been through that experience before, Corin, but that didn't stop me.
No, I didn't say it did. I didn't say it did.
Like,
he's telling me that, racism is not geared towards me when I know for a fact that it is.
Because you're black.
Racism is all over.
On the basis of we shouldn't have anything.
Corin, that's true.
This
But
is the basis of it. We ain't supposed to have nothing. We ain't supposed to have anything.
Corin,
And we all do crimes to get it. To get nice things, which is a lie.
Corin, what's true is that there is some racism in the military. What's also true is that there's racism in any industry, right? So, what's the answer? To just avoid everything? No, that's just
no. We just talking, bro.
No, but I'm saying like
about it, bro.
You can't.
But some people
when you're saying
they have a complex about it because they feel like we using that as an excuse, which is not. It's not true.
Right.
If you statistically look at the records, if you look at the records of all the people been pulled over in Jersey and what kind of car they've been driving, that'll show. And how many blacks they pull over and how many whites they pull over. If you look at all the stats and the statistics, it'll show you that there's an uneven. Here's the thing.
I can acknowledge that all of those things are true and still have pride in my country at the same time. It's not either or.
Oh, I have pride in this country.
We gotta,
from the jump, I wanted to fight for this country. I wanted to fight. A lot of y'all didn't fight for this country. That's over here.
But guess what, Corin?
They wasn't slaves. They don't know the plight. They don't know our plight. They don't know what we've been through or anything.
If I can interject,
all they can say is that, oh, they blaming racism for this, that, and the third, and everything, and that's not the case. When it is the case,
it's not.
If I can interject, this country is actually
blacks make
one. Sorry, go ahead.
Black people break the most laws. You don't see white people like breaking laws like that.
Most
of the people are black and they're breaking the laws.
I know that. You see blacks doing crime, and your neighborhood.
I see black people breaking the law. I see black people breaking the law.
That's true.
Yes, black people breaking the law.
Another person that watch the news. Every time they come on, they don't show you what's happening around the country, do they?
I'm from North Philly. Everybody knows a criminal.
They don't show you what's happening around the world, around the country, and around the world. They don't show you that, do they? All y'all see is black people from New York doing crime. That's it.
Violent crime.
Well, this country has bent over backwards trying to help the black community. I don't think it's really fair to say that we are inherently racist against the black community. If you look at what's been going on, the SAT requirements to get into college have been drastically reduced to help get black people into college. There are massive amounts of programs out there that are predominantly geared specifically towards the black community. Black community is given more welfare than any other race to help them get out of poverty.
That does not mean that racism is not in the play.
Well, yeah, I mean, racism in the play for every available. I mean, you have campuses where they're making white people not enter through the main gate. You have to go walk around the back, where they're protesting and saying whiteness is a problem, where they're saying racism is in white people's blood and only white people can be racist.
You want me to sit here and say that it's not a problem when it is a problem? That's what you want me to say, that it's not a problem. And I don't go through it, and none of us go through it. That'll be a lie. I'll sit here and tell.
Everybody goes through it. What I'm saying is everybody goes through it. The country overall is largely egalitarian and it's largely tried to help you. And there are a few stray cancer cells.
Not saying that these things aren't here for us to help us. They are here to help us. But even that sometimes is given to the other people that are here now that don't deserve it. Like if you were born here, and your family originated from slavery, and somebody else come and take what's rightfully deserved to them people, how would you feel?
Well, I don't think anybody's rightfully do anything. You earn what you have. I grew up homeless.
Slavery, like somebody put in the chat, the man that worked for $3 an hour. No, it was $3.35 an hour I worked for. Some people wouldn't even work for that today. They would look at me like I'm crazy. Back then, I worked for $3.35 an hour back then. Doing back rolling work. The less you got paid, the more work you had to do.
Well, that's still the case even today. I mean, welfare is a major problem. We have a lot of people who are not earning what they take. And you have a lot of people who
want you to work in these offices. They want you to work in the field or the offices or whatever for what's welfare? What's welfare cash amount every month? $57 maybe or something like that. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But that's not a wage for a person to go to work every day of the week from 9 to 5. You're getting $57 in cash and $100 and something in food stamps. That's that's an atrocity. That's an atrocity, man.
No. And this country has gone downhill now that we've sent so many of our jobs overseas. You can't get jobs like you used to have. You can't go into manufacturing. My grandfather, he went down, he worked for the Arsenal, 18 years old. He had a job, he had insurance, he could get a home.
So how come welfare got jobs? They got jobs, but they only paying, you're not getting paid a regular, you're not getting paid minimum wage. But they got jobs, what they call it, workfare? Workfare, I think it is. You know what I'm saying? And you only getting $57 or what? Or it might be a little more now, I don't know. But they give you a hard time getting that, and you got to work your ass off for that little bit of money, and then they wonder why the boys that ain't going nowhere are out there selling drugs trying to get some money.
Well, let me ask you something.
They can't get a job pay a
after
good
you're done, brother. Can I say something?
After you're done, can I speak?
If I may, if these people are not making minimum wage on welfare, why don't they just get off of welfare and go get the minimum wage job? There's plenty of them out there.
Now it is. Yeah. Now it is.
And a lot of the people I've
Back
known.
When I was working, it was $3.35 an hour when I was working.
When I first started working, I had a job out of state over in New York, and this man had a welfare. He received food stamps for his children, and every day he'd come up to me and he'd try and sell me his food stamp so he could get it for drugs. Taking money that was coming out of my tax dollars to feed his children that he'd then sell back to me so he could get drugs.
That's because he was on drugs. Not all the black people. Y'all always put black. Y'all say from this one incident,
can I
all do it.
Can I add after one of y'all?
All black men don't do that. Just that one case.
Oh, let him rock it out for a minute. Let him rock it out.
A lot of them do that.
Boy,
America First.
Incredible, man. The stuff
one thing, Lucky,
incredible, man.
Lucky, I can look when black people are poor. Say, okay, your premise is people are selling drugs because they're poor and they can't feed their daughter or family or whatever.
Lies. Lies. It's not why people sell drugs.
Hold on.
It's not.
Let me.
I can give you the
hold on.
Reason
Hold on. Take my. Hey, whoa. Relax.
What are you talking about?
Relax. Let me talk. Let me cook real quick. I'm gonna let y'all. So we talk about there's black folks that sell drugs out of necessity because they're starving. Their children are starving. Okay, we get that, but unfortunately, black people's actions usually do not mirror that. You know why? Because as soon as they get some of that dough from selling drugs, from destroying their people and other people, they buy rims, they buy a European car, they don't buy an apartment building, or they don't set up their family. Maybe their mama, hold on. Maybe they set up their mama in a nice house and apartment next to white people and all that. But for the most part, they turn into materialists. Okay. That's what happens. They don't turn into these, I'm doing this out of necessity. It's like they get that money because they want to live a better and easier lifestyle. They're not selling drugs to feed their families because they don't want to work a regular job like most people work, black and white. That's it.
And what do white people sell drugs for?
We're not talking about white people. We talking about our people. Stop. White people do it too. White people do it too.
The first thing y'all say is black man does this, does that. What about white people? White men? White men sell drugs.
We are not talking about white people. We are talking about black people. Okay.
If I could interject here as a white man, I'd like to say first off, if a white man selling drugs, we cut them no slack. Okay?
What are you talking about?
Let me say that first and foremost. If a white man is selling drugs, we cut them no slack. We don't consider him one of us. I've said this a million times. If you are a criminal and you are white, you are a criminal first and white second, and we don't want you in our community. We do not protect you. That is the way it needs to be in every community.
Black people sell drugs because they're trying to make money. But for the black people that's on food stamps, EBT, they need to get off that support. Like y'all need to, y'all taking all the food stamps, y'all taking all the EBTs. Like y'all need to get off that. That's why your community don't grow. Every black person that's on the food stamp, that's why y'all don't grow.
Black people are the only ones getting EBT and all that.
Look, Lucky. The main. What he said.
Then black people.
What that brother's saying, world, the guy with the Bitcoin on his stuff, what he's saying is, I salute to you, Tarus. Look, what he's saying is correct, okay? Black folks, like, unfortunately, they're we're not doing that in necessity. We're doing it because we want to fulfill something, okay? But we're like, most people are not selling drugs to better themselves and their family, okay? Very few of them take their very few of them take their investments. Hold on, very few of them take their investments and invest in the community. The biggest truth about the hood or the black community is that we have net consumers, not net producers. That's the fundamental problem. Okay, so we have people consuming government assistance. They're not producing anything, and the only way for you to actually get somewhere in life, you have to produce and produce excess.
I know people that
name one black person doing anything for us.
A lot of people worked on welfare and got off of it. They got
one black person. They got off of it. That means I was a fresh teenager when this whole crack trade jumped off, right? And when I'm telling you that people were not selling drugs to feed their families, that was the rule. That was the exception to the rule. Maybe 1 out of 25, if I had to make up a number. Most people were selling drugs because they knew you could drive around in a $50,000 car in 11th grade, and that the women were going. The best women were going for those type of guys, and several other factors that I don't even have time to talk about on here. And what do we do with those billions of dollars that we generated in the cocaine and heroin trades? Nothing. We spent it on 100,000. Listen, I know dudes that got $100,000 chains, $150,000 cars, $1 million houses, dog.
I know some that got. I know some that got restaurants.
I don't care what you know. I'm from North Philly. I'm from Ground Zero. I don't care what you know.
You don't know nobody. You don't know nobody. You know,
man. You a fool.
Lucky universe.
You a fool. I did 10 years in the clink. Boy, I know everything about this cocaine.
That got millions in it. Millions.
I know who Theodore Edmonds is. Y'all talk about fools like Alpo and that. I really know everything about this cocaine.
No.
Listen to me, dog. You don't
You're
know me.
About petty drugs.
You don't know me. I come from the garbage, dog. I know what it was. I witnessed it for half a century. All right? I was there when it started. I watched it unfold, and I watched what we turned into because of it, because we didn't say no. We always say that they dropped crack and guns in our community. All we had to do was walk around them. We picked them up. They didn't put a gun in nobody's head and tell us to pick that stuff up. And we didn't do nothing with them billions of dollars. And the brother that earlier that said that Civil War was the bloodiest war in human history, I'm going to disagree with you. I think the bloodiest war in human history is this 35-plus year war in the ghettos of America that have taken the lives of I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of kids, black children, and men and women. Don't make me snap on here.
Let me read the super chat real quick. Jose with the $5 super chat says, I have a question. Why buy snow crabs on EBT? Please answer that. I work in the supermarket. Please explain to me why snow crabs. I have no idea what the hell a snow crab is, if anybody knows what that is.
It's expensive.
Okay. Leonard, what's going on, man? And Mr. S, are you still there? Mr. S?
So what was the
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you sound perfect now, Mr. S. You sound perfect.
Does my audio good now?
Yeah, it sounds real good. Go ahead, Mr. S. Go ahead.
Right. So just going back to my earlier points about the Wagner Group and if they'll be the driving force to topple Putin from power, I don't think that would happen. The head of the Wagner Group, he's a very good personal friend of Putin.
Yeah.
And Putin needs the Wagner Group more than Wagner Group needing him now. In terms of how the head of the Wagner Group got his money, billions of pounds, and this paramilitary group, after he started selling hot dogs, he owned a chain of restaurants. Then from there, got himself some contracts, some lucrative contracts, catering to president and the military. And then whilst he was, dealing with the catering contract with the military, then he started meddling in. I think this was around 2014. That time when he developed this group. This group worldwide, they are the They are the unofficial army of Russia. You see, right now Russia is technically not at war with Ukraine. They haven't signed a declaration of war. They are it's special operations. Obviously, men without the flag on their left or right. I don't know where the flag goes, the military uniform, but they have no flags, so they're quote unquote rebels. In terms of Putin going, no. But here's what I think will happen: the West, now that they see that there is some friction within the Russian military sphere, they'll try to brainwash the head of the Wagner Group or try to meddle in in the conflict and try to get the Wagner Group to do the fighting on behalf of the West. In terms of you guys, military, look, I have my issues with the American system, with the American government, with the American military. But again, those who pick up arms and defend their country, you have to give them respect.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the man who's on the far right, the top right, I understand his frustration. He's saying how, look, I've sacrificed my time. I gave in essence, not my life, but I've given, I've put my life on the line, and I've come back to and no one really cares. I understand where he's coming from. I really do. And he does have a point. But you guys shouldn't, gun down his points. You guys, as black brothers of his, should try to work with him and understand his pain points. Because at the end of the day, let's not forget, these men here that have served the United States military, they're talking on behalf of the fallen, those who are not here with us today. So we have to give that sort of respect, In terms of 777, guys, I'm using 777. That guy, he's a nutcase. He's a proper nut job. He should be shackled to a bed, a mental institution. I'm telling you. And you guys are saying, I was here. That's absolutely fine. But yesterday, he made my mom sound like as if she was the top waitress at McDonald's. Do you understand? It was slagging off my mother like as if that thing was in fashion. But anyways, we move. I'm a sponge. I can take it on the chin. We are men. We need to help each other to move. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, the Wagner Group, they ain't toppling Putin. The West are dreaming for that happen. That will never happen.
Thank you so much, Mr. S. Leonard, any commentary about the Wagner Group over in Russia?
Hey, well, as of the Wagner Group, Russia, whatever's going on, they're not part of the United States military, my military family. So I don't care.
So you are aware that what happens across the seas does affect gas prices here, food prices, etc., right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but you still don't care? Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, could I key in on one thing that you all were talking about earlier? Because I was typing up and looking up numbers and stuff.
Yeah.
Someone was talking about welfare and the this, that, and the third. Hey, white America consists of 251 million people, right?
Yeah.
If you go on the Department of Agriculture, Food and Sustenance website, their graph shows that 30% of white America is on welfare, right?
30%? That's a lot of people, man.
30%. With blacks is 31%. With whites is 30%. Okay. 30% of the white population is 75,300,000. That's almost double the black population as a whole.
Okay, what are you saying here?
What I'm saying is, whenever the media states something about a welfare problem, or people are talking about a welfare problem, the first thing they do is they go to major urban cities with the cameras filming everything that's going on, and that leads people to visually believe, you know, Black America is the doggone bearer of the welfare problem, when if you take 31% of 43 million, I mean, I could type it right now and give you the actual number. I can guarantee you it's not 75 million. That's what people don't look at. They don't do numbers.
Leonard, that, you're not correct.
What
I've seen.
Go on the Department of Agriculture, Food and Subsistence. That's what the welfare program is called, and look at their graph. Tell them they're not wrong.
Leonard.
Well, I mean, tell them they are wrong.
Leonard, can you post the link for that? I'm actually curious.
Per capita,
Leonard,
we're on welfare at higher numbers.
Do you realize most of the people that are on welfare, food stamps, are mainly Black?
No, they're not.
Wow.
Okay. So you're gonna lie? You're gonna lie in front of?
Well, I'm not gonna lie. What I'm gonna say is, look up how many people are on welfare in the United States. Right.
Right. He's not actually wrong.
Yeah.
He's not actually wrong.
And the population of Black America is 42 million people. Right?
Do the math.
You know there are way more than 42 million people that are on welfare. That's number one. Find out what percentage of each demographic is on welfare. There is your raw number, not per capita math, not a statistic, none of that stuff. That is the raw number.
They're not going to give out the full number. That's just an estimate.
There we go, moving goalposts. Let's jump.
Diogenes, I have a question for you. As a white guy,
yes.
Why does every conversation with blacks always goes back to Black people? How the hell did we get on? I'm so lost now. How did we get on Black people when we were literally talking about Eastern Europe? Do you have a theory on this, sir?
Yeah, it has gone off on a bit of a tangent, but
you are an observer of Black culture. I mean, you are on Black panels, but why do we always get on Black people? As a white guy, you know, pretend like this is National Geographic, and the blacks are like hyenas or llamas. You're observing the pattern of the Black man. How did we get on this topic? Go ahead, sir.
Well, I think it's not necessarily just a Black thing. It's a human thing. We tend to be most focused on what affects us most directly. I mean, a lot of this stuff happening in Russia and Ukraine, you're right that it is probably the single largest concern that we need to have right now.
Yeah.
If Russia takes Ukraine, they're going to become the world's pretty much the world's largest oil reserve in the world. 14th largest is already Ukraine, and Russia has a lot more on top of that. Pretty much all of Europe's oil is coming from them. So, but a lot of people, we don't look that far ahead. We don't read the newspapers anymore. I mean, not that there's much to read anymore, but there used to be. We don't really pay attention. We like to focus on what affects us most directly. And I mean, that's understandable.
Because Leonard, where are you going with this whole thing about?
No, I just added that in because when I came onto the stream, that was the topic at hand. That's the only reason I did the numbers I did while I was backstage. That's the only reason. I just wanted to add something in. That's all.
Okay.
I mean, I don't care if somebody's on welfare. I don't care. That doesn't affect me. If you want to take that little bitty piece of whatever, be you, whatever nationality you are, If that's the best that
He's
you
still
could
talking
do,
about it.
you
Stay on
need to.
topic, old nigga.
You need say again. I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Just stay on topic.
No, it's
Okay,
fine.
we'll talk on topic as of what's going on in Russia. Okay.
Yeah.
I gave my opinion there. It's like
there's a war going on in Ukraine.
yeah, in Ukraine. It's like I don't
The
care.
reason why there is a war going on in Ukraine is because of America. The reason why there's a
Is it because of America, Mr. Ashton? What?
Ukraine is because of
Why
America.
is it because of America?
This is one thing that shocked me.
100,000%. And I'll tell you why. It's very simple. There's an agreement called the Minsk Agreement that was signed in 2014. The Minsk Agreement. MIN for November, SK Agreement. It was signed, Germany signed it with Russia, America, France as well. It was to ensure that the Donbass region, which is the eastern part of Ukraine, is autonomous, that Ukraine doesn't join NATO. However, what is old ghost of a president called Joe Biden, he completely ripped up the Minsk Agreement. And
Mr. S, your mic is messed up. I don't know what's going on.
You gotta turn it down some. That's why
it's he has Al Qaeda network. He needs to get
I can hit all that up for you if you want, though. What he's talking about, the Minsk Agreement, is basically that the Ukraine said that they would never join NATO. The reason he's right that it's our fault is because we have this whack-ass president. I can say ass, right?
No.
Yeah, ass is fine.
Okay. We got this whack-ass quote-unquote president who not only kept us in NATO, which we shouldn't be in, but also is trying to allow Ukraine in there. So that's really the point. The point is we wouldn't even be there if it wasn't for him.
Yep.
Now,
Not to mention we toppled the original Ukrainian government.
I found odd, just to make a point. Remember when
Here this old nigga again.
Poland, hold on. Remember when Poland got hit by a missile or few?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Article 5 of NATO is a strike against one is a strike against all.
That was the Ukrainian missile that hit Poland.
But that's the thing. The story switched. Oh, we researched it, and so Ukraine is battling Russia, but they're shooting missiles that way instead of that way.
It was the air defense missile that missed its target.
That's irrelevant, sir. That's really irrelevant.
Yeah, it was just a dud missile. It was a dud, and they try to blame it on Russia.
Hold on, gentlemen.
These old niggas, man, I can't take it.
There are some of us that do wear NATO ribbon on our uniform because we understand NATO. Okay?
So, do you know?
Are you sure you understand NATO?
I guess I wear NATO articles.
No. I got one too, buddy. I got one too, and I respect. And Leroy, I love you. Like, by the way, Leonard, I'm a fan of yours. I'm a fan of yours, but you're kind of a little wrong on this one.
I think y'all are all
a
wrong.
strike against one is a strike against all. Tell me where I'm wrong.
No, that's true. That fact is true. But what we're saying is there has been no provocations against Poland at all. Like that thing that you just said, that was misinformation put out by the Western media to make it look like Russia was.
Now, see, that's where I was going, my man. We right there. See the misinformation of which could have been used to draw us. We just got done with Iraq and Afghanistan. Now you want to draw the armed forces of the United States into another piece of mess?
Do you know what NATO stands for, sir?
I'd largely agree with Leonard on this one. And from that perspective,
I don't remember it offhand, but I look in my I Love Me book and see what this says.
What is that?
I don't even remember what ISAF stands for in Afghanistan.
Let's get you up out of here, Leonard.
International Security Assistance Force.
And I do have the ribbon for it.
Yeah, International Security Assistance Force.
Well, we called it something different. We called it I Saw Afghanistan Free.
I mean,
that's what we call it. That's like when they used to have
Leonard wrote it. How old are
He
you?
used to say fun travel adventure, and we called FTA something else. I'm not going to say it. We called FTA something else. So they changed their slogan from fun travel and adventure.
Fun
Yeah,
travel.
military people, we're a strange lot, but we understand each other and we have fun.
But he did say, I am gonna agree with Leonard on that was kind of a plot to draw in America to give pretext. I would just say that.
I mean, we had the whole thing in Iraq.
That's my take on it all.
With the weapons of mass destruction that we never found there. We've had a lot of wars that we've sent our sons and fathers and brothers to die in that we had no business being there. I think the best thing we can do to support the troops in a lot of cases is to keep them at home. I mean,
Well,
we shouldn't be in any of those foreign wars.
Bush Sr. knew they had weapons of mass destruction. He had the receipt.
Are you talking about Bush, sir?
It was a joke.
He was joking. It's a play on when Rumsfeld gave a whole bunch of weapons of mass destruction to Iraq when they were fighting Iran during the Iraq war.
Right. Did you ever notice the obvious weird when you had Afghanistan fighting Russia, the Afghanistans with Bin Laden, the Afghanis, they had like AR-15s and stuff and American weaponry. But then when it flipped and you had the American military versus Afghanistan, all of a sudden they got RPGs and AK-47s. All of the weapons changed. It's amazing how that happened.
It was AKs back in the 80s. They didn't ever give them no AR-15s. I mean,
well, you need to go and look at old video.
Hey, did y'all know the
designer
of AK-47 died a few years ago?
Say again?
He died a couple years ago. The creator of the AK-47 died a couple years ago, and they said 90% of the weapons he ever created are still in material existence on the earth. I think it's 40 million of them, 40 million AKs on earth.
Yeah, if they could have took the AK-47 design and had the accuracy of the American AR, boy, that'd be a devastating piece of doggone weaponry. Because see, an AK, you can drop it in a mud puddle and pick it up, and you be all right. Do that with a doggone M16. Get some dirt in the doggone muzzle. Pop, the whole upper receiver will explode in your face.
All right.
They got an M30 AK-47. It's called an M30. I was looking at it today. Bad.
To the bone.
I got a Tommy gun.
Wood stock.
I'm old school.
Plastic stock.
Old
got all kinds now.
Can we get back to the subject, because we do have a couple of new people. We got a couple of new people, and I'd like to know what they think about the Russia, situation with Wagner.
Can we get back to 2020?
Oh, let me get out of here first. I'm peace to all of y'all, man, and peace to Chaotic.
Thank you so much, Reese,
Casey
for coming
Mo.
through, man.
Peace to Casey Mo. Yeah,
Reese.
Goodbye, Reese.
Go ahead, guys. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rock.
Yeah, this whole war has been going on for over 8 years. I don't understand why people are acting like they just watch mainstream media and that's the only thing they do. This war started after the coup that happened in Ukraine, and it was because they have actual neo-Nazis in Ukraine that are actually tied to the Nazi party from back in the 40s. A lot of them went to Ukraine when they ran away from Germany when it fell. A lot of them went to Argentina. These people, a lot of them went to America. For a while. Get the hell out of here.
Wow, with the $5 super chat, salute to the vets currently serving, doing contract work at Fort Jackson. Go ahead, Brock. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this war happened because there were 3 regions in eastern Ukraine that voted for independence. And the Ukrainian government didn't want to go along with that. So what they do, they ended up, the real thing that popped this all off was that there was a protest, a demonstration, and the pro-Ukrainian people, neo-Nazis or whatever you want to call them, actually chased these demonstrators into a church. There was about 20 or 30 of them. They chased them into the church, and then they set the church on fire with them in it. So
no, that was the Odessa Union House. The Odessa Union House. It wasn't a theater. It was that's what happened.
My bad.
The trade union house.
Yeah, I didn't know it wasn't a church, but I'm if I remember correctly, it kind of was a church because it had services and stuff there. It wasn't just officially a church. So, but this is, man, the Wagner thing is really unique because we have to think of it like this. A lot of people don't understand how the Russian military is set up. The Russian military is as decentralized as our government is, right? We have the legislator, we have the judicial, and then we have the executive, right? And those three kind of keep each other in check. It's the same thing in Russia. When Putin wants to do a military operation, he has to go to his generals, and the generals decide to carry out that operation and how to do so, right? He can make suggestions and things like that. So that's why Wagner comes in here, because supposedly there's some generals in Russia that don't really seem like they want to win the war. So what ended up happening was the generals in Russia did an airstrike on the Wagner group, and the Wagner group found out because they had the same communications as the Russians. I guess the Russian guys thought they could get away with it, and Wagner's completely ticked off right now. That's why he's marching to Moscow. Like he's not marching to Moscow to get rid of Putin.
He pulled his troops back though, right?
Good. He knows that's not going to work out for nobody. No one. I think they've only made it to Moscow once in all of Russia's history.
Yeah, I think it's only been one time. You're correct.
One time they made it there, and that was the Germans, if I remember correctly. I can't really remember.
I think you're right. I think it was the Germans. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, man. Like people don't understand. Russia has a very long history, and in my opinion, Ukraine should go to Russia because that's where the Russian Federation and Russian Empire started, was Ukraine. That was their first settlement was Kyiv, and then they got chased out of there by the Germans, so they just kept going. And I guess the Germans don't really like that cold of weather, and the Russians were like, well, you don't really have any other options, and how much further are you going to push them? There's nothing left for them.
Right. So hey, hold on just a second. America First, you hold that for a sec. I'm about to jump out, Rock. So I'll let you rock out here in a second. Chaotic, thank you for letting me jump up. I'm about to bounce. I got to go work. Anytime I hear people out talking crazy, I got to jump up, though. So I'll be back through it another time. Peace, all y'all. Everybody else, hoorah.
Hoorah. Simplify. Everyone needs the mindset of improvise, adapt, and overcome. That has definitely helped me out in my life. If you have that mindset and you create every problem instead of a problem, you create it as an opportunity to learn, an opportunity to improvise, adapt, and overcome what you're going to, then you're going to make it where you want to. But this war, honestly, I think is a big distraction. I honestly think from watching all the history, learning about all this, learning about all these wars, I really truly feel that Russia and the United States have a secret treaty. We have a treaty that probably goes back from when we bought Alaska. You think they just got the deal? Answer me this. Has America and Russia ever actually been to war with each other directly?
Not that I know of, no. I mean, it was said during the Kennedy era that he cut a secret deal with Khrushchev.
Exactly. Russia and America have a secret deal, and what they're doing is they're playing the rest of the world against each other.
Please stop saying this. That's crazy the only
stuff. Thing that makes sense, man.
No, they agreed in the 60s to not blow each other up, and they said, here's the red phone line or whatever, the red phone that they can communicate with each other instantaneously. That's the secret deal. There's no nothing else. So what you're saying is a little conspiracy theory.
There's no deal not to have direct military contact with Russia.
Well, that's not really a deal. That's like international like law. Like that's not. You don't have to cut a deal not to like we're gonna cut a deal not to like shoot each other. Like that's weird. We got ambassadors for that, and it's just weird what you're saying, brother. Not trying to be
follow international law when he was bombing all the U.S. citizens across the world. Like, dude, what are you saying? International law, bro?
I'm just saying
the international law. The same people that are trying to go after Andrew Tate. The same people.
Well, you're saying a lot of things right now. Let's not talk about Andrew Tate. Let's not.
Yeah,
dude, it's all connected.
I think more than
the same play. It's part of the same game.
Well, can I say one thing, Mr. SD Rock? You seem like you froze up for a second. Look, I want to correct a little bit, and hopefully somebody can correct me on this. But a little bit of history. I don't believe the Germans actually made it to Moscow. I believe that was Napoleon who made it to Moscow. And before he got there, the Russians did scorched earth and they abandoned Moscow when he got there. So it was kind of a hollow victory for him. And I think in World War II, I think the Sixth Army was going to go to Moscow, but instead of that, they went to a place called Leningrad, which turned into Stalingrad. And they kind of bogged down there, and that's when things fell apart. So I don't really think they actually made it to Moscow. I think that's what happened. But if anybody knows better, please correct me. I just because that's a bit of history. I want to make sure we.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. And on the subject of secret deals, I don't think it's really a secret deal so much as it is a necessity of self-preservation. Same reason we don't have a direct war with China. I mean, it would just be too devastating. There's too many soldiers, too many nuclear weapons. If we ever got involved in a direct conflict like that, it would be the end of both of our nations. So instead, we fight these
rely on
proxy wars.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Duwale with the €2. Thank you so much, Duwale says, greetings, CT. Where's last night's show? Yes, YouTube got rid of that show, Duwale. Probably they'll get rid of this one too. Big Time with the $2 super chat says, Russia starved. Oh my God, I can't see how many zeros that is. What's that? 10 million. 10 million Ukrainians. You got to use commas, Big Time. I can't see that shit. Ukrainians in 1932 and 1933. My take on the world with the $2 super chat says, Leonard, go to sleep from you slouch, you sloth. Okay. All right.
Well, I'm glad somebody paid you some money to try to be insulting. I'm too thick-skinned for that.
Corin, you've been pretty much quiet, man. What say you, sir? Corin, you're on mute, bro.
About Russia?
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Would you, if you saw Putin, would you slap the, out of him? Bow! Would you ever? Nah, yeah.
No, I couldn't do that.
Okay.
No way in the world I could do that.
Okay. Jay Rillo, I'm just cracking jokes. Jay Rillo, what's up, man?
I see things have died back down. Honestly, if anyone tried to punch on Putin, good luck, because he's actually a world-renowned judo master.
Yeah, he can really fight.
Really is.
Yeah, I've seen him. Yeah. And Russians,
so good luck.
granted. Yeah, go ahead.
What was that?
Russians also wrestle bears.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Your rite of passage at 13 years old of wrestling your first bear.
Yeah.
That and being able to skin a raccoon by the time you're 13 and drink warm wolf's blood once a young man is 16. I saw someone I heard someone bring up a good point earlier about Stalingrad. I think it was my man down I thought so. Yep. I thought it was AFR. Stalingrad actually, when the Nazis invaded and Operation Barbarossa, was considered a nothing city. It wasn't strategically important. The only reason it became strategically important is because the Russians didn't want to let it go because of the name Stalingrad. It was just a symbol. And the Nazis knew if they could take that city, it would break their spirit. They actually could have circumvented it and went to Moscow and actually ended the war. They chose not to. The same thing had already occurred with Bakhmut. Bakhmut was not a quote-unquote unimportant city, even though Bakhmut connects to many roads in the Donbass. that's a city right there that is turning the tide of the war, and really is going to end up being the death knell of Ukraine, which is why I've been saying that this whole theater that's going on right now, this show that they're putting on with Yevgeny Prigozhin and Russia, it's not real. In fact, I don't know if you guys were able to cover the CT, if you mentioned it earlier in the show, but this news came out not but an hour or two ago that Lukashenko actually contacted Yevgeny Prigozhin himself and negotiated a peace.
We talked about that. Yep.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah. So honestly, but did you also talk about the fact that the Russians were able to very covertly mobilize troops north of Kharkiv?
No, we didn't talk about that one.
They have troops down north of Kharkiv, and now they have reinforced without even having to alert the Ukrainians. Now what they're going to do is they have a bunch of Wagner and Russian regular troops on the north of Kharkiv. They're going to relaunch that offensive, and they're going to pincer them. And they were able to send more troops to reinforce Zaporizhia. All this, like I said, all this has been a psyop. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Rock, what do you have to say about that, Rock?
Yeah, I think the Wagner thing, they took a book out of America's page. You know, you use this group over here and that group over there, and you act like neither one of them are your friends, that you act like they're your enemies, so your enemies go to them and say, hey, here, we got this information, we got that information. So you end up, your enemies are giving you information. Just like Ukraine and everyone else was paying attention. Oh my God, they're marching on Moscow. Oh, well, oh my God, Wagner's. Hey, I bet you Wagner got some phone calls. I guarantee you that. I bet you they got some phone calls, and they was like, "Hey, what you need? You need some help? What do you want?" And I bet you they already got what they got. You know, so they just played. They just used the U.S. playbook of using insurgency factions. We could call Wagner ISIS in this instance. Right, Wagner's ISIS for let's say the Syrian government, right? So they just use him as a scapegoat. He's a scapegoat. Here you go. Pay attention over here. Don't pay attention over there. It's a hand in glove. That's all they did.
What can I the thing I'll say two things about the Russian thing, or one thing about Putin, because you guys were talking about him, like, you know, would you slap the taste out of him or anything? I heard this from other people, but hopefully somebody can confirm this. There was a situation where Putin met Robert Kraft, or was in the same proximity as Robert Kraft, the
Patriots owner.
Yes, and apparently, or Bill Belichick, one of them white man.
No, it was Robert Kraft, and he supposedly stole his.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, he put it on and said, I could kill somebody with this ring, saying how big the diamonds were and stuff. Yeah. And just walked off with it. And it's just like not only is he a judo guy, but he's got goons around him that you don't want to fight either. And I wouldn't attempt it either. So I think that's probably why people wouldn't fight him. I don't think Putin's really worried about fighting anybody because his goons are good. But and the second thing I wanted to say, I am very intrigued on what Jay has been saying about this this play that Prigozhin and Putin, and this is kind of maybe in concert in some way. But like I said, I haven't heard this before because I'm just sitting back and waiting. I just think it's an internal conflict. So what people are saying about these secret plays and all that, like, I don't know about it. So I'm just intrigued to see if this is actually the case. So
look up Military Summary channel. There's a gentleman who actually lives in Belarus who is a Miller blogger who he's frequently in contact with Remy Lin and Deep State UA. So look up his channel. He's really in the know.
Okay, here's a good example of the mind games that these governments play, because every government plays it. Y'all all heard of the sub, right? The submarine that just happened. They was looking for it for a whole week. They knew since last week, and it blew up. So they allowed the story to go on to distract people from what's actually happening with Hunter Biden and everything else in the U.S.
Whoa! Hold on for a second. My fault. Obi, is Coach Red Pill? Did he get arrested?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He did. Yes, he did. It happened last month. This happened last month.
He's still in jail?
The State
Department the SBU got him. The Ukrainian SBU got him.
And the State Department was aware of it because the people from the Gray Zone, Aaron Mate from the Gray Zone, actually had a conference with one of the representatives of the State Department. They know that he's in Ukrainian lockup right now. They're aware of it. They just don't care. They're 100% aware of it.
They're going to kill him.
They are.
Oh my God!
Yeah, they're gonna kill him,
bro. This happened last month. This happened last month when they picked him up. There was video of it.
I haven't watched Gonzalo. Coach Red Pill in like 3 or 4 months. Damn, Coach Red Pill, David Coach Gonzalo Lira, accused of shilling for Putin, is arrested in Ukraine. Gonzalo Lira, a prolific online personality,
my biggest thing, and I'm pissed. I'm really pissed at Gonzo because he had already been contacted by SBU like the year prior, like when everything it kicked off, and he was still I think he was in Kharkov at the time, and they went and they visited him a couple of times until like there was like a couple of times where he had to like flee where he was living because he wasn't telling it. So like he already knew his life was in danger, and he was just being stubborn, trying to bring information to everybody, which I just think he was just being a stubborn ass or whatever. But it's just like, yeah, now they're going to kill him.
You think the Ukrainians are going to kill him?
Yeah, they hate the guy because he's told a lot. Well, not only has he told the truth about what's going on, he's like disparaged Zelensky and his regime a lot, calling them cokeheads and all this stuff. So just for that alone, and said how bad the SBU is, for that alone, they're going to kill him.
They are going to kill him, and not only that, but here's the sad part. The sad part is that the Chilean, because he's a dual citizen, he's also a Chilean citizen. They've been more so in contact with the Ukrainian MOD, with the Ukrainian government, than our own government has been. He's still an American citizen. He's still a taxpayer. So if you still a taxpayer to the United States because they didn't renounce his citizenship, it is the State Department's job to make sure that American citizens come back home. We were able to do it very easily for, well, she was a celebrity. They did it for Britney. What was that?
Except in Afghanistan. Afghanistan doesn't count. Right?
I mean,
it's their
job.
They don't really have a government. No, it's their job to get celebrities off. Okay, like that dude masquerading around as a woman playing that WNBA that wants to go to Russia and get caught with freaking dabs or whatever THC kind of pin that she had, and we're going to trade a person that's a national arms dealer that is directly tied to people that have died, American citizens that were killed with his weapons that he sold. We traded for a WNBA player, and all of my judgment looks like a man.
Well, you got to consider that's Biden's agenda, the LGBT community.
Well, hold on. It's the State Department's job to get all the citizens back home.
We know that, but you also have agenda.
9 years, out of this fantasy land.
9 years and got off.
The government isn't the number one murderer in the whole world. Over 100 million people have died from the government in the last 100 and let's say 10 years. 100 million people. The number one killer of people in the world is government, sending poor people to war. And we're going to sit up here and act like the State Department is going to save us when we need help? Dude,
not right now. Not right now.
Like the Lira guy. The Lira, that's probably some stupid psyop crap. Oh my God.
Y'all gonna learn. Y'all gonna learn.
I mean, this is the second time GL's been locked up, actually. Yeah, this was not the first time. This is the second time that GL has been locked up. Because he was locked up back in April of 22. The first time the SBU got to him. At that time, they forced him. Yeah, he talked about it on his second channel. He talked about it that they forced him to sign a document saying that he could not leave the Oblast of Kharkiv until they actually arraigned him because at the time he was under investigation for basically they thought he was a spy, right? Because they called him a Putin shill. They were trying to say he was a spy. What they did was they did some slick stuff, and they changed the law in that oblast to say that speaking out against the government or speaking out against the war is considered a crime. So they changed the law knowing that he wasn't going to stop.
Yeah.
So they were trying to set him up already. They also took his phone and his laptop. They hacked his Telegram, because I followed him on Telegram. Now whoever's talking now is probably some SVU agent trying to pose as him. But yeah, this is not the first time this has happened.
Where is his wife and his 2 children? Are they?
I think he said they're no. They already left. He mentioned earlier they fled the country earlier in the war. I think he said they're in Turkey right now.
Oh, they're in Turkey. Okay, I didn't know that.
Oh, he's a prisoner. He's a prisoner now. Whoa.
He's been living in Ukraine for years, actually.
Yeah.
He's been a naturalized. Well, he's not a citizen of Ukraine, but he has a Ukrainian wife. His children are half Ukrainian.
He was the first. He was one of the first passport bros who was literally telling all American men to get the hell out of the West, like today.
Yeah,
he was saying that like really 3-4 years ago.
Years ago, yep.
Yeah.
It's a shame, though, man. It's a shame. But I understand why he wanted to stay, and he was asked this multiple times. But he wanted to see what's happening. And honestly, it's people can say, and I get your point that he's being stubborn, that he should have left when he had the chance. But to push back on that, we want to have someone. We crave knowledge and we crave the truth as close as possible. He made a sacrifice for everyone else so that way they could know what's really going on. So he could be the ear to the ground to see it firsthand. So I mean,
like Julian Assange and Edward
Julian Assange. Yeah, honestly, Julian Assange's arrest is BS, in my opinion. The U.S. is starting for espionage.
Yeah,
he doesn't even the U.S.
Yeah, you're right, Jay. I'm just really frustrated because I just don't want to see him get hurt, man, because he's a really good guy.
I agree.
Yeah. Well, you gentlemen continue on. Hopefully YouTube won't end this stream and I can catch the rest of it after this point. I'm going to drop off. At a wonderful time. I will be chatting with all you guys later.
Have a good one, Leonard. Thank you so much, bro.
All right. You're welcome.
Obi says Coach Red Pill is getting tortured. I don't think so.
So I take it. Do you watch much Telegram, CT?
I don't. No.
Do you have Telegram? Do you have Telegram?
No.
Well, it's an app that was based out of. I think it was made in Russia. It's like a really big Eastern European social media app, and I don't know. I'm hoping he's not getting tortured either. But I've seen some videos on there of troops who get captured during the war by the SBU. It's not pretty, and they don't censor it on Telegram either. So,
but I mean, he's not. He's technically a civilian. He's an American. What he has, dual or triple citizenship.
They can, CT. They can label him a combatant anytime, bro.
They could.
It's a reason.
They can
why
label him a spy.
It's a reason why they got him. Why they took him. It's a reason.
I'll tell you this: if they do kill him, they're gonna make a martyr. He would be a martyr.
They should just do the right thing and deport him. That's all. That's the right thing to do. Just deport him, get him out of your country.
Yeah,
that's the right thing to do. Send him to Chile. Send him to us. We should already be taking care of that as it is.
Yeah, governments are known to do the right
They're
thing.
gonna do
all
an
the time.
exchange for a prisoner over here.
What y'all fail to realize is when they really want to kill someone, you don't know that they're dead. They just go missing. That's why we have so many missing people in the United States every year. I think the last one was like 500,000 or 300,000. Could you imagine 200,000 people disappearing every year out of a country and no one's asking questions? And they're running around saying that, oh my God, the guns are killing people, when it's 5 cities where the teenagers are running around shooting each other. They're making the decision to shoot each other, yet they want to blame the gun. And then we have this war going on in Ukraine that has been going on for a lot longer than they've been saying it's been going on. And now they act like they want to help it out. Oh my God, we got to help Ukraine. Send them money. Money will win wars, and money will make the temperature of the earth go down. That's their message. Give us money, we'll fix it. I think they lost. I really think government has lost. They can only arrest so many people. They can only delete so many accounts, and censor so many people. We have Twitter. CT, if you're not on Twitter, I think you should be live streaming this on Twitter. You should be live streaming on Rumble. You should be live streaming on every platform that you possibly can. Odyssey, BitChute, friggin' I wouldn't suggest Twitch. Twitch is dead.
Okay.
But Rumble, definitely Rumble, dude. If I was you, I would be reaching out to Rumble, trying to get you a Rumble deal. I bet you could, because you have a very unique show from what I've seen. You play the most of the time. You're very neutral. You just allow people to speak. There's a lot of commentators out here that act like they're neutral and act like they allow people to speak and act like they listen to what they're saying, and then they take that into account, but they actually don't. I've seen you learn stuff up here. I've learned stuff up here. We've taught people things on here. Like we're actually doing something.
Oh yeah, definitely. Thanks, man.
You gotta be careful because you don't know who's on here.
Haters. I guarantee you there's a few.
Anna, can you get on camera?
You don't know who's on here and where they from.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much, Rock, for saying that. Anna, go ahead. What you say? Anna? You're on mute, Anna.
Oh no, I can still hear. I'm walking. 1 second. I'm walking. I'm sorry. Been losing
You have a
weight, but I've been trying
saddle
to support as well. But yeah, losing weight.
Anna, what say you about the situation over in Ukraine, Anna?
I don't pay attention to that. Sorry. I don't know anything about it.
You will be paying attention one day when Putin comes knocking at your door. Go ahead.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
You don't mind if Putin comes
any man knocking at my door.
Nah, I really don't. Yeah, because at the end of the day, I want to say I'm a woman, so like I really don't care if another man, no matter what the race, I don't really care if they take over. Honestly, like I don't really care.
CT, what's going on here, man?
Look at me. Look at me. I'm submissive. See.
Well, you wouldn't have this if they take
man.
Freedom of speech would be gone.
Where's my Eric?
How much is it? $10, CT? $10?
Oh no, Anna, to get rid of her, just 20. But go ahead, guys. Go ahead, Anna.
I like your necklace.
I'm listening. I don't have a necklace on. I just have my American flag. I have my phone thing. But I don't have a necklace on. I don't wear jewelry because there's too many people snatching chains. I don't wear jewelry.
For that, I stand corrected, but I like your American regalia. That's why I like to wear mine too.
Water bottles for the panel. Water bottles for the panel.
Thank you. I don't know which route I should take. Hey, you guys keep talking. I'm gonna fix this route because I'm kind of lost. I don't know how to get back to my car.
If there's needles on the pathway, walk that path.
Anna, if I can ask you a question, do you think that America would be better off under Putin or under the left?
Oh, come on, Anna, go ahead.
I mean, I really don't care, honestly, because honestly, aren't we already underneath the left or whatever?
Yeah, but he's asking.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter either way. As long as I get my freedom, that's all that matters. I don't care.
But, oh, dear God.
You
go ahead, Dion.
Freedom.
You want to ask some more questions?
Don't care if Putin take over. You won't have freedom.
No, I'm supposed to go this way. I think it's this way.
Now, why wouldn't we have freedom, Lucky? Why wouldn't we have freedom?
Shit, I'm lost.
That's a communist country.
Russia's a communist country. Okay, I didn't know that.
You're not allowed to do.
So no capitalism goes
against the government.
Okay.
You're not allowed to,
CT, can I please correct this man?
Please.
You're not allowed. You're just not allowed to say anything. You see how the reporter guy got locked up.
Now, I will admit, it is kind of odd that, now Corey's onto something. It is kind of odd that a lot of those reporters were coming up dead food poisoning. So, Corey, you might be onto something with that one. Continue.
They're telling them to leave right now. I'm looking at it in the news. It's telling them to to flee. The Americans to flee from over there, get from over there, and Russia and the other country they taking over.
Okay, all right.
They're telling the journalists to leave, flee.
Okay.
Yeah,
like some of y'all be doing.
They made a law in Ukraine where you can't speak out about basically anything the government doesn't want you to, and if you do, you are a combatant.
Mm-hmm.
You're a spy. You're all these different labels that they want to put you in.
Yeah, like
the same
they
thing
stopped
happened in
political
Russia.
parties, opposition parties. They banned them.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, that basketball player got caught with some kind of drug, right?
It was cannabis oil. It was cannabis oil.
Yo, blood.
Cannabis oil.
Yeah.
And they gave her 9 years.
We traded the arms deal.
Yeah, because she wanted to break the law. She wanted to think it was okay to do what she wanted to do, and that's it. But the thing about it is,
cannabis oil. I mean,
let me speak to that. Let me speak. I'm about to tell you why she got 9 years.
Yo, bad.
That's my opinion.
Chaotic, can I say something though? Since we're talking about,
Well, can I finish real quick?
I just want to. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Look, she broke the laws of the Russian Federation for one. Okay, and two, people keep comparing her to other women that had like similar charges. Look, she high-profile player that got caught during a time of war where there's a lot of anti-Russian rhetoric going back and forth, and anti-American and anti-Russian rhetoric, and she has stature not only in the NBA. She was, MWW, whatever the hell it's called for the women. She's one of the best players there, and also she is a big political figure, the LGBTQ, Joe Biden's, and so they were like, we're gonna teach her ass a lesson. That's it.
Nah, I think now I'm starting to think it's bigger. It's bigger. It's a bigger picture than that.
What is it?
Who knows what transpired for her to get back over here?
Okay.
We gave a war criminal to them.
Who knows who had been set free here to go back home, and for her to be released back over here?
So you're saying
he was called the merchant of death.
A crime was committed over there, and they don't play that, right?
Especially not from niggas.
Well, as far as the whole Brittany Griner situation, I will say, go ahead, Corn.
Over here, ain't that anything. Because if we get caught with a little bit of dope and some crack, we could do a lot of time.
Like that.
Yeah,
black lady,
that's why it's a good idea to leave that stuff alone.
Unless we get a good lawyer that will say we was illegally searched and our constitution was violated.
They should have kept Brittany Griner.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Lucky. I've gone 40 years of my life leaving crack rocks alone. Never had a problem with having to get a lawyer or anything in my whole life. I don't need one on retainer because I don't go around committing crimes.
So, have you ever got busted with any form of drug?
No, because here, I'll tell you. I always have insurance on my vehicle. I don't speed excessively, and I don't get illegal drugs.
I'm asking you a
turn
question.
into a race thing again.
Have you ever got caught with drugs in the United States?
Did you just not hear me?
You'll get more than 9 years. I tell you that.
Did you just not hear me?
Voice? I don't think he's ever taken a freaking Tylenol, bro.
No. Actually, you're right. I don't do crack or coke or none of that. I don't feel the need to do that. But the thing is, like, when people wonder, like, why are the police all up on me and I got these charges? Like, it's usually because you were either close to doing something or you did something. And yes, prejudice and racism does exist in America. It is a problem, but it's not the top problem. Y'all overstate a problem that's down there when we got problems that are 10, 20 times more important up there. And you talking about a racist white cop with mean to me. And we dying.
Racist white cop can be
you just went way over there.
plugged up.
Yeah, you went way left.
It's
Jay, you're Hispanic, but you're really
just get it out. Just say it.
You're like a white. You're kind of white. You Spanish. Why do blacks always go back to black conversations? Like what? Like God,
I don't know.
It's like,
I don't know, man.
All my life, just black. Did you hear about black? There's got black. Well, what do you think as an observer? And you definitely hang around. I could tell you hang around a lot of blacks. What is that? Just be like David Attenborough. What is it about the black culture that always goes back to blackness?
I don't know, man. You guys love yourselves a lot. There's nothing wrong with that. You guys. Here's the thing. It's kind of paradoxical because you love yourselves enough to talk about yourselves a lot, but not enough to get up and take the actions necessary to make those same situations, communities better. That's why I brought up the Sudanese thing before, the Sudanese civil war. I didn't hear any hoteps talking about it. I didn't hear Dr. Umar Johnson talking about it. I didn't hear the dude who's running for president now, for the Green Party, Cornel
West.
Cornel West. Thank you. I didn't hear any of that.
Of course,
I never. Go ahead.
I said no. You won't hear anything about it. The last time blacks collectively talked about blacks at a global level was the apartheid. That was back in the 80s. Those black students did a great job at addressing apartheid. But other than that, niggas don't care about no other black people.
I don't know. I don't know why I'm just my question is this, and I don't know if anyone can give me this answer. Why does every conversation somehow lead back to race? I just don't understand how you can make your race your identity. It's part of who you are, yes.
Yeah.
But your race is not your identity. It's not. You are your identity.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Please continue with the moon cricket conversation. Go ahead, guys.
Oh no, I'm done. I'm done because I'm done. I'm done because the thing about it is people like Lucky always. Yeah, Lucky always bring it back to something like that. So I was explaining to him, Barney style, if you don't like white police all up on you as a black person, as opposed to they're racist, it starts with don't doing things they consider illegal. That's all I can help you. After that, I can't help you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's it.
Can I say something chaotic? And it's about. Yeah. Okay. So. Chaotic, I want to talk about gender. We live in this generation of, strong, independent. And yes, I am strong. I'm independent. All I do is work, and then I pay my bills. And that's typically it. But I want to say, do you know the reason why I clicked on your live stream? Because I wasn't even about to click on it, honestly. I always say, you know me, I'm a stripper. I don't need no man and stuff like that. I just only want them for pleasure and stuff like that. But
what the hell?
But chaotic.
She's trolling.
I'm being real. But do you know the reason why I clicked your live stream? Only one reason why I clicked it. I knew you were live streaming. I saw your notification like hours ago, but I didn't even feel like going on today. But I was walking. I've been walking for like an hour, but I want you to be curious enough to ask me why I clicked on your live stream.
Why'd you click?
Hello, chaotic. Come on, chaotic.
She's on attention, fam.
Yeah, I want chaotic attention because I came up here. He's my friend, honestly. I came up here for him. I like chaotic.
This has nothing to do with anything.
No, it has nothing to do with race. No, it does not. It has nothing to do with race. Y'all been talking about that for the past. Yeah, y'all been talking about that. Y'all been talking about the same thing for hours. So no, it has nothing to do with race.
She has her own. You know what I'm saying?
CT, do you have any other topics you want to bring up, CT? Oh no, I think he wants to take a break. I don't blame him.
Babler, let me see your fit. Let me get a fit check.
No, I don't want to do that.
Water bottles for the panel.
I mean, you're a stripper.
I've been surviving off this one.
You're a stripper, so you can at least do a fit check. You can at least do a fit check.
Big giant water bottle for an hour.
Are you in Florida?
No.
What state you in?
You're a stripper walking?
I don't want to tell you.
Okay. Sorry. I was just trying to have conversation, not trying to stalk you.
Well, I'm not walking. I'm hiking, if that makes sense. This is good mental relief, but I felt really, and this is the reason why Chaotic is gone. He's not even on a panel. He's just left, you guys. But no, I want to talk to Chaotic.
Well, he's probably listening right now, doing
No, he's
something.
not. Because if he was, he would answer me.
Don't you want to get married one day?
No, I don't want to.
So you're gonna be a stripper forever?
No, I just want to say. So, what I want to do is
Chaotic don't want to pay that money.
I just want to. Oh God damn it! I'm so tired.
How long you been stripping? How long you been stripping for? How long you been stripping?
Chaotic, I don't want you.
Since I was 19.
This is how old are you now? 19?
I just turned 24 today.
What the? Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
So you already bought your house and your big car, your big house?
No. I keep saying I'm a stripper, but I only stripped for like 2 years. I plan on going back when I lose weight. That's why I'm exercising now.
So you're not. So your ex stripper gonna be a stripper again? Come on, you trying to?
Yeah.
You telling conflicting stories right now?
Okay, well, if you think I'm lying, then you just think I'm lying. How about that?
I didn't say no. It's just some of what you said. It kind of sounds conflicting. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, Chaotic know the truth. He's visited my channel before. I post all my.
You're gonna be a stripper for the rest of your life or what?
She said no.
I post all my stripping vlogs on my channel, so he knows I'm not. Chaotic knows me, but if you think I'm lying, then I go with it. I am lying. Yes, I am lying. But no, Chaotic, I have a question for you. So, I want to talk about gender because I feel a little confused because, as a woman, you know, I'm a dancer and I don't need no man, and I'm strong, independent. I work, I pay my bills, I do whatever I do what the rest of the world do, but. And I would say I don't need a man. I only want them for sex and stuff, but
particularly white men, right?
For pleasure,
Hold on, and particularly white men, right?
And Eric.
Okay, and Eric. Yep. Go ahead. Yep. Go ahead.
No, but I saw. I was going to tell you, but you was gone. But I saw you live streaming hours ago. I never planned on coming on your live stream today. I said I was just gonna listen, but. While walking, I really felt. Do you know the reason why I came on your live stream? Why I clicked your link?
Why is that?
It's because I felt really unsafe because there was a guy following me, and he was following me for a long time. And I had crossed over, and of course you got different multiple paths. Like you got that path, but
and that's
I
why
moved
you
over.
did, man.
Can I finish? Chaotic. Is that okay if I can finish?
Yeah, am I taking a roll? Let me hear it real quick. Go ahead.
So I had moved over on the other side, and he kind of mocked me and moved over too, because this path is not that big. It's like this. So I moved over on this side. He moved over. Thought he was gonna pass me. I started walking slow. He started walking slow. He was white, surprisingly, but I got on your live stream, and once he heard a man's voice, he heard your voice talking. Then he stopped and started fidgeting with the tree. No, he started fidgeting with the trees on the side, like the leaves, if he was trying to observe the leaves. And he just completely stopped, and I haven't seen him ever since. So I was like, God damn, I feel so protected on this live stream. But
thank you.
I was like, I feel so protected on this live stream. That's the reason why I came on. Cause I'm like, if they hear a man's voice on here and they see it on FaceTime and he's on camera, then you know, if something does go down, you can call the police. You can call the police, Chaotic, or someone.
But I definitely would.
No, I just.
You ever thought about
I thought.
You ever thought about buying like a little revolver or something too when you're on your?
I got pepper spray. They can't see me if.
Yeah, man, women are not serious about their safety. They depend on men to do their safety and plan for them.
And can I say something? Chaotic. Can I finish? Hold on.
Yeah, let her talk. Go
So
ahead.
that's why I don't know. Lately, the older I'm getting, I just turned 24 years old today, and it's just like the older that I'm getting, I really want a bodyguard. Like, but now that I'm thinking about it, all of the stuff I want, sexual pleasurement, bodyguard, all of that stuff, so I can feel protected. All of that stuff still leads back to men. And
you ever
it's
thought
so
about getting
weird.
like
'Cause
a
I'm like,
stable boyfriend to be like a bodyguard for you?
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, if I had a man to walk and hike with me, I would feel so safe and protected. But
And
I'm
where
out
are
here
you
by
at again?
myself.
You're in Indiana,
I'm in Illinois, and
Illinois. Okay.
yes, and I was just thinking, like, if I had
Who on the
a
panel?
partner.
Yeah.
No, don't do that, chaotic. I'll find someone out here. But
American
no,
First Rifleman. Are you in Illinois?
Why she go walking by
stop
herself
it.
though?
Well, hold on.
Look,
Why can't
look.
hold on? Why can't we go walking by? So you tell me women can't do things by themselves?
I don't advise it.
I say women are the biggest. Look, women are the biggest cop out liars when it comes to things about their safety. Because women who take their safety seriously take precautions, at least one or two.
Right.
Besides pepper spray, that's easy. You can buy that in the supermarket.
Yeah, but pepper spray is strong.
But it's just crazy how you independent women like yourself, like, can literally just get married to a man.
For real.
That's it.
Well,
Here's
it's not
my
that
thing,
simple
right?
because
Actually, it is that simple.
Anna, today's your birthday.
yes, today is my birthday.
How old are you,
But
China?
I'm 24 years old
Oh,
today.
you'll
I was
get to
born
know.
in. I was born in 19.
Here's
I
my
was.
thing. Hold on, back.
Oh
Hold
my
on, back,
god.
back. I'll
But
let you talk,
yeah,
I'll let you
I
talk.
just.
Guys, why do y'all keep? I can't hear it. Can stop cutting off for a minute. What you say?
I was born in 1999, so I'm 24 years old today. But
Do you
yeah,
know
that's
in
what.
1999, Anna, I started 1999. I started my freshman year in high school. I was a freshman in high school, 1999. It was.
Oh
Yep.
wow.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
the world was totally different in the
So
90s.
chaotic. I have a question. When you see
Yeah.
another man, like if you a man that's walking on the same path as you, first of all, do you even go hiking?
I do.
To go.
I go. Yeah, I go. First of all, I run every damn day. And I do go hiking. Yes.
Well, the reason why I go hiking is because, for one, I like the sound of the birds. It's like it's mentally relaxing. Like it just drains all the stress out of you.
Yeah.
And it's good exercise. It gets the blood pumping. It's a lot of things. But do you ever fear that someone's following you, or do you
No.
ever fear that?
No.
You never get that feeling?
No.
Do you think it's just a woman thing, or do you think it's a paranoia thing?
It's definitely a woman's thing.
So when you
Men.
say it's a woman thing, do you mean like every woman? Because when you say it's a difference between a woman thing and a paranoia thing. A paranoia thing means it's an individual. Wait. Paranoia means it's an individual person that really think that way. And when you say it's a woman thing, you're basically saying all women have that thought in the back of their mind. Do you think that all women have that thought, or you think that it's an individual basis and it's only some women?
Well, let me ask you a question, Anna. I would say 90% of women do. I'm pretty sure like Ronda Rousey doesn't have that problem. Clarissa Shields doesn't have that problem. But these women are professional fighters. You know, Clarissa Shields, she ain't got
Do you think it's natural for women to have that, or do you think it's just a paranoia thing?
Well, it's both.
They'll still get knocked out. Just because they train fighters don't make them on the same caliber as man's fighting skills. They'll still get knocked out.
Mr. S, your thing sounds really good now. I don't know what you did. It sounds really good.
Let me catch up real quick.
I'm on my satellite phone.
But that's the only reason why I can't, because I don't have any. I have a few male friends. I called Chris. He's at work, so he didn't answer the phone, of course.
Well,
but I kind of knew he was at work.
What about all the white men you have relationships with? Why can't they defend you?
I don't have relationships with white guys right now. In my contact, I have one biracial guy.
Can I ask you a question?
You know what I mean? The guys that you're Hold on, the guys that you're sharing yourself with, why can't they be motivated enough to fix your tires?
I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand me at all. I am like a one-night stander. How can I explain this? A stripper.
I understand.
To you, men
you don't have to explain it.
Like a lot of people ask me. Hold on. Can I say something? Can I say something, please? So a lot of people. No, because you guys are assuming things and not letting me speak and actually like talk for myself. You guys are like, and every time I begin to speak, hold on. No, every time I be, no, every time. Hold on, because every time, can I say something? Can I say something? Every time I get ready to speak, you guys like talk over me. So I just want to say something. When I mess with men, it's only temporary, and that's how I have it in my brain. That way, I don't get attached to them. So
Is
like
it
even
transactional?
hold on. Even the man that I had on my YouTube channel, he was a white Latino. His name was Alfonso. I've only messed with him for like a week, and then I just dropped him. Like me and him are no longer in contact. So like I meet guys very frequently, but they're not like someone I can lean a shoulder on and like cry to and stuff. No, they're just like pleasurement, fun, and then I let them go. Like the only person I have is probably like Chris, because he's like, you know, he's always there, and I didn't even want to get attached to him, but I did, and that's why I don't. That's why I don't keep people in my contact for a long time. That's why I do
Could I
try to
ask you a
break off with
question
people.
now?
Are you done?
Right,
With
you've had
my,
the platform
with
for about a good.
mine,
America First Rifleman, you know, I rock with you, man, but I mean, you're chewing with your mouth open. You've been doing it for like an hour. I mean, what are you eating? Popcorn? Come on. I mean, it's disgusting. I mean,
sorry, I'm gonna stop with the eating with my mouth open, but this is primetime entertainment. I had to have the popcorn ready because, especially, shout out to my girl.
Oh, sorry.
You good? Shout out to my stripper girl right here. You know, she telling us about her chaotic life. You know,
don't censor her, bro. Don't do
Anna,
that.
real quick, Anna, give me 1 second, real quick. I gotta ask Duale a question. Duale, can you run a sub 3? Hold on a second, Anna. Give me 1 second. Duale, can you run a sub 3?
Hello.
Yeah, can you run a sub 3?
Yeah, I didn't understand what sub 3 means.
A marathon. Can you run a sub 3, like under 3 hours?
No, I'm 40 years old, but I used to run. Yeah, but I run. Yeah.
You know who can really run good, and they're old. I think is it Kapoji older? He's like 40, right? Elliot Kapoji. I wonder if he can hear me. Okay, go ahead, Anna. I don't think he can hear me. Go ahead, Anna. You're on mute, Anna. You're on mute. You're on
to say
mute.
no, that's the only reason why I decided. I'm sorry, y'all. We got boobs for a reason because they're like pockets. But yeah, I feel like.
What the hell
I feel like
You just take out your. You know you're slitting, right?
CT, you was talking about me eating with my mouth open.
Can I talk CT real quick? Just what's going on?
You took a titty napkin out and wiped your face. Wouldn't the napkin be just wet your face? What are you?
Okay, so yeah, that's basically what I was gonna say. I'm starting to want a man more. Like starting to rely. Starting to rely on a man more, like because I know that it's like even at night. Sometimes I feel unsafe going to sleep. Like, what if someone tried to break in or something? I don't know. I just have paranoia. Like, but I didn't have that. I didn't have that like a year ago.
Back in a minute. Give me a second. I'm gonna bring you guys back in a minute. But you said that. Now, where did you move to? You said you moved somewhere new, and you're just afraid that someone's gonna break you in.
I mean, it's not a bad area, but it is like it's like in the middle. But like, it's like I didn't have this thought like a year ago. I didn't. So maybe it's the area, or maybe it's because I don't have a gun. I think if all women have guns,
getting a gun?
Yeah, I don't think I want one, but like, I think if all of us women have guns, I don't think we would ever fear to walk ever again.
Do you have a Cash App? No, seriously. Do you have a Cash App? That's for all the women in the chat. Why don't you send Anna a Cash App so she can get her gun? What's the Cash App?
I don't have a Cash App, but I have Zelle.
Oh, okay. You got to put that in the chat yourself. But
yeah, it's just connected with my bank. You got to have my number to basically.
Yeah. Do you think would you mind if the women? I'm pretty sure, and I hate to ask, but you know, like
I gotta save up. I can do. Nina, it doesn't cost much. It's like $500 for like a little pistol.
Nice little cheap gun for $500. You know.
Yeah. I just gotta. It's more than that though. Like I gotta get approved for it, and I don't know how to do it. Like go to the police station.
To the women in the chat, would you fund Anna's gun, because she seems to be very afraid? Would you give out your email to the women in the chat?
I'm not broke, dude. I can pay for it myself.
Nobody said that you were broke. I mean,
I just said I'm scared a little bit, but I don't want people to be throwing money at me because I work so hard. I could pay everything myself.
Okay, go ahead.
But no, I just felt to come on because it's like I felt safer. That's why when I came on, I really didn't have much to say. I just went silent. Just the presence of y'all, just the voice of y'all talking like a deeper man's voice.
Yeah,
really is enough to just make a man walk away or something.
Okay. Mr. S, you have something to ask Anna?
What's her name?
Anna.
My name is Anna.
With an O.
Yes, ONNA.
Right. Hope you're well. Is this your first time on this platform? Because this is my first time seeing you.
No. I've been on Chaotic Truth for like almost 2 years. I've been knowing him since I was 22.
You liking what you see, Mr. S? Huh?
I've been knowing him since. Can I say something?
We'll get to that very soon.
I've been on Chaotic. I just started coming on Chaotic Truth about a year ago, but I've been on Chaotic Truth for 2 years because I met him on Anton Daniels. I met him on Anton Daniels, and the first time I met him, it goes back. It goes way back. Hold on. It goes way back. Hold on. Can I say something? Can I say something, please? It goes way back. It goes even before Anton Daniels. It goes all the way back to Exoticals United. Oh Lord, you don't remember that? And I was like, that's when I first met you, but I never came in contact with you until like Anton. So yeah, I've been on him since I was 22 and I'm 24. So yeah.
Right, so because here's the deal. When you first came on this panel, on the chat I wrote, "Oh, she's workable," like if she follows the workout plan and whatnot. But now I realize that looks are very deceiving. When you started saying that you're a stripper, and I thought you was actually joking. Honestly, I swear on my mother's life, she was very young. I thought you was joking. Then how? Now I know the truth. Can I ask you a question? Why do you think us men, we are transactional? Like, to you, we are disposable, like the box.
She just uses us, fam. Simple.
But why is that? And don't give me a long-winded answer, yeah? I need it to be short and brief because I've got a lot of questions to ask you, darling.
I don't really understand your question, honestly.
Anna, let me ask you something. Why are you saying that? Oh, you don't need a man when you're on a hike and you want like, oh, you need a cops or so whatever. You're saying you need cops, which is 9 times out of 10 is gonna be a man. You're saying you don't need a man, but you didn't come on to a man's platform, and basically you need his voice. So basically, you need a man in your life, whether he's around you or not. And on top of that, I don't know how you're stripping. You look like the Grinch. I don't know how you're getting all. Man.
Right, Ona. So back to me now.
Mm-hmm.
Back to me. Next question. Since you don't want to answer that one, the next question is, what's your purpose on Earth as a woman?
I mean, I do want to procreate and have babies, mixed race, biracial babies.
Sorry?
But
no. What's your purpose from God? What's your purpose as a woman?
I just simply, my purpose. I don't think we have a purpose. I just think we just live life, y'all. When you say purpose, you're basically thinking of like a gender role. I don't believe in that.
Listen, darling, I'm gonna talk to you like you're 4 years old. When I ask you what's your purpose on this planet from God, it's like finding out what's the purpose of a lion on this planet.
Oh no, I don't get what you mean. You got no, talk to me like I'm 2 years old because I don't understand what you mean.
Let me finish. Since you've been showing your dick on this panel, let me finish.
Yeah, I don't want to speak to you, Chaotic. I'm gonna have to talk to you later. I'm not gonna tolerate that. I'm sorry.
I'm actually gonna calm him down because he's being vulgar. Okay. That's a $10 super chat, Mr. S. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I would have to warn you. The choices I think you're making in life are going to be very damaging to you long term. You talk about one night stands and going through all these kind of things. The things you're putting yourself through.
You shouldn't worry about my life. Don't be a simp. Please don't be a simp.
Just listen to what I'm saying. Please let me finish.
I think you should use your red pill skills. No, I think you should use your red pill skills and leave 304 with a 304 stance. Like, don't worry about my life. Just leave me where I stand. Use your red pill scans.
Let me finish just in general then. Over a third of women have an incurable STD. Over a quarter of men have an incurable STD. And if you catch one of those, you are not going to. Yeah, but if you keep having one-night stands, you will. Because again,
I've been having one-night stands and I don't.
You expose yourself every time you sleep with a random man.
Okay, why don't you talk to men then? Because they're doing the same thing I'm doing.
Do not want to pass that on to them.
So why are you talking? I don't have anything to pass on. But why don't you have these conversations with men from the red pill? They always brag about.
I warn them constantly not to engage in
They always brag about sleeping with different females. Why
no, they don't. Okay. The wrong men do.
They do.
The right men have gotten sick and walked away. 63% of them no longer want to date.
I want to live my life the way I want to. So I don't really care about
to that.
I don't really care. I know I'm responsible. It's my life. It's my life.
Well, then all I can say is advise any young man that you're thinking about dating to consider that when they go into a relationship with you.
Okay, I don't feel like I don't want to date anyone, so I'm so confused of what you said. So
Anna, now to ask you a question, Anna. Now, why don't you want? Now, why don't you want to date?
Because it literally feels like you're locked down and you're trapped. Okay. It feels like doesn't feel like freedom. I have more freedom when I'm single. I feel like when you're in a relationship, you're tied down. You have to cook, you have to clean. There's going to be arguments if you don't cook and clean. Like, I feel like I just rather be by myself because I don't have to argue with people. I don't have to, I don't have to answer to someone. I can go out and be out all night and I don't have to answer to like, oh, where you've been. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to have that.
Okay. Dio, go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a life choice that we all have to make for ourselves. If you want something out of a relationship, you have to be willing to put something back into it. It's a two-way street.
And that's why I'm remaining single. I'm doing the world a favor by being single. Like, I know I'm not relationship material, so that's why I'm doing the world a favor by being single.
Now, why do you feel like you're not relationship material? I mean, is it because
I'm fucked up in the head? So, like, I don't want a relationship. I'm gonna screw a man over. I know it's gonna be my fault, so I don't want to do that. Honestly.
So why not just change?
I don't want to change. I don't want to.
Go ahead.
I need some more water.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say to that. I mean, if she's made up her life choices, then all you can do is make choices and suffer consequences. That's what life is. It's a series of consequences.
Yep, and I'm willing to go through that route. Right. I like my freedom. Some women value other things in life. I value freedom. Some other women value being a wife. I don't. We all different. All of us are different, so yeah. All of us are different. And I don't think when I get some of these men that try to control or try to tell me what to do, I feel like they're trying to control my life.
Hold on a second, Anna. Give me 1 second, Anna. Big Time with the $5 super chat says, "I want to live the way I want to, but I call a men's panel to scare a stalker. Cognitive dissonance." But she could be on to something though. I mean, yeah, I get where. I get it. We all know, right? Women will want to be solo, but at the end of the day, there's a level of security that they also want as well. And if she feels like she wants to be solo, yet she feels uncomfortable in the situation outside, then why not? And call me. And I know somebody's gonna call me a liberal for saying that, but I get where she's coming from on that one. Come on, guys. Now, that's just me. Roz Girl with the $10 super chat says, "Mr. S, you go talk to those ratchets who are fighting with their babies on their hips yesterday. You are always trying to correct black women." Ooh. And Mr. S with the 20 pounds says ×2 swear words. I'm going to bring the guys. I'm going to bring Mr. S. Okay. Let me bring Hafez up here real quick. Hafez, go ahead, sir.
Oh, hello there. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is having a wonderful evening. I hope you're doing well, Chaotic. I just be very quickly to Anna. Anna, if you don't mind me asking, are you in your 20s? Did you say you were 21, 22?
24.
24. Okay, I'm going to be absolutely brutally honest with you. You're sort of on the decline from your absolute
I should
peak.
already be declined. Like I don't want to be in a
You're
market
still
at
okay.
all.
You're still okay until
No, but
like
I don't.
maybe
I'm telling you,
28,
I don't
30,
want to
but
be in a market at all. So I shouldn't be on any type of acceptance list. I should be already declined.
no,
Like,
I think you've been a little bit too harsh on it. But what I will
no,
say, and
it's
this is
not harsh. It's
something
honesty.
but this is something Jordan Peterson, many other people say.
No, because
You are
you're
going to
literally
live a lot longer
no.
than you think
You're
you are.
pushing away my values. You're pushing away what I value in life. You're trying to tell me that I'm being
that.
harsh about my values in life. Like, no.
No. You're perfectly fine. Well, all I'm trying to tell you is that you're going to live a very long life, on average, probably into your 80s. And right now, this is your peak value time. This is the time when most men are going to be interested in you. And if you squandered this opportunity now, you are going to be incredibly regretful later on in life. This is your time. This is your moment to be able to find a stable, good man that will be with you potentially till you're older, and you're going to live a
But I
lot
don't
longer
want
than
that
you
though.
think. The thing is,
I don't
when
want
you're
that.
young, you can't imagine yourself in your 70s and your 80s. People can't seem to see that far ahead of themselves. You're 24. You're a very, very young lady. You are going to live a long time, and things will change. If you think you feel unstable and uncomfortable right now as a single woman, and you like to hear a man's voice, imagine when you're in your 50s and your 60s, your body is weakened, you're actually in far more vulnerable situation, in a vulnerable place than you are even now. So imagine how you're going to feel then if you don't have a stable relationship and you don't have children around you.
Even if you have a stable relationship, men typically die first. So I've known women who are widows, who were married, they were promised, they have red pills. Hold on.
But if you have
And I'm
children, you
gonna
have
have
growing
children too. I
with
am
you.
gonna have children. I am gonna have children. I'm gonna be a single mom. I'm gonna be a baby mom.
That is going to put your children statistically in the worst possible position.
No, not if I'm financially stable.
Children from single parents are always statistically in a far worse place than children with
I'm going to a
two-parent
sperm bank.
families.
That's why.
Yeah, but that doesn't change anything. You're still going to be a
It
single
does change a
mom.
lot, though.
Single moms are in. They raise the worst children.
No, they
Statistically,
don't.
they do.
The value of a father is more than just the money he provides. You may be financially stable, but you're not a father. You're a mother. You're
It doesn't
supposed to be
matter,
a mother.
though. No, it does not matter.
It does.
It does not, though.
No, it does. It does matter a lot.
I don't think you should worry about my life, though. I think you should think about your own life.
Well,
honestly,
no. You're right. You're right. We should all worry about our lives. But what I'm saying is, as elder gentlemen here, that we've lived a bit of a life, we've seen some things behind us.
No, you
It is
think
only
that your way of living is the right way to everybody else?
no,
and that's
not
the
at all.
issue?
Not at all. All I'm saying is that we've lived a bit of a life, we've experienced the world, and I can tell you that you right now would be far better served in your future. Your future would be far better served. Your children would be far better served if you look for a stable man and a stable relationship
Stop
now.
that. That's disgusting. Just by you saying that, it's disgusting.
It's
I'm telling
disgusting
you,
to say that you should look for a stable
because
relationship.
I told you that I don't value that. So it is
I know,
disgusting.
but your values are wrong. You're putting
Your
value on the
values are
wrong
wrong.
thing.
Your values are wrong.
I'm sorry, but
You can't.
I mean, the problem is that you will only learn this lesson 20 years from now. And I'm trying to tell you, for someone who is 20 years ahead of you,
Let me learn then.
a mistake that
I
you
know some
shouldn't
people.
make.
No, I know marriage is at a 70% divorce rate. I know a whole lot of people who are married who are miserable. So no,
I'm not
myself.
even saying marriage. I'm not even saying marriage. But
I'm
I will
fine by
say that you
myself.
should
I don't
look
need to be
for a
with anyone.
stable. It is very, very hard to live as an island and to live on your own. You are going to feel
I'm
exceedingly
not gonna live as an island.
lonely when you get older.
I'm gonna have so many. No, I'm gonna have many pictures, many memories to pass on to my children. I'm gonna tell them how I traveled the world. I'm gonna tell them how I lived such a good life, and I had so much fun. I'm gonna show them every day, just me raising them, treating them with love and care. Yeah, I'm not gonna I don't know. I think it depends on the culture of single moms. I know a whole lot of people who from a white culture who raise up kids and they raise them just fine. So maybe it's a black culture thing, which I wasn't raised in a black community, so I don't know. You know what I mean? So I don't believe in beating kids. I don't believe in yelling and stuff like that. I believe in actually talking to them. I believe in developing a relationship with kids. That way they can have sympathy for when they do something wrong. They'll feel bad if their mom is mad at them because they have such a good relationship with their parent. You know what I mean?
Anna. Oh, never mind. Mike from Boston said put you in the back, but Beat paid $50 to keep you. So yeah, sorry, Mike from Boston. Yeah.
Hey, I love how every time I come up here, they throw them dollars at me. Thank you. I feel like a professional stripper.
I gotta do the must be the money for Mr. S first. Hold on for a second. Give me a second. Thank you so much, Mr. S. Thank you so much, Mike from Boston. And thank you so much, Beat. It was strange. Most things change for the better and the worse. Must be the money. Yeah. Must be the money. Must be the money. Must be the money. Diamond Rolex with gators on my guys. Thank you so much for all the super chats and cash apps. Go ahead, Anna. You got the floor. I'll bring everybody up in a minute. Though. Give me a second.
Well,
I'm so tired. It gets dark in 1 hour, and I'm not even close to back to my car.
Well, it's. I think. If you are in, you said you were in Illinois. No, you got like 2 hours left.
Yeah, it gets dark around 7:30, so an hour and a half.
Yeah.
It's 6:06 now. I got enough time.
If you are not going to get a stable man, at least get a dog.
No,
preferably a big dog.
I'll go children. I'll get children. As far as loneliness and company, I'll get children.
No, I'm talking about protection. Get yourself a German Shepherd, a Rottweiler.
By the time I get pregnant, I'm already gonna have. Before I even get pregnant, I'm gonna have my gun license already. I'm gonna go to the gunny. They have a seat. I cannot believe. This is my first time seeing a bench. Gosh darn it! I've been walking for miles, and I'm thirsty. I don't have any more water. My shoes are dirty.
May I ask, are you, I mean, I'm guessing you're probably like 180, 90 pounds?
No, I'm 200 and that's why I'm walking. I'm 209 pounds.
Wow. That's a linebacker. That's
yeah,
but that's okay. That's okay. You're 24, you got time. You can lose it. You can work on that. But yeah, I mean, every statistics. I'm sorry. The sort of the statistics of raising single parent or raising children in a single parent household, you are putting your children at an absolute disadvantage if you go down that road. These are mistakes where people have made. You don't have to make these mistakes. That's the thing. These are easy layups right now. The things we're talking about are just very easy things to avoid.
Yeah, and I feel like this is like a lecture. Like I keep telling these people, it's going to go in a circle because we value two different things. It's kind of like a Democrat arguing with a Republican, or a devil worshiper or an atheist arguing with a Christian. It will never get anywhere because we have two opposite values. So I believe in freedom. They believe in, the older days. Like I don't believe in that crap.
Well, if anything, I'd say you're probably in the right. If you're not looking for a marriage, then you should not be in a marriage, because that's going to make things miserable for both of you.
Exactly.
Now, as to whether or not you are right or wrong, I mean, the thing I can remember best is what my grandfather always said: a smart person learns from their mistakes, and a wise person learns from the mistakes of others. So you can look around, you can see where the route you are taking will lead. If you still want to take it, that's on you.
Yep, I care for people. I'm a caring person, and I know I'm not going to set a man up for failure by having him marry me, and then I'm like, absolutely, I'm hell. Like, I'm absolutely hell. I'm going to wake up and be like, where's my breakfast? Why didn't you cook me something?
I mean, there's men who cook women breakfast. I worked with a guy. He'd go.
I understand.
bring
I'm gonna be
roses and
treated.
put 'em on
I have
the
a queen.
windshield of
I have
his-
a queen mindset, like a queen mindset. Like you cook and clean for me, you work for me, and I just sit at home and do nothing. Like I have that type of mindset. So I'd rather be by myself because, you know, at least being by myself and nobody does anything for me, I'm motivated to do something for myself. That's why today I decided to work out because it's like I'm getting too overweight. My face wasn't this big. It's so like, even when I smile, it's like my face wasn't this wide, you know? So yeah, trying to improve myself.
Now, Mr. S, now, hold on. Now I'm gonna let you back, but if Anna is, you know, if she feels uncomfortable and asks me to kick you off, I'm gonna kick you off. Okay, go ahead, Mr. S.
So that's what happened the first time, yeah, when I today. So she felt uncomfortable. I got kicked out. So I need to make sure that
It was because you were cursing, and you're literally gonna cause this platform to be shut down because you're cursing. You're saying all types of provocative. You said the DICK word, like that can get his channel. You know, you have to care about others, care about other people's channels and platforms.
Well, we post Bell, so that's it's not, it shouldn't be a problem. Plus, I've posted another 10 just in case I make you feel uncomfortable. But if that's the case, then I'll be here in about a short amount of time. But let's keep rocking. Ona,
yeah.
My question to you is, okay, you don't want to get married.
Mm-mm.
So that means that you don't want to have a male companion in the future. Is that what you're telling me?
No, but every once in a while I do theme for protection and theme for sex. So
Right. So you'd like the benefits of having a man in the house, but you don't
exactly
want
temporarily, but not all the time. If I could just have them temporarily, like just, hey, I'm going out. Can you come with me? All right, I'm going back home. Bye. I'll see you again next month. Like that type of stuff. But yeah, like a mentor. I think I can pay for that though. Like someone, a guy mentor where I can use him for sex. I can use him for everything I need and then just throw him out whenever I'm done, basically.
Disposable utility.
Yeah, like a pair of period underwear, you know? You get some blood on it, you throw it out, you know?
Have you met your father in your life? If you don't mind me asking.
I was raised by my father until the age of 13, and then I got put in foster care.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear.
Oh, it's ants. I can't believe it's ants on me.
Right. So, I mean, firstly, I do apologize if you felt uncomfortable earlier on. It's just
No,
that
I just don't want you cursing and saying provocative, nasty things to me, like, because I respect you, so I still think, even if no matter what my occupation is, I think I still deserve respect if I'm respecting you. So, and if you don't respect me, then I just feel like I don't want to speak to you no more. So I'll probably, if chaotic don't kick you off, then I will respectfully remove myself until you get off, and then I'll come back on. So I'm an adult. I don't have time to be. I don't do the stuff I used to no more. Like 2 years ago, Chaotic knew me 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was wild. Like, Chaotic's very nice. That's why I come on his channel. But even 2 years ago, I used to curse out Chaotic Truth over on Anton Daniels. Like, I grew a lot. And I really think people, they just don't got time no more. You know what I mean?
it's just that you may have felt that way because
me and Chaotic Truth were enemies at first. Like, oh, I remember when you told me, Chaotic, Anna, you need to be quiet. You need to be in a kitchen with your hands wrapped around a mop.
The reason why I was, like you said, I think you said I made you feel uncomfortable. The reason why you felt that way is because I got the sense that, you know, as a woman, you came in a different, with a different energy, you know, a bit more masculine.
Yeah, no, it's not even that. Just don't come at me sideways. That's all.
Because obviously you are relying on yourself to live, right?
I think you're thinking more. I think you're thinking, it's not that.
So that.
Nah, it ain't that at all. I think you're thinking too deep into it. Just don't come at me sideways. If you think about it, we were all good until you said
Because
I
look,
need a
I'll tell you,
DICK in my mouth or something. Like,
you
yeah,
know
just
what it
don't come
is,
at me
like,
sideways.
respectfully, I'm used to women like Amira, women that when they speak or and their aura is very tranquil and peaceful, and in the savage world of men, in the savage world of competition amongst men, when you see a woman like that and she has an aura of peace,
Yeah, I'm not like that.
I wouldn't be talking to her like how I did earlier on with you. It's
Okay,
just
then
that
don't speak to me then.
respectfully, you came showing with your thing slanging, and you
I
know
sure will.
that's
Just
what
like
I
if a
said,
guy
and
came
I
on.
apologize if you felt
Oh
in
no,
any
I'm
way.
just gonna keep it real. It doesn't matter what you. I don't care who you talk to, whoever else. I'm just saying, I'm not gonna deal with you. So if you are gonna talk to me that way, I'm just gonna hit the exit button and I'll come back to Chaotic's Truth channel when you're off. That's all. You can talk to me however you want. I'm just letting you know what's gonna happen. Like, I'm not gonna tolerate it, basically.
And do you think that's
Hi, Anna. How are you
democratic?
doing?
I'm
That's
doing fine.
democratic.
How are you? Who's
Good. I
talking?
just want to say God bless you. You know, I always enjoy seeing you on the panel, and I always thought you were a wonderful young lady with a lot to offer. You know, whether it be a short-term thing or a long-term thing. And you know, Mr. S is a very disrespectful, cowardly Arab that sits on a rug and farts on it and prays
Oh
to
crap! I thought he was
imaginary.
African. He's not. He's not black.
He's a fake, dirty, dusty, musty buster from the middle of nowhere that lives in a tent and farts and smells his own farts, and he probably hasn't ate all day. So please forgive him for being so rude. But I want to say you look absolutely amazing. I can
Thank
see
you.
that. I can see that, you know, you're growing as a person. And I just want to say thank you
Which
for
route should
blessing
I
this
take?
channel. Thank you
Should I
for
take this
blessing this.
route or this route? Let me turn the camera around.
Take the left route, baby. Go left.
Take left?
Yeah, go left.
1 second. Let me show you which way.
Anna has brought $50 to CT's channel. Mr. S, how much have you donated today? You broke, dusty, musty, living in a tent, smelling like a fart human being? Thank
So
you.
we got this
Go left.
way.
Go left.
And then we got this way.
Right there.
Left?
Yeah, go down that broken path.
Go down the broken path.
Yes.
You trying to set me up?
That
You
feels
know
right.
777's a troll, right?
Hello, Aziz. Hello, Aziz Fazul.
Holy shit! What path is
What's
this?
up, white rice?
I feel like a snake. I feel like a snake is gonna pop out on me.
Nah, that's
though.
the path that you need to go down, woman. You need to find
Whoa!
what
I
the
feel
Lord.
like an animal is gonna pop out on me.
Some serious
Wait a minute.
abuse.
Now, does Mr. S want to respond to you? 777. Go ahead, Mr. S.
Sure, I would love that. Go ahead, Mr. Stink.
How much did
Should I
you give
turn
to
around?
Chaotic today? And
Oh,
yesterday?
me? Probably
Yeah.
150.
Well, from your disability benefit money.
No, just 150 in general from all the wonderful people in the chat that, you know, donate to the content, sir. You know, because we're not cheap, disgusting, musty, dusty, broke Arabs.
See, I'm reading you right now. I'm reading you right
Are you
now.
counting
Believe
other
me.
people's
Believe
money
me,
as your
you
donation?
would never
I
say that
sure
to
am,
my
sir,
face.
because you know why? Because
You
I'm
never
rich, sir.
in your
Go ahead.
Can you guys help me find my way back to my car?
Yeah, keep
you
going
never in
straight.
your life say that to my face. You
Keep
understand?
going straight.
I think I went the wrong way.
If you notice the men that Mr.
I'll
S
open your guts
uses,
up. I'm telling you, I'm that kind of guy.
Hang on, Dingleberry.
Trust me, I'm that kind of guy. I'll open you up in public.
Yeah, if you pause, if you notice the type of men Mr. S uses for his avatar, you'll notice that he's infatuated with Arabian men.
Well, that's really Saddam Hussein. I mean, he's an Iraqi, but go ahead.
No, that's not Saddam. That picture isn't Saddam.
No, that's just some
that's
dusty.
not, okay, yep.
That's just some turban head.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, 777. What do you want?
These female traits.
Oh, is that your car right there, Anna? Is that you, Anna?
Always insulting.
I don't know where I am.
Very low below. Very such a female trait.
Okay, Dingleberry. I think Anna's coming to the end of the road.
I have read your book. Your book is
Sir,
filled with.
How do you say Dingleberry in Arabian?
I say this all the time, Chaotic, on your panel. It's getting tiring for me to say it.
Yeah, do you brush your teeth? What do they do in Iraq?
You're Benjamin Button.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'll let
Benjamin Button.
What?
Go ahead.
You are Benjamin Button.
I'll let fart breath go. Go ahead, sir. Do you even know how much toothpaste costs?
No, listen, 777. It has to be one at a time. Let Mr. S talk first, and then you talk. Go ahead, Mr. S. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Well, go ahead, man. Well, he doesn't do
What
this.
road is
the guy.
this?
Listen,
What road
777
is
is the guy
this?
that even
Go
me, I
back.
have my own problems with America.
Back the way you came.
I have my own problems
Where
with
am I?
America.
That's a
777
good
is a type
road
of
you're
guy.
going
We
down.
got coyotes out here, though.
The
We got coyotes out here,
and
and a lot of them be
citizens
having
of
rabies.
American soldiers. This is the problem. 777 is an American citizen, right?
Holy
He's
shit!
American citizens, and
There's
he
a fucking
dishonors
gate up here.
and disapproves
Mr.
and
Are you
S.
fucking
discredits
serious?
those
Mr.
who are
S.
falling for America
Mr.
and
S.
those who have served for America and those who are
Mr.
serving.
S. Mr. S.
This is a problem. I am technically an enemy to you, but me at least I respect
No, you're
the
not
man
an
that I'm
enemy to
facing.
me. I mean, you're like a
Okay,
little.
chaotic.
Yeah.
I am talking
I
now.
see
I'm
poop on the
talking to
ground.
you.
I don't know if that's a dog or I don't know. That's not a good sign if the poops are that big. I don't
Go
know
to the
what that
right.
is.
Go
That's
to the
not a
right.
dog poop though.
Hey,
All right,
Arnold,
Dog poop ain't
if you
that
don't
big.
remember going
Guys,
that way, you're probably
guys,
going the
go.
wrong way.
That's
Guys,
a
go.
prison. They're gonna love you right there.
We
That's
got
a
this
prison
route
gate.
right here. We got this route and back to the way I came. This route.
All right.
Go right.
Anna, go ahead. I'm sorry. 777, go ahead. And
Thank
Anna,
you.
go ahead.
Thank you.
I want to
You
go
know,
up this
respect.
hill.
Opinion
No.
Yeah, go up that hill.
of
Go up that. He said 777, Mr. Stank.
What's your opinion about
Excuse me. Sure. Yeah, sure. So, Mr. Stink. So you get up here and you talk your
What's
stuff.
your opinion on about the American army?
Sir, you get up
What's
here
your
and you
opinion
talk.
about the American army? Answer the question. Don't.
I think it's time to drop him. Yeah.
Mr. S, let him talk real quick and then you can talk. Okay, go ahead. 777. Make it quick.
Yeah. Okay, I'll make it quick. Mr. Stink Breath that has absolutely not two pennies to rub together. Dingleberry, Mr. S. Dingleberry, listen to me. When I tell you you bring absolutely nothing here to the channel and to life, you should have been killed at birth, respectfully. They should have martyred you off right off the rip as soon as you came out of, Yaba's butthole. You have absolutely no value in life. I thank you. Yes, keep showing all those cash apps I brought in. All right. You could probably be better off flushing your head down the toilet repeatedly. And I'm just disgraced by you being on this panel. I've been up here with some really low-level human beings, and you, sir, take the cake. So congratulations, Mr. Stank. Rock the big gun. What say you?
What's your opinion about the American army?
Yeah, Mr. S, yes, go ahead, sir.
You haven't answered the question.
Okay, what do you need, sir? What's up?
Well, I was hearing you earlier on, discrediting, dishonoring the fallen, those who have served, those who are serving. What's your opinion? I want to know. Extend.
Well, I mean, I appreciate real soldiers, and some people that come back and start crying about feeling stress. I don't have any respect for, sir. What's the problem, punk?
But without them, you would right now be on your knees, sucking up Berlusconi's nuts off. I'll tell you that.
Well, actually, I kind of agree with 777 on that.
Thank
you know
you.
what
Thank
you signed up to do? Just like these police officers, they sign up to be a police officer, and they know they have to go.
Yeah, and then they end up. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you,
and
sir.
they're just scared. Like, dude.
Same thing with
you
me. I
signed
feel
up
you.
for
I
war.
sign up to be a stripper, but then I know I got to give out these lap dances, even though some of them smell like piss. Like, ugh.
Right.
Man, the one I
Stripping
had.
is not sacrificing your. Are you sacrificing your life on the pole? No. These
Duh,
people
yes, I
here,
am. I'm climbing literally
you're
2
not.
stories high. If I drop off that pole, I die. That is
You're not
literally
gonna die.
my
You'll
life.
break your back. You'll break your back depending on how
No,
strong the
I've
floorboards
seen
are.
viral
You'll
videos
break
of
your
a
back. You
girl
ain't
that
gonna die.
died. She climbed all the way to the
But
top and she fell off the
Can't
pole.
say I gotta clean up what I just said real quick. I do have respect for all service members, but
Thank you.
it doesn't mean that I have less respect for you because you're talking about the problems that you're facing. I think a lot of people's issues is that the people that actually can have something done positive in their life aren't speaking up about the issues that are actually giving them issues in their life, they want to look at this generalization of all these police are bad. Oh, it's this or it's that. When it's
Hey, Rock,
really
let me just finish my thought real quick with Mr. S real quick, Rock. You know, I hate to interrupt you, and
I got sick of attacking the Arab. There's no point. His religion attacks himself all the time. They bomb each other all the time. So we just sit back like the blacks and just let them shoot each other.
CT, you know, Mr. S comes up here and he gets a sick thrill out of doing what he's doing. Now, Anna, I gotta say, Anna's a beautiful young lady that deserves respect. And this guy comes up. This guy comes.
Would you marry her?
Yes, I would.
Wait a minute. Savage, for the $2 super chat says, Mr. S, are you following Islam today? Go ahead.
Right. Because you actually don't follow Islam and you're not on your deen.
Chaotic, blow up the screen right now. Look at the tree. Look at this tree right here. There's something in there. Holy crap.
Is it a Muslim hanging? Is it a Muslim hanging?
Let me walk faster. Oh my God. It's a big giant hole in a tree. Like someone is living in there. Let me go in there and see what's in there. Let me go in.
Yeah,
whoa, I just heard a dog bark. I just heard a dog bark.
With your eyes closed.
Mr. S, do you want to answer this question, sir?
I will answer that question if Savage sends another $48. If he sends a total sum of $50, I'll give him an answer today.
It's a hole in a tree. Hey, who's that white man right there? Watch out for that weird white man sitting next to that tree, Anna.
Chaotic, blow up the screen, please. Look at this hole in a tree. Blow up the screen.
Watch out. Don't worry about the hole.
Oh my
worry
God.
about that white man sitting in the middle of nowhere. Get out of there, bro.
I don't know why. I don't know what I'm watching. I don't know why we've suddenly gotten this.
Get a face shot of that cracker.
Stripper. We're watching her take a room. We have her police online. I ain't got time to watch this. This show has been hijacked by a stripper.
I've never seen a. What do you think?
This show is about us men. Whether Arab, whether Italian,
Chaotic don't want to hear you screaming and crying all day. Like, come on now. Y'all been saying the same thing for 6 hours now. All y'all do is cry. What else more you want to talk about, dude? About how the world is not fair? That's not Chaotic's bracket right there. He doesn't cry about the world not being fair. He doesn't cry about oppression. Like, you're coming on his channel doing this, and you think, oh, we're talking about men. You keep
go on to Chaotic's channel and cry.
Chaotic do not combine himself with you. You know, you're claiming
Chaotic is giving us a platform to talk.
But you're claiming someone that does not claim you. I'm letting you know right now, Chaotic does not rock with you. He does not rock with your sentiments of life, your sentiments, your sentimental way of thinking. Like, you cry oppression and it's not fair, men and women. And he does not do that. Like, so yeah, I'm not interrupting the show. He actually don't mind me changing the topic because he has a headache of hearing you men cry. That's why he keep leaving. He keep going back to his profile and going to go do the dishes or something. Like, he keeps leaving because it's like, yeah, you cry. Yeah, go pay some bills, dude. Go take care of your kids. Go get married. Go get a wife, dude. That's why Chaotic is not so hostile like you are. Married men that actually come on the panel, I notice who they are because they're typically more calm. They're not like you. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, yeah. I have to keep in mind, honestly.
Mr. S doesn't strike me as a whiner. He strikes me as a man who has a set of beliefs. I mean, that you don't agree with that belief, that's your life choice, and you'll be the one to live with the life you build, but...
Oh, hey, there's a guy up there sitting by the tree, just like, you know, he's just sitting.
Okay, Mr. S, I'm not gonna lie to you. Is
the
he
guy
still,
caught me
is
off
he
guard.
still
I
around?
didn't even know he was
No,
up
he's
there.
gone.
He's gone.
There's a hole right there.
Duale, DMT, FS, we need more people on camera, but go ahead.
Mr. S, I think you're a goddamn faggot. I think that your life.
That F word though.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just be, you know, YouTube.
I didn't mean that.
You have to leave. You have to kick him out.
That's not a swear word.
You have to kick him out.
Well, it is a slur.
Come on, Chaotic, you have to keep it fair.
Yeah,
you're making us all pay. He has to pay.
He was talking about Swedish.
Thank you very
meatballs.
much. Thank you.
Do you know what Swedish meatballs are called? Swedish meatballs are called the word Mr. S used. Mr. Sorry, 777 used. He meant you're a Swedish meatball, Mr. S. But Mr. S, I gotta straight up tell you, I am very disappointed of your comebacks against 777. 777 seems to be owning you quite a lot, and I was frustrated. I was literally wanting to jump in and defend you. I can't believe you are losing the war in a war of words to this white rice Caucasian nasally little.
That is
female dog. I just can't believe
I'm not losing. I'm not losing.
War of words.
Not one single battle on this panel. No. There's no loss for me.
I just need to step it up a little.
I'm 49-0. I'm 49-0. Number one. Number two. Here's what I know about 777. He discredits the U.S. Army. He says that the veterans, when they come back, they shouldn't moan and groan about their problems when they're defending or have defended the soul he's walking on. I know that.
Cash up to bring back 777. Go ahead,
Mr.
S. I'm bringing him on in because I'll be leaving soon, and I would like to use my swear word that I've prepaid for.
Well, you know, it's a shame that
Do you understand? I'm not losing to him. I understand where he's coming from. How am I losing to a guy? How am I losing to a guy every time he's come back?
I'll tell you how you're losing. I'll tell you how you're losing.
To swear about my religion, to swear about me, to swear about my mother.
You're a dirty Arab that doesn't even follow.
That's
I'm going back this way.
Follow. Hang on,
that's a dumb guy.
1 second.
One. Here's what we have. We have a dumb stripper on the panel. And we have a bitch of a boy of an Italian on the panel.
There it is. There it is. Get him out of here. The B word.
Yeah.
No. Mr. S is good because he actually paid for. He has like 2 credits actually, so he's good. He's good for the. Yep, he's good.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's leave this pansy boy up
I'll
here.
bring him back up. No, he's good. I'll
leave this little girl up here. All right. Muhammad, the guy that you pray to. All right. Likes children.
Here we go again. CT. Here we go again.
Okay.
Here we go again. You see, here's the problem. You have a woman. You have a stripper.
That means that you like little boys. He can have whoever he wants on this panel. You dirty,
because of how she feels.
broke bum.
We're not considering.
Hold on for a second. 777. That's it right here. He paid for 2 swear words.
Oh, okay. Copy that.
Well, I don't understand this.
I love those glasses and the hat.
We have a Mike Tyson of a stripper.
Watch out, Anna. He's gonna grape you.
We have a John Hopkins as a stripper, George Foreman as a stripper. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way,
who's dictating how we should talk because of how she feels and how she react to it? But then we have a 777 here, a racist, a Islamophobe,
and
someone who doesn't respect his country's army. And always going for low blows. But we say nothing about that.
You're lucky to be up.
When I come with my controversy, I understand.
You wanted to stick up for Mr. S?
And I get pushback, and that's fine. I respect the pushback.
You dusty
that's not a problem.
You dusty Arab scumbags, both of you. Shame on you. Eating with your hands.
I thought that was Eric. I was gonna be like, whoa.
Go take a bath. You guys don't even bathe. You don't even shower. You guys don't even use soap. You wipe your booties. You wipe your booties with your hands, sir.
How much you talking for now?
You wipe your booties with your hands. Hafez knows. Ask Hafez about it.
You wipe your ass with a handful.
When you're done.
Clean.
You don't know what you're talking.
What are you, an Arab, an Englishman? What are you?
You gotta wash it, man. Wash your backside.
And Mr. S, you should be ashamed of yourself. So you're not even a Muslim. You're a Muslim that drinks alcohol.
How do you know
you're a fake Muslim? Either just be American or be a Muslim. Which one is it?
At least when I die, I'll have an Islamic
drunk,
burial.
sir. You're not a Muslim. Real Muslims don't drink, sir.
The person's religion.
You're not a real Muslim. You're not a real Muslim. Allah doesn't want you to drink alcohol. It's haram. Haram.
Number 2 to 7. Let me tell you something as well. Since you're going for low blows, I bet you $1,000
alcohol, you bum.
you would never ever say what you're saying to my
Sure, I
face.
would. I beat the
Believe
hell
me.
out of you,
I
sir.
will
What are you
cut you
talking
up in the
about?
middle of the
You're
walkway.
like a little girl. You
Middle
look
of
like
crosswalk. I'll
a
cut
little
you up.
high school
I'll give
freshman.
you an autopsy whilst
You're
you're
a high
still
school
watching
freshman.
me.
I pound you out. I slam you on your neck. What are you
You're not
talking
gonna do
about?
none of that. I'm a trained fighter, my friend.
Hafez
You're
is
not.
your
I'm a
boyfriend. You
trained
brought your
fighter.
English boyfriend up
My
here to
friend,
hold
I'm
your
a
hand while
trained
you guys
fighter and
walk
I can
around
handle
and go
weapons
smoke
as well.
cigarettes and talk about
My friend,
dancing boys.
I back my talk.
Nasally
disgusting.
sounding white boy. Right
Hafez,
now, there's
you're
a,
not
there's a
even an
poll out.
Arab.
62% consider you a coward. 62% consider you a coward, Mr. S. Mr. S.
Where did
Sorry,
you
sorry,
get that from?
Mr. S, dude, come
Where'd you
back.
get that from?
No,
You
I'm
mean the
talking.
poll?
No, I
Is
was talking
777 a
about
coward? Is that what
Yeah,
you're talking about?
exactly. 62% consider triple seven a coward, but triple S, 777. I'm mixing you two up. Look, because I'm trying to tell you, dude, you got to come back strong with this guy. He is trolling you. He is absolutely body slamming you on a regular basis, and he's funny. And you're not coming back. You can't just come back with, oh, if you see me in the streets.
I don't need to get your approval. Invisible people
It's
in an
nothing to do with
invisible
getting my
social
approval.
media
He is
environment. for their
absolutely
approval.
bodying you
I don't need that.
on a
I live in
daily
the real world.
basis. He comes
My
here,
network,
he elbows
listen
you from
to
the
me,
top rope,
okay?
and then you walk
My
away like,
network,
oh, you
my
wouldn't say
real
that to
life
my face, like as if that's a win. That ain't a win.
On my phone, my laptop, my workmates, the people I work with, those people, if they have a problem with me, then 100% we can definitely talk. But people that are invisible, that I will never
Mr.
ever
S,
see
Mr.
probably in
S,
my life. Like
right
you,
now,
I probably will
as a
never see
Middle
you.
Easterner,
I
I
probably
am
will never see
ashamed
Giuseppe.
that you
I
are
probably will never
representing
see
us
Chaotic.
in this battle of
Did
words.
you get a good comeback? I don't really
This is
give a flying
embarrassing.
fuck
This is
about 777.
embarrassing. I have to cover my face
You
every
don't need
time
to
I'm
cover
doing the
nothing,
palm
brother. You
face.
don't need to protect me. I'm a one-man gang.
My hand is in my face, going, "Oh my God, this little white cracker is owning you on a regular basis, and you can't even
He
like
doesn't
make
own me.
one good comeback."
No.
This
No.
man, he
No.
couldn't stand
Because
in
I
the
don't
sun
have
for
the
more
energy
than
to
5
talk to
minutes without
peasants.
turning
Okay.
lobster red.
I have
And now you're
energy to talk
telling
to
me
you
that you
because
can't handle this man.
No. This is your opinion. I respect that. But I as the guy who knows, because it's me, you're totally wrong. People like him,
No,
I don't
dude.
really even engage in conversations. But because there is a panel and he's on, I don't even have the energy to talk to him because he doesn't bother me one
Mr. S,
bit.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether he bothers you. It's the
It
outlook,
doesn't.
okay?
At
You're
all.
one of
What
very
I
few
do
Middle
have
Easterners
is
here
it's
representing,
a
and I
different
need you to
story.
represent strong. I need you to come back
It's
with
a different
hooks and
story
jabs and
because you
bobbing
are
and
from a
weaving,
region
whilst all I
that
see
I
is
am
you
very
just being
passionate
pounded.
about.
Ugh,
There's a
a
difference
mosquito
there.
went in my mouth. Some bug went in my mouth. I know it was a
Our stripper
mosquito
girl
though.
is eating mosquitoes up there. Girl, how do you pull yourself 200 pounds
Nah,
off a pole?
fuck this kind of
How
man.
do
If
you
this
pull
bitch is
200
here,
pounds
I'm
off a
gone.
pole? That's what I want to know. That's got to be some serious
I haven't
bicep
danced in like
triceps.
2
Mr.
years
S,
though.
that's zero. Yep, that was it. So you got. Yep, go ahead. Go ahead.
Now
Go
I'm
ahead.
gone, bro. I want to see this bitch.
Okay,
No,
that's it,
dude.
Mr. S. That's
Dude,
it. Now
you run out of.
you use up your credits, Mr. S. You said bitch. That's another one. That's a third one.
You gotta
So
pay.
it's another step back. Yep, you gotta pay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah,
Anna,
he's
you
gonna
got
make
the
you
floor.
rich. He's gonna make you rich, Chaotic. How much money did you earn today? $500 based on these people.
I don't even keep score. I don't even know.
They're gonna get you to $1,000 by the end of the day.
This little nasally cracker boy, and see what he has to say. Because I'm done. I'm done with this nasally cracker constantly talking about how Arabs are this and Middle Easterners are that. I'm just done with this guy. I'm ready to. I will bring some smoke for this cracker. I don't know what copyrighted music you're playing right now, but I think this is a blatant sabotage.
All right, here we go,
Chaotic's
Hafez.
channel.
I've had enough of you now. So you come up here every day.
Look, just come back. If you want to play music, come back with your white boy cracker,
How do I
cracker
look?
music,
Here
Johnny
we
Cash,
go.
or
You've
I don't know,
asked for
Dolly
it, Hafez.
Parton, or
Hafez,
one of
you've asked
these
for it.
cracker boy music. Don't
Hafez,
come back with some
you've
Middle
asked
Eastern
for
karate.
it. Here we go. Can I get my time, please?
Come on. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Thank you. Pause. Don't ever say that to me again. Here we go, Hafez. You've been on the channel for, I don't know, what do you think, CT? About a year? Something like that? I firmly believe that you live in a bunker and you are some type of a dirty cell. I haven't figured you out yet, but I do believe you are either really a dirty terrorist cell that is living in England, and you've somehow distracted everyone from realizing that you are a funky, dusty, musty, dirty Arab that probably wraps up his head, sticks his whole hand in his behind when he wipes, and you probably smell it. You probably smear feces all over your body and pray to some funky, dusty, musty, dirty, disgusting Muslim god of yours. I think all Muslims should be hung and destroyed. Shout out to Anna for looking like a queen that she is. Now, you don't like women, Hafez. You never talk sexually about women, and I think that's because you like men. You like to get pounded out in one of your weird, strange, gay Muslim bars you probably go to, and you smoke cigars on the regular, and when you're done with them, you swallow them because you like things down your throat. Now, I'll let you go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, as much as you'd like to think whatever you wish to think, what I do think is that you are, first of all, a coward, sir, for you never show your face. You never present yourself as you are. So because you're hiding some ugly mutt face of yours behind some avatar, because you know that your inbreeding has certainly taken a wrong turn. I know that your family tree is just one stump. We all know this. I mean, the only thing missing is for you to show up your buck tooth and a banjo. That's what we know. We know that you're just a white cracker who comes on here and tries to disparage the other races. We know you're a secret racist. I know you're sitting there right now wrapped in in one of those southern flags. You know, what do they call it? Oh, man, I forgot the name. Damn it, the General Lee Confederate flag. Exactly. He's sitting there wrapped up in a Confederate flag, talking about how I despise all these off-white people. And I know you patronize this lady on the chat, Anna. I know you're patronizing her. I know you don't want to mix race. I know that you don't want any of these people. You know, you're just sitting there, just wrapped up in your Confederate flag, despising and hating.
Holy
and
crap! Look at the
at these
spider!
people.
Oh, look at the spider! Let me turn the camera. Hey, chaotic! Whoa! Chaotic! Blow up the stream. Hold on. Let me flip the camera. Hold on.
Is it on your chest?
Where is it?
Is it on your
I
chest?
lost it. Where did it go?
It's on your chest.
It was a big red spider. I've never seen it before.
Yeah, we
Where is
can't see
it?
a thing.
Point the camera down. Is it on your chest?
No, it was just here. It was a red, very red, big, giant red. It must have ran fast. There it go.
Step on it.
Yeah, that looks like a monster.
Let me clean it.
Whoa. That's not a spider. That's a daddy long legs. They're not spiders.
I just cleaned my camera. It's right there.
Oh wow.
Anna, that's not a spider. That's a daddy. That's a daddy.
The legs are very long too. He just stopped. Like, what you gonna do?
Yeah, Anna, that's a daddy long leg. It's not a spider.
Are they dangerous?
I would. Yeah.
Let's get back to this. Let's get back to this white rice over here.
You got one more minute.
He's strong.
60
do
seconds.
I still have 60 seconds?
Yep,
I don't need 60 seconds to own your white ass. I mean, I can literally take you down in less than 60 seconds. All I have to say is you're a coward, sir. You don't show your face. You come here with your nasally voice and you pretend that you have some kind of oratory skills. You have no skills. You contribute nothing. No one has learned any new information with you on the panel. All we hear is you just rambling on incoherently, and I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
I'd like to say to everybody in the chat, thank you very much for being here. You know, CT has a great platform, and he brings a lot of interesting people on.
Why does he sound like Eric? Oh my God, I miss Eric.
Eric's my cousin.
For real? Are you serious?
Yeah, no, for real. Yeah. No joke.
You're not.
No, I'm dead serious.
Prove it. Okay, so call him and tell him to come up here then.
Yeah, this is real. It's $100 to get rid of me for the night. If not, I'm going to be on here. Hafez brings absolutely nothing to the show. He brings intellectual blah blah, is what I like to call it. Sir, and only old Irishmen wear hats like that. So, and Ringo Starr wore those glasses. I'm going to need you to never, ever use that fake look ever again. Please, sir, just have some respect for the show and dress like a decent human being. You see how CT's dress? Do that, all right? My avatar is really me. I painted myself up as that. I spray painted a picture against the wall. That's me. Have some respect for me, Hafez. You know why? Because when you die, you're going to see a white god, okay, boy? And it's going to be me, okay? You're going to come up to heaven where all of us Americans will be and none of you Muslims will be. And we're going to toy with you and we're going to set you on fire and do weird stuff to you. You know why? Because you prayed to the wrong God your whole life. You prayed to the wrong God.
Oh, that's another one. CT, blow up the screen one more time because I just clicked the camera. I just clicked this camera. Holy freaking crap. Blow up the camera.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's an African spider.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hafez. All right, let Hafez go.
Holy moly! That's not that big of a spider. It's okay. I think the spider is more afraid of you than the other way around.
No, he came up. That spider turned around when I was recording it.
That was a
those are childbearing hips.
But
That's what I see.
But that spider was actually smaller than the first one that I seen.
Anna, hold on for a second. Hafez, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you, sir. Well, I mean, all I have to simply say is that a man who's so cowardly, who doesn't even show his face, and then critiques another man who actually does cam up, is something to be said about the metal of that individual.
Don't cut him off.
Go 777. I'm sorry, but we've tested your metal, and you've been found wanting. If you do cam up, if you ever cam up, if you ever have the testicular fortitude to actually be able to put your face on cam, then people can then actually see what you look like, and then we can then go ahead and comment on your
Quiet when you were talking. Let him talk. Go ahead.
We can go ahead and comment on your aesthetics, but for now, since you've chosen some middle age, from the Middle Ages, should I say, image, but looks like possibly a Christian iconography, then I'm sorry. I just call you a coward, sir. I will call you a coward. I will slap you in the face metaphorically and throw down the gauntlet. Show your face, sir, and then we will see your metal. But until that day, you are no one to be able to critique anyone on this panel because you have never shown your face, as far as I can see. So for that, I bid you good evening. Or well,
go ahead,
I yield the mic.
777, go ahead.
Yeah, Hafez.
I believe that's called an elbow from the top rope.
Oh shit, Chaotic! I gotta run.
3 count.
Chaotic, I'm on 14%, dude. Holy crap! I don't know. I need my GPS to get back. First of all, I need to run now. Holy crap!
Go ahead, 777.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So again, I think when you fall asleep at night, Hafez, I think you dream of penis, all different, all different shapes, sizes, and colors. I think you really enjoy being up here with mostly a male panel, and that's for reasons I think. Well, come on, Hafez, you know why. You enjoy probably going to restaurants and bars that are mostly, all men. And I've never heard you, not once in about a year straight, ever compliment a woman, ever say anything, sexual directed towards a woman. How do you feel about Anna's looks?
Maybe he has respect for women and doesn't want to.
Well, he's never even said, wow, she's chaotic. I mean, you're a straight male, right? I mean, unlike Diwali up here above me.
Be careful.
Whoa, it's another daddy long leg.
No. But the way he was smoking gave me, feminine vibes right there. Look, go ahead,
sir. Let me tell you something.
Right.
777, where Duwale is from, even a joke like that can get you
Well, he was
very badly. Just be
okay,
careful.
but he was smoking like he wears high heels. That's all.
And his people also conquered your. I mean, you know, they
They
defeated
didn't.
your people.
They didn't.
did. The Ethiopians defeated the. No, he's not Ethiopian. He's Somalian. But
Hafez. All right, I'm sorry, Duale. Hafez. That's a beautiful. That's a.
Come back at me.
No problem. That's a beautiful dress you're wearing tonight. Hafez.
Oh my god.
Can I take the mic?
Can you wait a minute?
Oh
You
my
wait-
god.
You gotta say please right
How
quick.
about wait? You gotta
Who
wait
is this?
just like everyone else.
Who is this guy
Triple seven,
talking?
hold on. Triple seven, hold on. Anna, hold on for a second. Go ahead, Angel. Go ahead.
I simply was gonna ask there, can I please take the mic and get some time after you were done, 777? But thank you, CT. So I just have two quick things. First one is 777. You saying to Hafez that he's not Muslim is like me saying to you that you are not a man that can't cam up. This is coming from a guy that had to answer your idiotic and redundant question of if my neighbors had big tits last night there. And I just thought that question was like disgusting. And what does it matter of what my neighbors are like there? Just because that they are the best neighbors I ever had, that like automatically means that they have some big vagina or something there. So like I said, you saying that to Hafez that he's not a Muslim is like me saying to you that you're not a man there who can't come up. And second thing, this is my quick question to Anna right quick. Why did you think it was okay and laughable to poke fun at my speech a few
Oh my
weeks ago
god, he's
there?
still crying about this.
Well, you obviously have an obvious answer besides like saying it's fun there. Either I'm annoying or I'm like not the kind of human being you want to hear or be around. Obviously, you have an obvious answer, and I just want to know what the reasoning is besides like saying you
Oh my
thinking
god,
that it
I'm
was
on
fun.
7%.
Go ahead, Anna.
Holy
Anna,
Lord,
do you want
I
to
have
answer
get my
Angel?
car
Anna,
back
go ahead.
on.
And triple seven. I'm sorry. Savage with the $2 super chat says the Matrix is glitchy. Excuse me, guys. I just drank some. Anna, do you want to answer Angel? Go ahead.
Uh-oh. Where is my key?
I'd like to answer CT.
Well, actually, I'd just like to quickly come back off what Angel just said. It is incredibly rich for a man who doesn't cam up and uses an avatar to critique other people's dresses, looks, and attires. And yes, I do think that Anna is a perfectly attractive woman, but I'm not crass and misogynistic to be able to ogle at every woman that cams up on this show. That's why I don't want to make women feel uncomfortable. Unlike you, that are a disgusting, misogynistic,
Well, they don't want
homophobic
to
racist
screw you
who's
anyway.
wrapped himself up in a General Lee flag and he's now ogling this young lady.
I'd like to address Angel, if you guys will let me, please. CT, can I please? He addressed me.
Yeah.
Can I please address him back?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right. Well, thank you. Well, first of all, let me tell you right now, don't you ever come up here talking all fast like that, catching me off guard, because you made me uncomfortable straight off the rip. And, well, maybe you should stop wearing that brown blouse of yours, sir, before you try to talk to me, because I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to be really upset. And, Anna, did you ever think about what I said last week about when I said I wanted to go to the Cubs game, but then the Cubs lost, and I sat there and I turned the TV off, and that's fine.
Are you done, 777, man? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was done, but then you asked me to come.
Go ahead, 777. I mean, go ahead.
You are so cute. The guy with his shirt off.
Anna, go ahead, please, for the love of God, please go.
I'm almost to my car. And I got a
But
wedgie.
can you please answer my question right quick there, Anna?
Why you sound just like him?
Sure, I'll answer it for you.
Oh, what percentage am I on? Hey, Chaotic, just to let you know, I'm on 8%. Once they hit 5%, it drains down dramatically. So I might just cut out. Yeah. I know my way back to my car, though. I'll be playing stupid, but I know my way back. But yeah, just letting you know, keep on talking. Y'all go ahead on. But if I cut out, I didn't do it. My phone just died.
Okay, thank you, Anna. It seems Anna may or may not be able to actually hear us, but one thing I will say is that I find the ableist attitude of this Mr. 777 to be incredibly despicable and distasteful. And I find this man probably
really
standing
is.
at 5'5" in high heels, trying to actually take take the nick out of other people's speech impediments or looks. It is incredible. I find you to be incredibly crass, sir. And I think that you should cam up so that we can properly address you to your face. Whilst right now, as long as you hide behind an avatar, you have nothing more to say and nothing more to contribute to the wider public at large. You are a disgusting individual, and I spit in your face.
Damn. All right, 777.
CT, may I?
Yeah. Is that the boxer? Yeah.
May I? May I? May I?
777, go ahead. Go ahead, 777. Is that Rocky Lethbridge? Yeah, that's Rocky Lethbridge. Yeah. Yeah. He was a very good boxer back in the day. Yeah, he was a very good boxer. Yeah, he was
that's
a really
one of
good
the
boxer.
that's one of the saddest things I've ever seen.
Yeah, no, yeah, Rocky Lethbridge. Yeah,
It's not even funny. I only use it when somebody's really upset with me, and like that's my rebuttal.
Hello,
to-
CT, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear. We can hear you.
Okay,
Duala.
go on, 77. Then please, I want to say something to Anna.
Oh, okay, yeah, absolutely. I'm sure you want to marry her, purchase her, and feed her.
No,
to
I'm
your
already married. Alhamdulillah, I'm already.
Hold on for a second. Let me drop off everybody real quick. All right, Anna, Duwale has something to say to you. Go ahead.
Oh, Anna. Hello. I just want to ask you a question. You can be a woman just the way you like, but you said that you want to have children also. So my question is, when your children like 10 years, 12 years old, and they ask you about their fathers, what are you gonna say? Are you going to deny them to have a right to have connection with their fathers?
Well, I'm going to a sperm bank. I think I said that already.
Okay, that's different. Okay,
My
great.
phone is on 2%.
No, it's okay. If you are going to spare palm, then good luck for you. Good luck. It's done, CT. You can bring the panel back.
Oh, yep. Sorry about that. Anna, would you ever procreate with Duwale? Anna,
Wow.
you're on mute.
Me.
Anna, you're on mute. Go ahead. Anna.
I'm on 1%, just letting you know. And I can't really talk anything because I'm in public now. So, yeah.
Just call when you get back to your spot or whatever, okay?
Just for the information, CT, I have already enough children. I don't want to make more.
How many children do you have?
I have two. One, a son who's like 10 years old, and a daughter who is 2 years old.
Okay. Savage with the $2 super chat says Anna is lost. You can't save her. Oh my god. Give me a second, Duwale. Well, stay on the panel, Duwale. Okay. We got Vladimir Putin calling in. Mr. Putin, go ahead, sir. Oh, he dropped off. Oh, well, that was Putin. So, hey. Okay, 777. Fez, what's going on?
I would like to. I would like to ask Anna a question too. I know she's on 0%. I was just curious, Anna, if there was a price maybe for a good half hour. I was just wondering if I could get maybe a half hour with you, and that's all I really need. That's about it. She said she wants a man for short term. I got 30 minutes straight, fire for you. And everyone else, this has been a wonderful show. I mean, CT's put on a great show for all of us and a wonderful panel. And you know, Duale is a man that is a great gentleman from overseas that moved to America, right? I believe, or no?
Germany.
He's still overseas, and you know, he's doing wonderful things. He's doing big things. He's got a wonderful family. God bless you, Angel. You're a great young man with a promising future.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm lying. As just kidding, Angel. You're a great person.
Well,
no, please, you can't interrupt me. This is my closing. No, you can't do that, sir. This is my closing segment. Nope, you can't do that.
No, after you're done, that's what I was just about to say.
It's going to be $50 if you do that again. So stop. All right. Oh, that worked. Dio, you know, I know we had back and forth, and I disrespected you plenty of times today, calling you a transvestite and, you know, a dyke and a butch. But I just want you to know I meant all that stuff. So whatever, take it how you want it, punk. Hafez, we're cool. CT, but you know, if you were to have, you know, if you were to maybe be a martyr one day, I'd be glad that you're gone off the face of this planet, and you deserve to be turned into Arabian dust. CT, you've put on one of the greatest shows in at least all of 2023. I want to say Mr. S should tuck his head between his legs and suck on his own fatizik, which means butt in Arabian, if you guys want to call somebody a butt in Arabian. Passion has been one of the biggest donators of today, and I'd like to give it up for Passion. Trigger Mike, I've watched you on Lapeef, and just be glad you're one of Lapeef's slaves, because you would never have a panel or a show without Lapeef, because you're talentless.
Go ahead, Duwale. You got the floor. Watch your mouth, 777. Watch your mouth.
Rosgro. Oh, go ahead, Duwale. Go ahead.
Yeah, watch your mouth.
Well, now I can't say anything. I wanted to ask questions for these gentlemen who were there before, who were the retired or the veteran United States military, but they are not now in the panel. So
yeah, you could ask me. I could answer for them. They're both two punks that probably barely. Oh wait, let me stop. CT gets upset.
Okay, as long as we were talking about Russia and Ukraine,
go ahead.
I wanted to ask. I don't know about United States, but do you guys have a private military companies who do?
No, we don't have. To the best of my knowledge, we don't do things like that in America. We don't have like mercenary groups. I could be wrong. 777. We don't have mercenary groups in America, right?
What about Black Waters? Black Waters.
777. Hold on a second.
What about Black Waters? You guys have Black Waters, right?
We do have Blackwater. I think Diogenes is better at Diogenes. We don't have like Diogenes. Are you there, sir?
Oh, we don't. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't have like mercenary groups like on the same scale as the Wagner Group. We don't have stuff like that in America, right?
In France, they have.
In France, a lot of very large mercenary groups here in America. So I don't think they're quite as numerous, but we do have a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, we do. Okay.
You know, in France, they call them legionnaires. If you are 18 years old, and you can just apply anywhere in the world. Russia, they have now
we have
these
Blackwater, Dean Corp, Triple Canopy, Constellus Group, but those groups aren't as powerful. Like you would never have one of those groups even thinking about attempting to take over a city or a municipality. It won't happen in America.
Okay,
Dio, you want to piggyback off that one for me?
Yeah, I'd say, we don't have the power to do that. A lot of them, they're just smaller groups that we send in. Like, if we have something we can get done, but we can't do officially, they're just for little stuff like that. So, they wouldn't be able to, like, take Washington, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, now, do you think one of the reasons is because we have too many, first of all, we have a decentralized military. And on top of that, we have local police, sheriffs. Like I don't think Russia has like local police, a sheriff, like do they have an FBI over in Russia, like the equivalent of something like that?
They do.
Pretty sure they'd have to. I forget what they call it, but
does it operate at the same scale? Go ahead.
Yeah, like I know the state police over there is very large, and it does actually have an element of corruption in there too.
Okay.
All right, Dio, give us a
stop. 777, stop. 777, stop it. All right, go ahead, Dio.
Yeah, I know a lot of the people over there. They actually have to wear personal recorders and put cameras in their cars because they're getting shaken down by it. It's more like a mafia than an actual police force.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Guys, go ahead. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on for a second. All right, give me 1 second. Hold on. I think we got Vladimir Putin coming in. Give me a second. Go ahead. Where'd he go? Trigger Mike, what's going on, bro?
What up?
What's going on, man?
Oh, I'm chilling. This is a interesting turn of events today, man.
Yeah, very interesting. Anything you want to broach, or go ahead?
Well, no, I mean, I've been out of the loop for a couple hours, and I heard he already turned the convoy around.
He did about 3 hours ago, probably. Yeah. So, what do you think about that? You were in the military. Thank you so much. But why do you think he turned it around?
I wouldn't even. I don't even dare to speculate. So, from what I know about that group, I would think that they are probably the biggest mercenary army in the world because he occupies. Some of his mercenaries have been, videotaped doing stuff in Africa, Eastern Europe, like all types of places. So he has all type of, groups and battalions all over the place. So I don't know. This is probably some internal battle that we'll figure out a little later as things unfold. But
okay,
I don't know. It could all be a farce. I have no idea, because if they're now saying that he is supposed to seek asylum, in Belarus?
Yeah,
and not be charged. That's not Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
So I'm just waiting for more details to unfold. But no, I think
this guy's a panel killer.
Stop, 777, stop it! I swear to God, I'm gonna kick you off here. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Stop it. Go ahead.
I'm gonna listen in and just get caught up a little more.
Okay. Thank you so much, Trigger Mike. All right, 777, go ahead, man.
I mean, am I free to? Can I speak or what's going on here?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right, so I get it. He just walked in. You said he used to serve or something like that. I guess I don't know. Doesn't sound like it.
Hold on for a second. Passion says, "Great show. Thank you for the $10 super chat. 777 is hilarious and 100 much respectfully, CT. Appreciate the work you do, all the content you bring us, and everybody in the chat for being here, hitting the like as they arrive. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. All right, 777, go ahead, man.
Yeah, guys. I mean, you're just gonna have to respect me on the panel. You're gonna have to respect me on the platform. I'd like to get back to what I was saying about Trigger Mike, and I mean this respectfully, and I mean this wholeheartedly. I don't know why Lapeef lets people run shows on his network or whatever, but Trigger Mike, if you respect Lapeef, just stop doing shows as the host. And I'm saying that just as a person, it's just an opinion, but you have absolutely no talent for podcasting, just my opinion. And I personally log off as soon as I see a show that you're running under you. Anybody else could run it. A caterpillar, any other insect, any other person, a mute, even Angel. I probably listen to Angel, but you, sir, have no journalistic any integrity. Just there's nothing you got going. I don't know if you have a different career, but please just find a different channel if you can. That's all.
All right, so 777, he did not interrupt you at all while you were speaking. So I'm gonna let Trigger Mike give a rebuttal. Trigger Mike, do you want to give a rebuttal to this?
What's an opinion?
Yeah, this is trolling at its best. For someone to have such a strong opinion, he absolutely watches my show and my broadcast. You're a fucking fan.
Yeah.
So stop with the bullshit, okay? The psychology, we've all seen this before, all right? You're a fan. It's nice to meet you, and just send me the link where I could watch your show. Oh, my bad.
He don't have one.
I believe his show is the chaotic.
Give me 1 second. We have Vladimir Putin on the ones and twos. Vladimir, you're on mute. Go ahead, sir. You're on mute.
Now I get the show. You're doing this for purpose.
Vladimir Putin, you're on mute. Hold on. Let me look in the private chat real quick. See if he's there. I don't know what's going on. Keeps dropping off. Faz, what's going on, man?
No, I was just going to say to Tiger, I believe 777 thinks his platform and his
Trigger Mike.
Yeah. Trigger Mike. I believe 777 thinks that his platform is Chaotic Truth's channel. That's his platform. That's where he comes to express his opinions and troll. But of course, as we know, a coward always hides behind an avatar, never wants to show his face, never wants to have a platform, always tries to jump on other people's. Basically, he's riding on other people's coattails. In this case, Chaotic Truths. He's always trying to scrounge off Chaotic's achievements. So I don't really take that individual seriously. I think no one should. That person is just here to distract, and to be honest, I would consider him as somewhat of an agent of the would-be matrix powers, whatever you want to call it, to simply distract us from the more serious topics which people were discussing on this panel. What do you think, Mr. Tiger? Oh, Trigger. Sorry, Trigger.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. He's just an agent of chaos. The easiest way to put it is that if you really have an opinion about, nothing you say can be validated till you show your face. We have unwritten rules here. If you're going to talk trash about somebody's show and not show your face, you're literally, you're not saying anything. So you're just a troll. We deal with them all day. My blood pressure hadn't gone up, so he failed. But it's all good. I mean, I think, some people get a rise out of this type of stuff. It's good to hear. It's good for entertainment. So,
yeah, that's what I thought. I thought he's just for the entertainment. I thought he's an agent from CT. He's working for you, CT, right?
Can I say something?
All right, go ahead.
I agree with both of you, Trigger Mike and Huffaz. I'm trying to pronounce your name the best I can, my man. But yeah, the both of you are correct. If he is not man enough, 777, that is to cam up. He obviously is, like most people are saying, is just a troll there. But I have a question for Trigger Mike. Who would you rather have as a co-host there to speak the honest to God truth, whether it's your show or CT show, me or 777?
Oh, you all day, bro. You're on cam. Yo, you all day.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie too. I would rather pick Angel. 777's. Duale in America. I mean, you're not in the States, but in America, 777 is the type of guy that. I keep saying this. He's such a scumbag that he will steal a child's toy off the front lawn and then watch the child cry the next day when they can't find it from across the street in his house. He's that type of a scumbag. Yeah. He's a scumbag.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm learning.
when Duwale
I'm
said
learning.
that,
I'm learning.
yeah, when Duwale, you said that he works for like chaotic. I don't think he works. He's like a vulture or a jackal that jumps on a lion's kill. So there's someone else who's made success and he's made something. Yeah, and he's basically the little jackal on the side who's trying to like take a leg or take a piece of meat. So that's how I vision 777's behavior.
Okay, I'm learning. Thank you, Hafiz.
I would actually like to issue a brief retraction to what I said. Turns out Blackwater, based out of North Carolina, is the largest mercenary company in the world. So I was wrong about that.
Oh wow! What are their numbers?
I don't have them exactly. I'd have to look that up.
Damn. Yeah, a few of my buddies went over the contract with them when we got out.
And diagnosis, why I said Blackwater is like some of our officials, of members of our parliaments, are going from Somalia, are going to threaten the Somali government. We are going to hire anyone from Blackwater, from WAGNER groups, to have this land. So this is why I was asking Blackwater, are they also in America? Do they have also mercenaries? Because I know Russia they have, France they have, and that was my question. So thank you for answering it. And they do in Africa a lot. WAGNER groups, they are in Africa, and they are not accountable for anything. The killings for the civilians, they are not accountable. Russia says now these are private company, and now, in African saying, it's like when you adopted a tiger, he's gonna eat your goats. This is one of our sayings. So when Putin let these people do whatever that they do, these are mercenaries. Most of them are criminals from prison. So now they are surrounding him. I hope they will catch him. Yeah, because when you adopted a snake, he's gonna bite you. That is it. Maybe they will kill him. Maybe they will do it. But for us, it's good because when you are fighting or when you have a problem with a government and or any type of military, they must be official. They must be accountable for whatever that they do. There, must has the rule of engagement. Must not kill civilians. Must do all kinds. But when you have mercenaries who come from just jail or rape or murder, they will do all kinds of heinous crimes. That's why I was asking you.
Vladimir Putin, what's going on, man? Yeah, I'm sorry.
He's not coming.
You're on mute, Putin.
Yes.
I don't know. Fez, do you like the Soviet Union anthem or the Russian Federation anthem? Which one do you like the best? I like the Soviet one better, but go ahead.
I think the Soviet one has a I don't know, maybe it's psychological, but has a different
more
kick.
regal.
Yeah, it's got like a kick to it. And don't get me wrong, I mean, for me, most of my childhood, that was the anthem that I would. Rocky IV. You remember Rocky IV? If he dies, he dies.
Yeah.
That's why for me, that anthem has a punch. But this, I don't know, the new one.
How old are you again?
I'm about your age. We're in that category.
So
okay. So Rocky IV is like one of my sort of young childhood sort of movies, and that anthem, the way when he was walking into the stadium.
Thank you so much, Trigger Mike, for coming through, dude. When I was a kid, Hafez, and mind you, Rocky IV had came out years before I was born, but I think, it may have came out the year I was born, but I didn't see it until I was like 4 or 5. I thought all Russian people were scary because of that movie. Oh my God! Yeah, that movie. Yeah, I was like, oh man, Russians are
Yeah.
bad people. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Did you see the same thing too?
Yeah, absolutely. It puts what's it called, the hairs on the back of your head stand on end,
Yeah.
and the way kind of the fight with Rocky and
Yeah.
Drago, and it was like when he cut him, and he said, "You see, he is a man. Because up until then, it was like he was a machine."
Because when you're a kid, you think that he's like a robot or something. It's like,
Exactly.
wait, yeah.
Well, the thing is, in that same era, there was the Terminator. So for me, these people were all like machines from the future. They just looked huge and menacing. So Drago was definitely a big sort of scary figure.
Yeah, Dolph and Sylvester are still friends to this day, man. They're
Yeah,
friends.
yeah,
They actually are friends in real life. Yeah.
Do you know Dolph Lundgren has got a PhD in neurochemistry?
Yeah, those Russians are smart. Like he has PhD in mathematics, right?
Something like that. Yeah, but yeah, he went off and got his PhD. He's a black belt in Shotokan karate. He's a very accomplished individual, Dolph Lundgren.
Yeah.
And he was in the Expendables as well. I forgot. I think actually all of them. I'm not sure. Yeah. 1, 2, and 3. He was in there. So no, he's very, very good. But yeah, for me, that Anthem, Drago, if he dies, he dies. Those are like my personal trainer. Actually, one time, just before I started a training session, he sent me a message. He said this session is going to be really hard. I was like, dude, come on, take it easy. And he just sent me a picture of that. He just sent me a meme of that Drago. He says, if he dies, he dies.
777. What say you, sir? You are Italian. Rocky 4. Rocky's an Italian. What say you? Did that make you feel good as an Italian?
Well, I kind of wanted to address somebody that's not here. Respectfully,
he has a PhD in chemical engineering. Go ahead.
Yeah, chemical engineer. Could I address somebody that just dropped down?
I want to point something out real quick. Bill Nye has a chemical engineering degree, but he only has a bachelor's. Duff Lundgren has a PhD. So yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, just to bring up something I'm reading over here in the chat real quick. I've probably brought in, I don't know, who's counting, maybe $10,000 to this platform. So just be quiet in the chat. Anyways, what were you saying now?
Hey man, go ahead, man.
Oh, and real quick, let me address Trigger Mike now that he's gone. He tried to say, hey, this was a troll move. No, sir, I'm very sincere in this. When I see the Trigger Mike show, I don't even watch the Lapeef Network. If it was maybe the Lapeef counting worms in his backyard show, I would watch it. And let's be honest, the Lapeef Network steals all of CT's titles and ideas and...
Jesus Christ. 777. Listen, man. Just chill for a minute, man. It's a Friday. Was it Saturday? It's Saturday, man. Just chill, 777. Yeah, just chill, man.
Where I come from. Listen, you pick a side, all right? And I'm picking.
I'm not pick a side, sir. No, sir.
Oh my God!
Imagine if this was the Corleone family. We are all under the same branch, okay? We're all under the same branch. We are all under the same branch, okay? Don't do that. Don't do that.
All right, well, let me just finish up with Trigger Mike then, and I'll be done. So, all right.
I said don't talk, sir. You're not going to talk about... No.
All right, forget it. All right, I'll dump the piece of trash. All right, I'll leave the trash where it's at. So, now you asked me, was I proud of seeing Rocky, the Rocky series?
Yeah, go ahead.
Of course I was proud. I mean, not only did we destroy... the Russian slob moron. I mean,
it wasn't that big of a landslide to fix.
They made him a moron in the movie, and I'm not talking about Rocky either. They made Drago his brain wasn't even computing correctly. So not only did we destroy him, which felt great, it brought the United States of America back to our glory. Rocky deserves to be appreciated. He's the all-around American. And let's be honest, Italian Americans built this country. Okay? And so did my fellow black Americans. All right? not Hafez and not Mr. S, because Arabians did absolutely nothing for this country in any way whatsoever. They don't even let Americans walk into their mosques where they sit barefoot and stink the place up.
We're not even in America. Why would we make something for America?
I'm talking about when you guys come over here. You know, I'm not done with you guys yet. When you guys come over here, now CT talks about what, you know, the Asian Americans brought, you know, to the America, what the African Americans brought, what the JE Dubs, the tiny hats do. But what do you guys, and when I say you guys, I mean Arabs. What do the Arabs really bring to this country besides a stink, a must, a filthy scent? What do you guys bring? What have you done for America, sir?
I don't know what
Nothing.
Muslims, Arabs
You've
have
done
done for
nothing.
America.
You Muslims have.
You do know your cars are running off our petrol, right? Of our oil. What have we done for you? We keep your cars running. We keep your electricity. You know those Teslas, when you plug them in, guess where the oil comes to make the electricity?
Well, listen, sir. Where you're from, they don't have any oil. You're from one of those countries that don't have anything.
I am literally from one of the oil OPEC nations. I know, literally on the OPEC nation.
777, Iran produces an average of 2.5 million barrels of oil per day.
Yeah, but we buy it.
Per day.
But we buy it.
You're wrong. Iran has the fourth largest oil reserves.
But look, but here's what I'm saying. But we buy it. I'm talking about what did the actual Arabs bring to this country? I'm not talking about oil.
You mean aside from the Renaissance?
What do they do for the country, though?
What have you done for me lately?
This just goes to show, you know, these people are the lowest life forms on the face of this planet. They have absolutely nothing to offer.
Oh, Savage says, let's be fair. We let you keep it. Hafez?
Oh, thank you, sir. May I have another bowl of soup? Yeah, you let us keep it. Is that how it goes? Yeah, I would like to remind the Americans about the 1950s, Mohammad Mossadegh, when he took the Iranian oil off BP and ExxonMobil and actually nationalized it. But of course, you guys then had to go and enact a coup in order to bring the Shah back in place, in order to reenact. Do you know that ExxonMobil and BP had a 99-year lease on Iranian oil? 99 years to just take that oil. Who lets anyone do that? Would America allow a 99-year lease on, I don't know, corn to be taken out of America for the next 100 years by another nation? No one would make that sort of a deal. Of course, they go there and they destroy and they enact coups in order to effectively take the resources.
Hafez, we went in Iraq.
For 100 years, you wanted to steal our oil. And what have we done for you lately?
We went in Iraq. Okay,
Iraq has nothing to do with Iran.
Hang on, it's right next door.
No. To be fair to Hafez, who's Iranian, you're over here disrespecting his people. His country produces it's the fourth largest oil producer on the planet. And you just literally said, what are these people doing? Well, they got the oil, but go ahead.
All right, well, here I go. So we went over to Iraq. We deleted Hafez's nieces and nephews that were holding AKs. Okay. And not only that, but if we ever go into Iran, we're going to do the same thing there. And then we're going to go in probably eventually to Saudi Arabia. And we're going to have all that oil for our own.
Saudis, your buddies. They're your friends.
No, none of you guys. Let me tell you something, sir. And I mean this, and I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. We may laugh and joke, but let me tell you something about Americans. We don't trust you guys. We don't respect you guys. Okay? CT, you know who this sounds like. Okay? We don't trust you guys, all right? Because you guys are snakes.
Don't start with all this we stuff. Don't lump me in with you.
Yeah, let's not do that, dude. Yeah.
What's all this we stuff?
I mean, we've been keeping it real about the Arabs for the past couple of days, but they're not that bad, 777. They're not that bad, but go ahead.
Yeah, they will. Let me tell you something. they will trick our U.S. soldiers into coming into one of their mosques and blow them up.
Oh my god!
What?
What are you talking about, dude? Go ahead.
Are you talking about like when they're actually occupying like a country like Iraq or Afghanistan, or are you talking about in America they invite American soldiers into a mosque and then they blow it up? Whereabouts is this blowing up taking place?
777.
777 isn't very good with cross-examination. He seems to be okay when he's running his mouth and he's running his narrative himself without pushback. But as soon as he gets a little pushback, that mic of his just seems to just not work. That good old American mic is just not working anymore. Maybe you should be looking at some Chinese mics. I don't know what's going on, 777. But as soon as a little pushback comes, your mic falls off real quick.
I don't know. Let's be courteous. Let's give him a few minutes to dry up his tears, and he'll come back when he's ready. But the honest truth is, if you want to look at what the Arab community and the Islamic community have done for the West, they've actually done a lot. The preservation of Greek knowledge, which led to the Renaissance, the Western revival, a lot of that was preserved in the Islamic community, even as it was destroyed by the Catholic one. So there would be no America if it hadn't been for the preservation of that knowledge. There would be no modern West.
Well, I mean, Mr. D, the thing for me is that I don't want to go. This is like when I hear some certain people from Africa say, we was Kangs. I see that's the same as Arabs. It's the Middle Easterners going, we brought you algebra.
Anna's back on. Go ahead, Anna.
And I'm not like I don't want to do that. I don't want to go to like a 1,000 years or 500 years to say we did something.
Lord, Jesus,
I know that
I can't hear. Go ahead, Fez. Go ahead.
So that McDonald's looks amazing. I can see the McDonald's is very attractive at the moment.
Go ahead,
okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry. The McDonald's kind of put me off. But what I was trying to say is that I don't want to go back to contributions that the Arabian world or the Arab Caliphate or any Persians, whoever made thousands of years ago. I'm not claiming any. I didn't. There was I didn't do that. No one I know that's alive did that.
Stop cutting them off, dude. I swear to God,
I'm just going to be literally 30 seconds. All I'm saying is that yes, we in the East have provided the fuel for the engine that the West used to progress and become what they are. We are the fuel. We are the driving force behind everything that the West has achieved in the last century. But you can go ahead and dismiss that and make out as if we had no contribution. But we all know that when you look into it, you're wrong. Oh my God, those chips, those McDonald's fries look amazing. I can't stop looking at those fries. I'm sorry, the fries are really, really putting me off.
I just, I'd like to say McDonald's is our sponsor for today. Guys, have you hit the Cash App at the bottom of the screen, which is Chaotic Truth Podcast? Also, if you're overseas like Duale is, you also can hit the PayPal, which is also Chaotic Truth Podcast at gmail.com.
Duale does a great job at sending over euros. The euro is worth more than the dollar. And thank you so much, Duale.
You're welcome.
Anna, can you?
I think the 777 stop cutting me off when I'm talking, dude.
I gotta talk to Anna.
The euro is worth way more. Excuse me.
Anna, can you lean in
I did already, and I will do it again if you don't mind.
Anna, can you lean into the camera so I can tell you something?
Guys, can we get back to the topic? I'm sorry, Diogenes, you've been here all day. Thank you so much, man. Go ahead, sir.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie, Anna. I think this is one of the greatest lunches of all time right here. It looks like you got the quarter pounder and the good old classic medium fry. The shake, I believe it was a strawberry shake. And you're just looking heavenly right now. You got a beautiful workout outfit on. Salutes all the queens in the salutes all the queens in the chat, getting comfortable and getting ready to eat their lunch to get everything.
Oh my God, that lunch that lunch is.
Everything is looking good.
There's a lot of things going on here right now.
Lunch is looking good. We got Anna in the building. Wow, she took. Okay, that's okay. All right.
Yeah,
it's a lot of onions.
Pounder.
You got a lot of
onions.
onions.
A lot of onions on. Yeah, it's like extra onions on that quarter pounder.
Whoever's in charge of cutting the onions today just didn't care. I see.
They just hacked it like with a rusty machete. It barely looks cut.
Anna's checking her burger to make sure that
quarter
there's
pounder with cheese.
Okay, she's
you know in Europe they call that a royale with cheese. Yeah, that's what they call that in Europe because
she's
we
getting ready to put her own. She's putting her own mustard on it instead of asking them to. So she's got everything. That's an everything whop. That's an everything. What is it? Big Mac with
Big Mac. Yeah.
with mustard that she brought from home.
That's a quarter pounder.
Don't put the mayo on it too. Don't put mustard.
Oh yeah, that is a quarter pounder. You are correct. Yes, that's a quarter pounder. Yeah.
Don't put the mayo.
In Europe they call that a royale with cheese because of the metric system. We don't know what a quarter pounder is.
Don't put that mayo on it. Don't put that mayo on it, girl. And the ketchup. Oh God, Anna.
Duale with the €5 says, "Hi there, CT. Get some Ethiopian. Oh, I love Ethiopian coffee. You guys are the greatest at making making coffee. Thank you so much."
Absolutely. Shout out to Ethiopia. Yeah, I've had a cup of coffee from an Ethiopian tea shop one time. That was just fantastic. You know, Ethiopians have brought a lot to this country. They've done a lot for this country, and I'm a big fan of Ethiopia, you know. Oh, okay, there you go. Just pick up the pickle and put it back from the table to the what? You're eating off the table in McDonald's?
I don't think she in McDonald's. I thought she was just she was at home.
She picked the pickle up from the actual table?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's
I
all
mean,
right.
it's probably clean, but I mean, what?
It's a 3-second rule. 3-second rule. It doesn't count. You know, if you just pick it up quick enough, all the bacteria just doesn't cling on to the food.
CT, that McDonald's table is clean.
I don't think that's a
She's
McDonald's.
Not at McDonald's. She's at her place of residence. My goodness.
Oh, she's at home.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, can we get back to the conversation though?
That is true.
Let me just say, Anna, listen, that is the most disgusting burger that you are building that I've ever seen. I'm a simp. I will simp for you, but I will not want to hug you, kiss you, look at you, talk to you after you eat this burger. That's
honestly, thinking about what Jay said earlier, I think there might be a lot of truth in that. The idea that this was all staged. If they're going to bring a lot of troops in to stop a supposed coup, then you can move troops around without people suspecting you're going to be coming across the border, and we might actually see a large push going back.
What is she doing? What she's rebuilding her? She's rebuild. No one else is seeing this but me. Who rebuilds a burger like this? This is madness.
I'm sorry, Mr. D. This is derailing any kind of conversation.
Individual onions to the look at that. What's she doing with that now? Squeezing the last drop of mayo on.
Oh no, she's taking all that off because she has to put the mayo on the bacon.
The mayo's got to go on the bacon.
Bacon. So this is a quarter pounder bacon cheeseburger. So this is a whole new thing. We don't even have that in Europe. We got none of this.
Now she's got the individual ground black pepper. You about to get a nice copyright for this one, CT.
No, it's just the food. So we're fine. Yeah, we're
She's
fine.
putting the pepper on top of the mayo. This is a woman that I would want to have sex with and never talk to again after. Respect.
Okay, true. That's it, dude. That's it. You're out of here for another.
I would.
Yeah, that's it.
This is interesting. Okay, Mr. D. I'm sorry, I can't see the rest of your name. I forgot.
Diogenes.
Diogenes, Mr. Diogenes. So when we're talking about this this particular thing, was this just all for TV? This was propaganda. So you don't think that this is actually, it wasn't a serious situation? Putin was never really in any danger.
As quickly as they back down, I think it might be staged. I mean, if you look at what happened during World War II, we had an entire tank division that was just inflatable tanks. We got up every morning, we moved them around, we let the German planes fly overhead, take a couple of pictures, then we moved them again. So we
yeah,
made
I
this
remember
entire,
that. I remember.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of informational warfare these days has gotten harder now that we have satellites and instantaneous communication and spies everywhere. So I think something like this might be, one of the best routes they could take to spread misinformation.
Do you think Putin's life is genuinely in any kind of danger of assassination?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, I don't think.
No more than usual, I'd say. I mean, if you're a leader in Russia, you're obviously always walking on thin ice,
But as in, it hasn't heightened or it hasn't increased since the Ukrainian war. It hasn't, become any more dangerous for him than it was before.
I mean, I don't think so. I think most of the oligarchs are going to understand. If you go in and you kill Putin, the ones that are going to replace him is not going to be a fellow oligarch. It's going to be a puppet. And you're not going to have somebody who's Russia first. You're going to have somebody who's globalist first. And that's going to put Russia at a massive disadvantage. And it's going to stabilize everything the oligarchs have been trying to build and hold on to. So
Yeah.
I don't think there's a chance they'd let him die.
What about his image, right? You allow these people to encroach. How does in terms of his respect level, how will this look?
Yeah, I'd say it definitely makes him look weak. And I can't picture him doing nothing and just letting them turn around and go back like that unless this is part of a larger strategic plan. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay.
I could be wrong about this, but I mean, we'll probably know in a few days here if they start mobilizing.
Okay, Hafez?
Well, I mean, from my perspective, I just think that there may be internal wranglings, because when something like this happens, or when any of these scenarios happen, I don't know if you guys have read the book Rules for Rulers. Usually the military and people in power, those keys to power, tend to start to look for their options effectively after Putin. So they start to jostle for where their position is going to be and how they're going to survive after Putin's.
Arnold Meltzner.
Who's that?
Rules for Rulers.
Oh yes, the book. It's the one that was it's jointly written by two people. I'll try and find the authors. But it's a fantastic book. There's actually Rules for Rulers is a short video made from the book called The Dictator's Handbook. That is the actual book. It's hold on, let me see if I get the Dictator's Handbook. It's written by sorry about this. I'm trying to actually find the author here. Oh, damn it, so small. It's written by Bruce Buneo de Masquat, and Alistair Smith. So this book effectively describes why dictators do what they do around the world, and how they are actually themselves at the beck and call of their own effectively keys to their power. How it starts off is no king can, a king cannot build roads. He needs people to build roads for him. He needs people to run the police department. He needs military people to run the military. No ruler rules alone. And so based off that, you are, as a ruler, the only thing you do is you distribute the treasure. You distribute money to these keys, and these keys are the ones who actually run things in the world, in your country. And you are effectively beholden to them in a way, because if you don't keep them happy, they will then go ahead and support your enemies, and they will depose you. Okay. So it's a circular thing. So if you want, I mean, this is why you find people who cannot be benevolent dictators. You can't care for the people too much, because if you give the treasure to the people, you deny your keys of the treasure, and so they will turn against you, and thus you're not going to be king anymore. And dictatorships, and kind of, Russia is a dictatorship Really, it's not. It's an oligarchy at best. So Putin depends on these keys.
Hafez, let me ask you this. We throw around this word oligarchy, but is it an oligarchy in the sense of the Soviet Union, or is it the same type of oligarchy? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's a mafia rule system. I mean, at best, I can see it as a mafia scenario, as a mafia.
You guys are speaking to
family.
me? I don't know because I have the volume turned all the way down.
No.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So I'm sorry. Give your example. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, all I'm saying is it's at best you could describe it in a sense of like the Godfather style mafia. It's controlled. The whole country is controlled by a handful of people, and these handful of people are the ones who are gonna circulate amongst themselves. The power. No random citizen in Russia is just gonna suddenly rise to power and just become president.
But see, that's crazy because the Wagner leader, he was a regular nobody. He operated a hot dog stand, or he had a few of them. He was a nobody. But how did if what and Hafez, I think you have a high in IQ, way more than I do. But if what you're saying is true, how did this guy, who's essentially a nobody, how did he rise to power? How did Putin rise to power? He didn't come from an affluent background either.
I know, but these guys all became powerful during the Soviet era, and then they just continued their power and transitioned effectively over. So a lot of these people who came from nothing, most of them came through the party from the Soviet era, the communist era, or the socialist era. And this is similar to, you could say, China as well. Xi Jinping didn't come from an affluent family, but he rose to power through the party. And so, but the fact is that once they're there, then they kind of the type who burn the bridges behind them, and they're not going to let anyone else come up, because obviously they're not going to want to be deposed. So Putin literally changed Russian constitution to make sure that he is in power almost indefinitely, and so did Xi Jinping. They changed the laws once they got there to make sure that their place is guaranteed. They're not going to go anywhere. They're not. These are not 4-year, 5-year term, political offices. These guys are not going to be the Bidens and Trumps and Obamas.
No,
they're not going to go anywhere.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Like it's not like and mind you, we live in the US, so I mean, I would even argue like the best of us really don't really know how the government over there works, but they don't really have a true democracy, right? So there's no checks and balances.
Precisely.
Okay.
There's no transfer of power.
Transfer of power, obviously, because we know that Putin is he's what?
Well, I think he's. I don't know whether he's the president. I think he's the
president, but he usurped the Constitution and made it where he could be like a lifelong president, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's exactly what Xi Jinping did as well. He's now changed it. He's de facto the ruler of China. Until he dies. They're basically creating a scenario just like the North Koreans, the Kim family, where they are continuously going to be in that place. Now, I don't know whether they're going to create an inheritance scenario where when they die, their children inherit their position.
I don't think Putin had any sons, so I don't think it's I know he had a daughter, but.
Yeah, so I don't know whether their family. I mean, they will certainly put their family members and family in the positions of power, so that throughout, after they pass away, their families would still retain high levels of command in that country, unless they have a massive military coup, like just now with this Wagner Group style of things, and then things completely flip, 360. I don't know if that is possible in Russia, or if that's going to happen in Russia, but certainly these guys are not going anywhere. And this has been my whole issue with Ukraine, is that when Ukrainians, especially, and American presidents talk very hawkish, war hawkish about the situation, they don't realize this is not a situation you can't win this war with Russia. You can give
still crying
Russia
about the same thing.
I'm sorry, we're talking about Russia. I apologize. Just bear with me.
Let him talk, Anna.
Sorry, I'm trying not to listen, but I have the volume turned down.
Oh, No problem. But yeah, what we're talking about with Russia is that the only best scenario for Ukraine is to allow Russia an honorable exit. So Russia can leave and Putin can still feel in some way a winner. And that is really it. There is no out and out, oh, we defeated them, we crushed them and pushed them back into Russia. Putin's pride and arrogance is way beyond this. He would level Ukraine to a sandbox before he ever allows him to look like a weak leader and a loser in this war. Oh, sorry.
I'd say it's a little more than pride and arrogance. It's a political necessity. If he looks weak, he's going to lose everything he's worked to build. He's going to be deposed. Somebody else is going to come in. You can't let them smell blood in his kind of business.
Precisely. So he can't lose in an outright way in Russia. He has to have, or the Europeans and the Americans have to allow him to have an honorable exit. A kind of a, yes, we accomplished what we kind of set out to do in the Donbass region or wherever, and that those people are now safe, so we can now pull back because that was our original mission, kind of thing. Even though they may effectively, militarily lost, but politically and for the propaganda, they say, we accomplished our mission. They have to have a scenario in which Putin can say we accomplished our mission and we won, even though they're leaving Ukraine. That's how it has to look. And if it doesn't look anything like that, he's not going anywhere. And this is going to get even worse. And God forbid it might escalate to nuclear weapons, which no one wants that. This is Third World War stuff. This is the annihilation of the human race kind of stuff. People don't seem to get that concept. This thing could kill us all. No one seems to want to even remotely entertain such a scenario, but it actually could be. We have devastating weapons right now, both sides, Americans, the Europeans and Russians and Chinese. We've got world-ending weapons.
We do.
We just can't risk taking it there.
Hypersonic, what was it? Hypersonic with China, right? It's hypersonic technology.
Oh, the hypersonic missiles. Well, yeah, I mean that's just the delivery system, but I mean, the actual nuclear warheads themselves are the ones who, even if we don't kill everyone, we will turn half this planet into a radiated wasteland where nothing will grow. Everything is going to be, basically Chernobyl everywhere.
Do you think that World War III would be a global scale apocalypse? Because in all honesty, the planet is pretty huge, and I've flown over America before. Not before, but I've flown over America many times. It's mostly Greenland. Do you think our primitive ape? Do you think us as primitive apes can really do that much damage on a global scale?
What we can do is, you see, the thing is, when you say global scale, like in what sense? What I will tell you is that we can eradicate all human beings off this planet. Now, whether the planet will survive, because the nuclear weapons will have fallouts. They'll have radiation fallouts. We'll have, what's it called? Radiated, not radiated, but acid rain. We would have nuclear fallout. Yeah, it's the fallout, but it's the cloud that I'm talking about. That basically will have the movement of the clouds with carrying radiation, radioactive particles. They will basically, depending on the wind movement, but generally, if we're talking about them launching hundreds of nukes, which they all have, if they simultaneously launch all of these, even if people don't immediately die and get evaporated, those who survive are going to suffer from nuclear radiation fallout, where they will just slowly die, and then will potentially have mutations as well through the radiation. Effectively, animal life most likely will all die. Plant life will most definitely all die, and ultimately, human life will be reduced to a very minuscule numbers at
So
best.
Black Suit probably refers to it as a nuclear winter.
Yes,
I would
exactly.
I'd largely disagree with this. Radioactive fallout, the worst of it is going to be in the first 24 to 48 hours. And that's assuming they don't do an air blast. Now, normally what they do is they drop it over the city. They take out the electrical grid with the generated EMP. If it actually hits the ground, that's when you begin to get the radioactive particulate that will come down later. But it has a very short half-life on most of this stuff. So if you could find somewhere that is reasonably safe from this, you're talking a couple inches of lead to about 3 feet of dirt, hard-packed dirt, you would be able to survive this for the first 24 to 48 hours, after which you would be fine.
Yeah, but if you just simply survive it, I'm talking about hundreds of, potentially thousands of nuclear weapons launched. If this goes full out, I'm talking full out apocalyptic World War III. How long is it going to be? How much damage will we have to all the vegetation and all the plant life and all the animal life? And how are we going to be able to survive without all the the food essentially that we need to grow?
Well, again, a lot of our defenses would kick in depending on how effective we are against hypersonic missiles. We'd probably be able to take out a lot of them before they got through. So you're probably only looking at major cities to medium-sized cities actually being removed. Most of the rural farmland, they're not going to drop a nuke on that because they just don't care. There's nothing there to nuke. So, I mean, New York City, that's gone. Everybody in it, gone instantly. You can figure they're going to bomb that completely off the map. Some small town like where I live, we might get hit depending on how many get through. But most people, they're going to survive, and if they take cover for the first 2 weeks, which a lot of people don't have supplies to last that long, but you can store up enough water and your body can last up to a month without food, maybe more depending on that average American body weight. So we would be able to get through this with minimal casualties. I wouldn't estimate that even half of Americans would die.
Oh man, we've been talking about the nuclear war for the last 50 years, 60, 70 years. It's never going to happen. All right.
Go ahead, 777. Go ahead.
So how do you? Yeah, but 777. How do you estimate? How would you? I mean, I'm trying to treat you like a.
Well,
like
it's never going to happen because I mean, it would have already happened.
No, not the nuclear thing. I'm talking about how would you give Russia and Putin an exit from Ukraine? And on, what is the conclusion that you can draw, and how would you end this?
Okay, well, if history is going to repeat itself, okay, this isn't a complicated situation. What's going on? You guys act like the Russia and Ukraine war is the first war that we've ever seen with our eyes. Here's what's going to happen. Okay, with war comes casualties. People die. Okay, you guys need to grow up. First of all, instead of all these long-winded answers of the future and what's going to happen, and listen, Russia's going to win. They're going to take over Ukraine. We're not going to do anything about it. NATO's a bunch of sissies, or they should have. Wow. NATO's a bunch
that McDonald's is looking good, man. It's making me hungry. It's making me real. I mean, my mouth is literally dripping right now.
I'm trying to get things together here, guys. Hang on a second.
Hard to concentrate.
Let me just give me a minute.
I've never craved McDonald's fries so much in my life, and I hate McDonald's. But yeah, there's something about this.
Russia's gonna win. Russia's gonna win. Ukraine will be no longer. And if they were smart, they would just give up. They could have saved a lot of people from dying if Ukraine would have just gave up. Hang on a second. If Ukraine would have just gave up, they could have saved a lot of innocent people from dying. They could have saved a lot of their infrastructure. And let's be honest, the Ukrainians are going to be working for the Russians pretty soon. So why don't they just get to, start respecting them, okay? Respect your new leader. Like when Hitler took over, all right? You think the people said, hey, we're going to fight you guys. No, they bowed down and gave up.
Them fries busting.
Those things are moving. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah. My take, I feel like China's gonna take over. China and Russia are gonna take over US, and we'll be done. So yeah.
Thank you. It's never gonna happen. I hate these weird conspiracy things like this. It's just my opinion, okay? But here's the thing. China's gonna take over. I mean, you guys are so scared as Americans. I'm embarrassed. I might as well pick up and just move to the Bahamas at this point. Because you guys You guys are gonna just let them kick your door in. A Chinese soldier coming in. You don't even know what they're saying. You're just gonna lay down on the floor. You're gonna put your hands over your.
777. Are you planning on enlisting in the Bahamas
next day you'll be
military
eating
to defend that
fried rice,
country, or are you just going to lay
cats
down
in it.
too?
Next day you'll be eating cats. You know
I'm
what saying?
serious. You guys are so weak that I mean, I could see why these countries they could laugh. These other countries could laugh at us, but they're living way worse than us. So really, the joke's on you guys. But it's just sad how we think like, oh yeah, China's gonna invade us. Oh, Russia's a super. You know how many times I hear dumb Americans say Russia's a superpower? They can't even beat Ukraine. Can you imagine our soldiers going over to Russia?
No,
And you guys are gonna say, well, we fought in Afghanistan for 25 years. We didn't win in Afghanistan. We didn't win in Iraq.
Let them talk.
Just
Can I
saying.
get a fry?
I was going to say,
I just want some fries right now. Just
Russia's
badly.
not fighting with Ukraine. They're fighting the entire world. We're engaged in a proxy war right now, and the real danger we do need to be concerned with is China. The reason we did so well in World War II is because we showed up a day late and a dollar short. And while everybody else was reeling from the massive casualties, we had fresh troops and a strong economy that hadn't been bombed to pieces.
And this
we
is
get
what
ourselves
happens.
into this mess. We get ourselves into this mess, and we start spending all our money. We're driving ourselves into debt. We just passed another round of borrowing up in Washington.
And this is what white America sounds like. This is what when you go to an all white church and you don't even see nothing black but the shirt that the man's wearing. This is what you will sound like. You're talking about we're at war with China. Then how come China hasn't done anything to us, Dio? How come? Hang on, you're talking all these proxy wars and all this. How come China hasn't publicly said anything against us ever? And I knew she was eating in McDonald's, and she ate that pickle off that table, talking about she was at home. CT simp. Eating off that public table in McDonald's, woman. It's not World War III. It's not the world coming to an end. You guys better get your priorities together. Stop talking about inflation like this is the first time in history you've ever heard inflation. Stop talking about stuff, the price of oil. You guys don't care what the price of oil is. As long as gas is $3 or $4, you'll be okay. You guys need to stop being afraid of China.
777, what on earth are you talking about? Americans definitely care about the price of oil. What are you talking about?
Americans shouldn't care. They shouldn't care about the price of oil. You know why? Because all that matters is really the price of gas. When's the last time you went to an oil reserve somewhere and said, "Hey man, I need a hang on a second."
Yeah, you have a truly stunning intellect. The price of
bro,
oil.
I need some crude oil, y'all. Y'all need. Hey, y'all know where to get some crude oil, y'all.
His intellect is astounding.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead, 777. Never mind. Forget it.
Thank you, sir. So now we got these people in the middle of nowhere, like Dio, talking about how, we're in a proxy war with China. Oh, China's gonna invade us, man. We're in a proxy war with Russia, man. Listen, why do you think we're literally fighting the war without having to fight the war? We can go into Russia, take everything. We'll take the whole world if we really want.
Hold on for a second. This might be risky. What's up? Hey, guys, please go over and subscribe to This Might Be Risky. He says CT is a legend, adding ring card girls, oh my God, to the live stream, like in boxing, when they come out, it's like round 1, round 2. All right, go ahead, 777. Go ahead, man.
Thank you. This is why we need an Italian president, because things are a lot easier than what they appear.
My dead body.
Things are a lot easier than what they appear. All right, let me tell you something. I'll send our boys over to Russia. We'll start bashing those heads against the walls over there. All right.
Careful, man.
What boys?
Ukraine is giving you guys a beating in Russia right now. What do you think our good old American boys are going to do to you guys? All right. Can you imagine the war?
Like they're going to sit on the couch and not enlist.
Dio, can you imagine? Well, you're sitting on a dildo right now, Dio, because you're a queer.
That's the best you got. Come
You're
on.
a queer,
Come
sir.
on. Grow up.
You sit on dildos, sir. I'd rather sit on a couch than a dildo.
Yeah,
all
you
right.
sit there, you do nothing, you berate the troops, you think they're going to show up and save you, you think we're the greatest country in the world, you're not enlisting. And you know what? People are sick of you, they're not enlisting. So where does that leave you? That leaves you defenseless. You just talk about everybody's going to lay down. Well, who's going to beat Russia if everybody's laying down?
Well, you fart man cum, sir.
Wow, that's again, you have a
That was his retort. His response was, "You fart, man, come."
I make 1,000 in my sleep. Who want to fight for a country?
Yeah, look.
Chaotic Truth, is that Eric? Why does that sound like Eric?
No,
Yo,
it's
Bad
not.
Blood, what are you drinking?
Huh?
What are you drinking? What are you drinking?
No.
One second,
Drinking
let me turn up the volume.
a sperm smooth.
McDonald's music be jamming. I will walk with. I'm gonna put it on
Are you
mute so you don't get
single?
copyright.
Thank you.
The fact of the matter is, we are in a proxy.
Anyways, go ahead, Savage Red. Let Savage talk.
Let Dio go. Go ahead.
We are in a proxy war with Russia, and China doesn't have to go to war with us to take over. They've already been taking over. While you've been sitting there complaining about how weak our troops are and how they're going to save you because they're also simultaneously the strongest troops in the world, they've been building up their economy. They've been terraforming the Gobi Desert. They've been building giant air purifiers to clean out all the pollution from the massive industry that they're building. They are creating the single largest industrial complex in the world. And they're going to be able to use that and mobilize it in any way that they please. They can shut us down right now just by shutting off our access to microchips.
Yep. Yep. TSM. Yeah. Taiwan. Yeah. Yep. What do you think about the Malacca Strait or the Taiwan Strait? Dio, go ahead, sir.
You talking about the artificial islands and all that have been building? I think mostly it's largely just international law. They're manipulating the law. They're not going to use that for any kind of invasion. They just want to own the international waters. There's been a big deal with that over just around the Philippines. They're not doing anything with these islands. They build them up. They stick a couple of guys there. No real strategic value. It's just legal ownership. So Britain actually tried to do the same thing. There's a little island off the coast of Britain where they wanted to claim it was part of their territory. Nobody could live there, so they couldn't do it. We get too freaked out over that, I think. I think the real danger we're going to be facing isn't going to be who owns the waters, though. It's going to be who owns the production.
Hey, Dio, do you squirt?
The problem we have is we've given away all of our industries. We don't have any manufacturing base in America, which means that we are at the mercy of everyone who's doing our manufacturing for us. We've gutted our economy. We have massive unemployment. We're deeply in debt. And because of all of this, we're really the weakest nation on the planet right now if they shut us down. If
Dio, thanks for ruining my experience on the show and making the stream boring. And now I'm going to log off. Thanks, Dio. It's all your fault. Goodbye.
My pleasure.
Dio, what are you talking about? We're gonna be the weakest ones. That's stupid.
Chaotic, is 777 Eric? Did he change his name?
777?
Yeah, is that Eric?
I have no idea. But anyway, Dio.
I'm just trying to listen because I can't hear y'all. So I have the volume turned down. Was that Eric?
No.
Why haven't Eric came on a panel yet? I missed him so much. He always come on a panel, right?
I'm Eric.
What happened? What did you say?
My name is Eric.
Is that my take on the world? Is that Eric?
Yeah, I'm Eric.
Well, my take on the world is Eric.
So what's up?
I don't think Anna can hear us.
Anyways, Dio, you're wrong. We're not the weakest ones. There's other countries besides us that are way weaker than us. We're gonna get weak, but we're not gonna get that weak. I don't know what you're talking about. You're just rambling for 5 seconds. You didn't make any sense. Yeah.
No, we're tearing ourselves apart. We have people pooping in the streets. We are a disgrace as a country. At least we have become a disgrace as a country. Now, you go back 20 years, you go back 50 years, yeah, we were a strong country. Right now, we have half the country wants to kill the other half, and the other half feels about the same way. That's not a strong country. That is a divided nation. We're going to kill ourselves within the next 20 years if we don't fix things. We're about to lose all of the welfare because we just can't afford it. And once we lose that, you can look at every city in America that is pretty much entirely populated by barbarians being bought off. It's going to start setting itself on fire.
In the next 20 years, we'll be owned by China, and you'll be my slave.
I don't think China would want us.
It's been a pleasure, gentlemen. Thank you, Chaotic. Great channel. Honor. You keep eating those burgers. Have a great evening, everyone. Ciao.
Thank you, Hafez.
Hi, nice to meet you. Okay, so someone in the comments section, I need to go to work actually, because it's really busy in this area. Today is Saturday, so I'm gonna earn some money. But no, someone in the comment section said she's sitting at McDonald's on her birthday. I don't think they understand, but I never celebrate the holiday. I don't celebrate my birthday. I don't celebrate Christmas. I don't celebrate nothing. I don't even celebrate 4th of July. I don't do anything. I never celebrate anything. So yeah, I don't find a pleasurement in celebrating Christmas or 4th of July or my birthday or anything like that. If it's just a normal day for me.
Man, let's shake one time. You going to work right now?
After this, yeah, it's super busy right now. So I'm gonna work the night. I'm gonna work the night. I haven't worked at all today. I was asleep, and then I woke up. I took my shower, then I went over to the gym, exercised, lost a few calories. I think I lost altogether like 500 calories.
And you're very sweaty.
But then I went to McDonald's and got an ice cream, and then I went hiking, and then that's when I saw you guys on live stream. I was like, okay, let me click on a live stream. Then I came to this.
How many hours you work?
I'm gonna work until I can get up to $200. That's my goal. I try to make each day, or at least 160, because that's like $20 an hour.
Look me up, I got you. It's only, man, what the hell? That's crazy.
You'll send me? You said you'll send me where I don't have to work? You'll send me?
Yeah, I'll take care of you. I'll take care of you. I got
you want me to do a live show or something? I don't have OnlyFans.
Oh damn! Can you make a shake for us one time? For the boys in the back.
You said put my number in the back chat, and then tonight.
No, I said can you make a shake one time? You know what I mean by that.
You want me to put my number in the back chat and then give you a private show tonight? No, that's not gonna happen.
I didn't say that. You don't understand what I'm saying. But anyways, find a man that'll take care of you. Start stripping. I'll take care. I got 4 houses. I'll take care of you. You know what I'm saying? You're doing a.
I like money. You're speaking my language.
Damn, for real, so you don't want a man, but you have a man take care of you.
What happened?
I said you would have a man take care of you. Like I said,
yeah, give me money. I would not deny money.
Damn, okay. Say less. That's all I gotta say.
I don't want a relationship. You can give me the money. I'll take it. Hell yeah.
You hear that, Savage? I know you're shaking your head, but bro, I got to do it, man.
What? This guy is that the one that's been calling me all types of names, or did that one leave?
No, that's not me.
Oh, that's not you. Oh, what's up? Hi, Savage. How are you? I haven't seen you in a long time.
Yeah, Savage got. You know what I'm saying? Savage is.
Why you got all of those tattoos? I like it though.
I got more tats than him. He has 4 kids. I'm single and I got 4 houses.
I'm turning y'all down. I'm the last second.
Yeah, Savage is not relationship material. Or
are you?
Material.
What?
All right, dude. I'm married. You don't have to sit here and try to shit on me just because you are simping for some chick. All right, don't keep my name out your mouth about trying to flirt with her.
Yeah, he's married. Savage is married. Savage, how long have you been married, Savage Red? Do your wife know you have the name Savage Red? It sounds like a gangster name.
Yeah, she knows about that.
Does she be on these live streams? Does she
Nah,
know
she
you?
probably cheating.
You think probably cheating?
Probably getting home, getting ran through by a black guy.
Stop
Back
it.
in the crib.
BBC.
Why you
Nah,
working hard?
she won't leave, Savage.
Yes, she will.
Bro, don't talk about my marriage. Don't talk about my
Bro,
wife.
shut up, bro. Shut
No,
up. Shut
fuck
up.
you punk ass.
Wait, shut up. What are you
No,
gonna do? Exactly. Shut up. Yeah, you think you're all tough. You're not tough.
you're not even on camera, dude. So
You're dumb.
you're not even on
You're
camera.
dumb. Yeah.
Right. He's not even
You're
on
You're not
dumb.
even on
You're
camera,
wasting
bro.
your life. I don't know why you taking
Yeah.
care of her because she's gonna cheat
I'm
on
on
you.
Savage Red side.
Yeah, bro. You just told a chick that strips you got 4 houses and you'll give her money. I'm the one that's messing up. You're right.
Savage, do you got blue eyes?
Yeah, I do.
What? You know I have a thing for blonde hair, blue eyes.
You know he's married, right?
I know he's married.
Get off.
I know that. Dang it! Why you always cock blocking?
You think a married man with 4 kids will date a single stripper? Yeah, I'm out.
I'm not a stripper. I am a stripper. Fuck you. How dare you embarrass me in public? Oh, he's gone. Okay, perfect. Wait, so you got blonde hair too? Natural blonde? Yeah. Dude, if I pay you money, would you donate your sperm to me?
I cannot do that.
What? I wouldn't ask you for any money. I just want a baby with. If I pay for your sperm, I always wanted a baby with a blonde hair, blue eyed. See how that turns out.
There's plenty of blonde hair, blue-eyed men out here.
I want you.
Well, my wife would have a problem with that.
Ah.
She's the only one that gets deposits.
Oh, she's the one that pays the bills?
No, I said she's the one.
You got a brother?
Yeah, I got 14 brothers.
Yeah. Whoa. No, you don't. Stop it.
Yeah, I come from a big family. I'm the one with blonde hair.
So you're not like 100% like blonde hair, blue eyed. You're like diluted. You're like different types of white, basically. You probably got Irish and all that other stuff in your bloodline.
All whites are mixed.
Yeah, that is pretty much true. Not the Italians.
But no, Italians are mixed too. But my brothers and me all have the same dad but different moms. So.
Oh, that's so backwards where I'm from. Typically, people got the same mom but different dads.
Yeah.
So your dad got different baby mamas, but like in our culture, typically people got different baby daddies.
Yeah, my dad was a Rolling Stone.
Were they faithful to him?
No, they all cheat on each other.
Can I just read the comments? Fiona thinks he's in a league with real women. Savage like he might shank somebody, take a nap. I was like, no, never said that. Damn. She's not a stripper, guys. She does DoorDash.
Yeah, I do work.
Is she a real stripper? I'm confused because I mean, just damn. Wait, she's a stripper? Damn.
I haven't worked in like 2 years. I'm gonna go back
Oh,
though.
I was just talking about the. Hold on, I'm echoing. Hold on.
River is gone. All this shouldn't start. They come oh.
He has a free drone.
This song reminds me of Shrek. I used to watch that when I was. Have you guys watched Shrek?
No, watch. I was just trolling about the whole having you thing, to be honest. I just want to see your reaction.
Boy, send me my Cash App. I don't have a Cash App, but like, honey, I do some split, some half split, because I can't do full splits. But honey, I like
So you just care about money, huh?
I can work it for ya.
So you just care about money. Strippers get old real quick. She look like drills. Oh, she drills.
Yeah.
Ew.
Oh my God.
This is what happens when they go to foster care. Oh damn, they clowned on you in the comments. I'm reading the comments. They clowned on you in the comments. No, honestly, bro, Savage man, you're doing a good thing, man. Shit, I would be married than messing with this chick. Not gonna lie.
It's your loss. Whatever you don't take, somebody else will. Whatever you don't take, somebody else will.
I'm not losing anything. I mean, you probably got like how many bodies you got?
Don't worry about that, player.
I know you.
Don't worry about that, player.
Shit, disrespectful for coming. Damn, I'm not saying this by the way. I'm reading the comments. I'm doing anything. I need to read the comments. 304.
Oh my God.
This is pathetic. So Babo, you said you never wanted to end this in your life, or what?
Do we have to get back on this conversation? No, I don't want to.
And why is that?
Why do you guys want me in a relationship so bad?
I don't want your relationship. I don't really care, to be honest. Like the world gonna move on. Well, you gonna have children, and you want to be a single mom. Like, why? Why do you feel that way?
I think it's the woman in me. You know, you have natural instincts where you want to experience motherhood. I want to experience motherhood.
You can experience that with somebody. Like when I have a child of life.
Oh gosh, darn.
You don't think that child deserves to have a dad in their life? Mother figure? Let's make him grow up strong.
I need to order some more of this.
She just ignored me now.
Maybe order some orange juice on the way out. I'm not going to finish these fries because I'm trying to lose weight.
Well, you're not going to lose weight. I'll tell you that.
I wish I could send you these fries throughout the mail.
What's wrong with that conversation? Where is the woman instinct for not being a Muslim? Because she a 304. Single motherhood is the hallmark for magical black girlness.
Don't worry about it.
I'm reading the comments. I'm not saying nothing. Wasting those golden arches.
Don't worry about me. Let me live my life.
Eat the rest of the orders of this. You don't think you'll regret this like 50 years later? You don't think you'll regret this or not?
I probably will. But like I still my life. So.
I mean,
you can have a lot of regrets in life. You can have children.
I'm just worried about the kid. Like I feel like a kid should have both parents.
You can have children and still regret life. Like you can regret it either way.
Kids should have their mom and dad in their life.
I know a lot of people who have children and they regret it. Like
you're gonna regret it. I don't have the dad in your life. However, when you don't seek help, you start into medicine. Unfortunately, this deliberate intemperance.
Why can't you see?
Don't worry, you'll be dead. You can also destroy the lives of children. So how many kids you want? How many kids you want?
Now if I wait be
Yo, bad blood, how many kids you want?
This McDonald's music be cracking. My course is about to come up. You ready? She wears heels, I wear sneakers. She's your captain, no,
How old is she? She's like 24. Stop saying I'm black. People wear accounts.
You belong.
People have to take care of them. Yo, how many girls in the chat would date this girl, man? Like, I want to know. How many? I ain't gonna lie. How many men? How many men in this chat would sub your OnlyFans? Like, I want to start. I want to start it.
You belong to me.
How many girls would sub her OnlyFans, fly her out? You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that.
Hold on, my part is about to come up. Here we go. You are the one who understands you. Been here all along. Why can't you see? Hey, you belong with me. Hey, you belong. I love this classy music. I put this in a classy category. You know, it's not like rap. It's it's Taylor Swift. You know, you belong with me. You belong with me. You belong with me. You belong with me. Okay, the song's over with.
All right, well, guys, Anna, I'm about to get up out of here. Dio, thank you so much for rocking rocking off the whole day. Thank you so much, Anna. My take on the real. Duwale, any last words, guys? Go ahead.
Never trust a big butt and a smile. You can't trust.
Go ahead.
Copyright. Don't let him play that up here.
It's been a pleasure to be on. Thank you for having me, and hopefully we get a little more information on what's coming out of Russia pretty soon.
Oh yeah,
I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. Y'all have a good one.
You too, Dio. Duwale, any last words, bro? Duwale? He's probably asleep. It's like late over there. Oh, go ahead, Duwale. Yep, you're on mute. You're on mute. Yep, you're on mute. You're on mute, bro.
Wait a minute. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for having me. That was a great show. I really enjoyed it. So
Thank you
very
so much, man. Thank you so much, bro.
Yep. Thank you.
Anna, any last words? I gotta get the hell up out of here. I'm about to go for a run.
Yes, I just want to say it's been a pleasure, and I really, really liked the stream. It was very entertaining, and I do thank you for a nice time, and I will be back next time. If you guys like his show, please hit a like and do not forget to comment, because that can make it go through the algorithm. Yes, and make sure you guys criticize CT on actually responding to the comments, because he don't respond. Sometimes he be acting a little bougie.
Thank you so much.
So,
thank you so much.
Yeah. So yeah, if you guys like the stream, it's been a pleasure. But until then, I will see you next time. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Anna. I did not know that I was going to be live all damn day today. Sheesh. I got to get some sleep. I want to give a big shout out to everybody that's dropped Cash Apps and Super Chats today. I want to give a big shout out to Rico for dropping the Super Chat. Jacob, Passion, thank you so much for your Super Chats. I'm sorry, for your Cash Apps. Excuse me. I want to give a big shout out to Joanna for all of your super chats. Thank you so much. Positivity is coming your way. Passion, once again, for your super chats and cash apps. Positivity is coming your way. Joshua, thank you so much for your cash apps and super chats. Bob, thank you so much for all of. Bob, you drop dimes all the time. Thank you so much for all of your super chats and cash apps. Power of the Banana, thank you so much for all of your cash apps and super chats. Joanna, once again, we got Lap. Thank you so much for all of your cash apps and super chats. Who else do we have? Joshua, thank you so much. Rise Girl, thank you so much for all of your cash apps and super chats as well. Here for the Tizzy, thank you so much for all of your cash apps and super chats. Who else do we have? Mr. Speak on it. Thank you so much for all of your cash apps and super chats as well. Let me see who else do we have in the building. We got Mo's Gaming. Thank you for all of your cash apps and super chats. Dirty Dude, thank you for your cash apps and super chats. Lap, thank you for your cash apps and super chats. Wealthy Broke Man, thank you for your cash apps and super chats as well. Who else do we have in the building that was dropping dimes today? Taroos, thank you so much for all of your cash apps and super chats as well. This might be risky. Thank you so much for all of your cash apps and super chats as well. Tracy, thank you for all of your cash apps and super chats as well. Thank you so much. Meow Meow, thank you so much for all of your cash apps and super chats as well. Thank you so much again, once again, Passion. Joanna, once again, thank you so much. Mario, thank you so much for all of your cash apps and super chats. My take on the real. Reese came through today with his cash apps and super chats. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the fact that you guys show me so much love. AK Harrison, thank you for all of your cash apps and super chats. Jose, thank you for all of your cash apps and super chats. Juan, thank you so much for all of your cash apps and super chats. Dwale, always coming through. Thank you so much, sir, for all of your cash apps and super chats too, man. Who else do we have in the building that dropped some cash apps today? Mr. S. Oh, thank you so much for all of your cash apps and super chats as well. Mike from Boston, thank you so much for all of your cash apps and super chats. Beat came through with that nice super chat.
Well, all right.
Yeah. You know, ever since I turned pro in 1989, when I signed that dotted line. Savage, thank you so much for all of your cash apps and super chats. DMT, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Savage was coming through today with his cash apps and super chats. Who else? Samuel, thank you so much for all of your cash apps and super chats. He says, great show. Great show, CT. Really appreciate that, man. But on that note, we had a great damn show for today. T-Spells, I see you in the back, but it's like something that's not connecting. I'm going to give you like one more minute. It's probably something with the mic. I don't know what's going on. All right, let me see. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone again. I don't know what happened. Or she's gone. Thank you guys so much, man. I'm out of here. Salute to you all. Buffalo Mind, thank you so much. Crazy Chick Sheena, thank you so much. I will be back tomorrow, guys. Thank you so much, guys. 1,000,000 miles to you all. Speaking of 1,000,000 miles, where was Nina at today? Nina, if you're listening, 1,000,000 miles. I did not run today, Nina, but I'm definitely going to run tomorrow. Oh, nothing like runners. But I definitely will run tomorrow. Salute to you all. So glad that you guys stay tuned the whole damn day. This was an incredible live stream today. Salute to you all. Have a good one. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Thank you, Wolf.